It snows. It snows there in like February, which is the Australian
Based
summer.
on based on what do you have, like north, south, or
Depends on what you.
how do you?
Okay, depends on what you
Based on
want to
the
use for the.
all right. Hey, it's going to be based on the equinox sunrise. How about that?
Okay,
Could
so
be.
that's the way you import it. Okay, okay.
No,
Got
it's
it.
what you do it. That's how east is defined. The direction the sun rises on the equinox. That's the definition of east.
Oh,
in
no, I
Oxford
thought maybe you
Dictionary.
have some other definition of it, so that's what I was
Look,
asking.
dude, we tell you what the main. We're only saying what the mainstream shit is. We're not making it up, bro. We're trying to tell you your own beliefs, dude. Look, bro. It's really simple. There's a body of stuff out there that academia claims. Most people never look into it and what it actually says. We have looked into it. We're telling you what it says. Now, there's three different easts. There's east on the compass, east on the celestial sphere coordinate system, as in latitude and longitude, in which in east and west are circles, or there's east as defined in the Oxford Dictionary, which is the direction the sun rises on the equinox. These directions of east are not the same direction. So there's a bunch of different easts. So it depends on what east you're talking about and what coordinate reference system you're talking about. So when you were talking about, hey, look, planes fly curved lines across the map. No, they don't. That's a Mercator projection. And that's the way it looks when you project points in a spherical coordinate system onto a fucking cylinder grid. So it gets distorted. Right, but if I had a polar grid and took that same flight, it would be plotted the points of that on the polar grid, that would be straight. But we can't make a conclusion about which way the plane actually flew, as in curved path versus straight path, based upon the coordinate reference system, because we can just switch the coordinate reference and it looks different.
If I got it right.
So if you want a picture right out of a fucking airplane that the pilots are looking at their fucking chart and a straight line and a polar coordinate projection, I'll show you. So this is what pilots are looking at, not fucking flight aware where they projected on a Mercator map. What the actual pilots are saying they plot. A straight fucking line, dude.
And we've done deep dives on the technical specifications of the inertial navigation systems, the gyros, the optical gyros and accelerometers that are strapped down to the airframe of airplanes. And we know that we cannot get raw data without it being processed into a globe.
Okay, so if I got it correct, if you're using navigation like coordinate systems of a globe, it wouldn't work on the.
No, it does work. The airplane has to take a different route in reality to match the globe. That's the bottom line.
Wait, so that I can understand this. So the coordinate system of a globe is different than the coordinate system of a flat surface, flat Earth, right?
1000%, yes.
Okay, so I got it correct. Which of these two the plane actually uses?
The plane is designed to put the airplane on a globe for navigational purposes, for communication purposes, for asset protection and liability, for insurance purposes, for every other purpose. The airplane takes physical measurements of its attitude, its yaw angle, its acceleration, and it puts that on a spherical coordinate reference system.
And uses that.
Exactly. Yep, that's all it's doing.
I might be still misunderstanding.
Right, no matter what it does.
But if it uses a spherical coordination system and ends up getting to the right place, wouldn't that...
Yeah, it will get to the right place. It will get there. Like if you use GPS to drive from your house to the grocery store, whatever it is, you will get there. You will follow the coordinates. You will probably never know exactly what direction you drove, exactly how fast you drove, and basically where you drove from point A to point B relative to each other. You only have the reference system on the map, but you don't have a reference in reality.
So apart
from the map, you don't have that.
I'm trying to understand the discrepancy here.
Well, you need to ask the question how. Yeah, you need to ask the question
Right.
how it was derived. That should be the next thing
You
you're
are
gonna ask.
replacing the map with reality right now. You are putting the map before reality. It is the problem of the ages. This goes back thousands of years. Which came first, the map or the territory?
Just to be clear, we can use other maps and get to our location without a sphere involved. Just because the sphere works, we're not going to reify that model.
Okay, the spherical coordinate system. Have you asked the question where it was derived? Like, what was it actually?
Well, I mean, we could get to there. I would love to get there. Let's pin that to the wall and come back to it. But guess what? You can use other coordinate reference systems. You don't have to use a spherical one. You can use a flat one, and it will get you from point A to point B.
But you said they disagree 1,000%.
They do.
One's fine.
Yeah, so there is a flat planar coordinate reference grid called the British National Grid System. For the audience listening on YouTube, you can Google this British National Grid System.
That's how we get our electricity.
Yeah. It does not align with latitude and longitude, not at all. It is a flat planar survey of interlocking squares that go out to an area of 2,500 by 2,500 miles. Or kilometers, I forgot which. Might be kilometers. The Brits are weird. They started with miles and then like halfway went into the metric system.
We still use miles, dude. We still use miles. Miles posted on the road signs, miles an hour when we drive.
God bless you. Your colony in America never forgot.
Yeah, fuck the French.
No, I do have a really great image of this. I have an image of the British National Grid System, which is a flat square slapped onto a globe. It's somewhere in my holdings. It's like buried deep in the shit. I can't pull it up that easily.
You know, the Brits still use miles because they still hate the French, man. They're still mad about Agincourt, even though they won. They're still pissed off.
Yeah, that's fucking right, bloody French.
That's funny. The French helped us.
What's the swath of land that it covers, Yoder? Like the map?
Yeah, it's like
All
a 2,500 by 2,500 mile grid or something.
I mean, for perspective, for that guy, if he's listening.
Yeah, so it goes from like Iceland somewhere out into the Atlantic Ocean across like northern France and the Netherlands, and then up along like the Danish and Norwegian coastline, and then up past the Shetland Islands, and then out to Iceland. In the middle is the UK. This isn't the only one, too. Like, there are a bunch. We've got a ton of these. Like in America, we've got state plane coordinate reference systems in every state. There are other countries. Oh, you bounced? Yep. Well, okay, for the audience listening, I mean, we've got flat, square, orthogonal coordinate reference grids, and they work. In fact, they are used in the court of fucking law. Yeah, that's right. You want to know where the meets and bounds are? You got a property dispute with your neighbor. You got a property dispute between like a freaking airport and a 3,000 acre farm. Yeah, they're not taking curvature of the earth into account. Fuck that. They're using the state plane coordinate reference grid.
Grab the telescope, man.
It got real fast with that guy, so he's just like, I don't want none of this.
Yeah, he's like, these guys are too smart.
He sounded like he was actually trying to be a little slick.
Yeah, you called it out in the beginning, and I thought I was right, and then you ended up being right in the end, Mickey. So hats off to you.
Yeah,
but we got good content.
AB's the globetrot whisperer, man. He like knows what's in your mind before they even talk.
I've been wrong about you before, AV.
Yeah, but to be fair, this would have not got how far it did if he wasn't in here. So, for the audience sake, it had to have been drug out this far.
Hey, we got Josh Ingersoll, our flat Earth satellite engineer from Amazon Kuiper Systems. Hello, Josh Ingersoll.
Oh, wow. I heard they got rid of that department.
No, like, hey, Josh, have you met any flat earthers at NGA or NRO yet? No, I have. Oh, fuck, I better log off before they catch me.
Yoder's always dragging him around by his short hairs, dude, like every time.
Told ya,
He's probably-
Kuiper is dead. Told ya, it's over with. See how that works? No matter what you do, they always kill the project.
Now they can waste another year printing new letterhead.
How are they going to redact that, though?
They're retooling, right, Indio?
Yeah,
They're
to
upgrading.
retooling, managing their synergies for optimal performance.
Yep, they're retooling. They're optimizing their downtimes, all that. They're going restructuring right now. That's why they killed it, and then they'll rename it something later when they're ready. Maybe in 5 years.
You should have heard what
Josh
he
says
said.
all purple now, baby. You get that? You know what that means? That means joint.
Uh,
No,
Yeah,
not like that joint. I mean, like, that means like working across agencies and departments.
Hold
Well,
on,
he said
let's
they were
ask
gonna-
Josh. Josh, if you found out the whole thing you're doing is fake, would you snitch or would you just keep getting your check?
$300K a year, man. Come on. That's kind of hard to pass up.
No, he ain't.
He'd want to find out where the Flat Earth office is.
You guys are ruining his Magic the Gathering, like, playlist that he's trying to get in the right headspace, man, before he goes head to head with some guys over there.
Yeah, hey, Josh, if somebody knows, they're probably in Colorado. I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, Josh. As far as Magic the Gathering, all I know about Magic the Gathering is Mount Gox owes me money.
Empty Gox because it's empty.
And that was the first Bitcoin exchange. They got hacked, and they still got some of my Bitcoin, but not a lot. I think it's only a quarter.
Yeah, Traver,
Bitcoin or
Josh.
something. But they went through Japanese bankruptcy, which is way different than American bankruptcy.
I got $1 that he's gonna come on here and be like, "Hey, I just got back on, man. What's going on, guys?" How much?
Yeah.
He's listening, man. But they always do that.
I'm still
Okay,
gonna
Josh,
ask
you
him if
reached
he
the
snitched.
4-0?
Oh, we got to get him drunk.
Oh, hell yeah, he's 40 now. Hey, look,
Dude, I'll
you're
cash
a
you
baby
your
boomer.
money, dude. So you can get drunk and confess in here.
That's about a White Claw and a half, dude.
29. Jeez, dude. Could almost be your dad.
But the confidence on him, though, every time he speaks, he's like, I mean,
Yeah, if you're going to be the public guy, Josh, that doesn't mean you know anything. Like, all the people who know things, they're not out in public. 100%.
In fact, they hired him because he doesn't know anything. That's what you hire the PR
Yeah,
people
geez,
for.
not true.
You don't want them saying something.
Exactly. You don't want your PR people to, like, cough up secrets. Hell no. Trade secrets from Amazon. Nope. Yeah, there's some old crusty people from the old Defense Mapping Agency days that do ham radio that you should probably talk to, Josh.
didn't you hear though? He's rubbing elbows with people over there in the, those forums where he said that he can be a voice for us.
Yeah, I know.
And the
It's
UN.
like the guys who know shit are like mid-level, like chain smoking, divorced alcoholics sitting in a cubicle. And he wants to rub elbows with CEOs and UN representatives. I thought you meant purple based off of my remark. Okay, never mind. I mean, for the record, like I never officially encountered any flat Earth when I was in Washington, but I met people who said these things to me that made me wonder, like back in the early to mid 2000s. I would love to write a book and tell all about that kind of thing. I don't know if I should. And I probably, actually, I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, parts of that stuff would be probably.
Yeah, like it wasn't until the freaking COVID lockdowns and we're all sitting around in our houses with our families wondering what the hell to do. And I'm like, you know what? That guy that said this thing and that chick that said that thing to me and that other time and this other time. And I'm like, you know what? This is freaking weird. Let me go check out this flat earth shit.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
The rest is history. That's right. I'm like, oh my God, it all makes sense. Like, holy shit. He was trying to tell me this. She was trying to tell me that. They were doing this. They were doing that. This is freaking weird. Like, I was never in the club, but there was a club and I wasn't fucking in it. And they might have been in it. For all I fucking know.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were mostly on a need to know basis, weren't you?
Dude, the bait was freaking like, I don't know. Like, I think they were trying to feel me out for a while to see if, I don't know. But,
Well, don't they do that? Don't they do that? They kind of
yeah, they certainly do.
They throw a little, hey, by the way, we're going to be going over here. And just like, they try to see what you say.
Right. They're like little loyalty tests that are given and passed or failed all the time. You know, while a lot of this stuff is based off a need to know and stuff, I mean, it's also to some extent who you know. Because who you know will put you in a place where you need to know.
I've always thought about, like, before they let you into that inner circle, you got to be compromised before you get there. Then once you are, then you can come in.
Yeah, and then you're done either way. So don't compromise yourself.
Yeah.
Man. Like, yeah, I mean, there are stories about that. And, it can go sideways too, because people think they're climbing a ladder and they're really going sideways and they're fucking their career, their family, their life, and everything up in the process. And they're being used.
They have special islands that you can go to and you can get compromised.
Yeah, that's
Josh is screwed.
That's for the real shit.
Yeah, that's
Josh has already given him enough ammo, right? He's already associated with us. He sports a "It's Flat" number plate, license plate, bro.
Dude,
what a
awesome.
perfect patsy. Anything goes wrong, I'm pinning it all on Josh.
So I can say this, like the few stories I know I can get into. So I worked with a guy. He was a geologist and an RF engineer with master's degrees. And he's old as dirt. I don't know if he's alive right now. But he was a guest scientist in the Cold War and did 2 tours of duty in Antarctica at Vostok Base and McMurdo. Vostok base is interesting because that was with the Russians during the Cold War. He was a guest transfer scientist. He had some interesting things to say and never really said it. And he taught me a lot. He was a mentor of mine, taught me a lot about RF and signals and stuff. And one of the things he said was when he got down to Vostok base, he's like, this is the actual place on Earth where magnetic field lines terminate. And he said, we were able to do interesting studies of the ionosphere and of the geology, which was more interesting to him, even though he was an amateur extra and other things in amateur radio. One of the things he said to me was, after all these years, I still don't know if the ionosphere rotates with the Earth or if it's stationary and just breathes in place. I'll never forget that.
That's profound, dude. That's what's going on in the Glober head right now when they're listening to.
Yeah, freaking Macarena. Right? Isn't that profound? I mean, he said other things like that too.
Yeah, I mean, really probably never, it didn't click when you were listening to it at the time.
Friends, anyway. It's Josh's friends anyway.
Yeah. He said some other things too, like like the magnetic alignment of rocks that they used to study down there were not congruent with what they understood with the history of the Earth and geology and the nature of things. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit. And, this isn't anything, like, this is not crazy stuff that people can get in trouble with by talking about. And then I met somebody else. She was a similarly qualified expert, but far younger. And she told me things that, like, you know what? Everybody studies skywave propagation of radio transmission, radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere at night in a certain frequency range. She's like, that's not really what's going on. She said, if you really want to know, if you really want to know the rest of the story, it's not just that. If you want to know the rest, you need to focus on the ground wave component, ground wave propagation. In fact, ground wave is really all that it's at. And skywave is kind of theoretical, but it's all ground wave. I'm like, that's kind of like what Nikola Tesla was saying, like the freaking energy transmission over the ground. And now I'm like, holy shit. And then like you open old like antenna theory manuals and they're talking about how they model the propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat planes, over half planes. And how like they do studies in like the energy density of the wave on a target like an antenna or whatever in a far distance. If Earth is curving, then it should be predictable how much energy is being transferred onto the far end of the target by the predicted curvature amount, plus diffraction and all that shit. But it's not. It's actually like as if Earth is flat. Like electromagnetic fields act as if Earth is flat, folks.
And that's how they measure it too. Well, calculate it, but yeah. I just wonder, is there any information loss? Is there any loss over distance, with radio wave propagation due to surface contact?
I mean, yeah, there's absorption and scattering. It depends on the surface. So if the surface is lumpy, like lumpy Lambertian surface, then it's going to scatter. And if it's specular, it's going to reflect. And the ocean and bodies of water are like mirrors to radio waves, just like light.
Right, and can that then adversely affect, like unobstructed wavelengths? Like, can it interfere with
reflection? Interfere?
Right. So right. So what's traveling
Yeah.
straight, right? So it's going in all directions, right? But you got some coming down and hitting the ground, and then bouncing back up. Some are being absorbed, scattered, whatever. But you got reflection happening. So it's coming back up into the path of what hasn't gone that direction. Does that interfere?
Yeah, there's interference. Yep, some of it bounces back and hits the transmitter that may be receiving too at the same frequency. Or it can actually change its phase and completely and bounce back at a different frequency. Yeah, I mean, it's so messy. I don't really know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, guys, but it's such a messy freaking soup. I do know that there's a lot of money. Like, if you want to make money as an electrical engineer, particularly in communications, the money isn't in the antennas or the power or the freaking protocol and all that shit. It's going to be in the filters that are used. It's going to be in the filters. It's going to be in smart filters. So you're going to need like chemical engineers and freaking, artificial intelligence, computer scientists, cryptologist engineers. You put them in a room together to start making filters, and you can do so many amazing things. Figuring out the transmission's the easy part. Because you can come up with novel ways to do that all day long. But receiving it, that's the trick. So they got ways to they have ways to propagate energy in a chiral motion. That's like a drill, like it spirals. And if your antenna is not configured properly to receive it, then you're not going to get the full transmission. So there's a physical way to encrypt and decrypt signals based off of the waveform itself. And then when all this is flying out there with all the freaking black body radiation, all the static and everything else going on, how do you tease out the signal from the noise? That's the question. Well, that has to do with filters. I don't know what this has to do with flat Earth, but oh yeah, the signals, they go over a flat Earth. But for Tesla's energy propagation, he proposed putting plates in the ground at intervals apart based off of the harmonic of the wave and all this, so that you can leapfrog the transmission of energy from one place to the next using ground wave. And basically, it allowed for inductance and capacitance at every incremental point to store and retransmit the energy in the direction that it was initially transmitted at. So it's kind of like greasing the skids, you know what I mean? You got like a rail, you got like roller blades, you want to grease the skids, you want to grease the ball bearings. So.
What do you mean a plate in the ground? I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Yeah.
I know about the ground wave shit, but I didn't know he was going to stick a plate in the ground.
Yeah, like a sidewalk. Like he envisioned like steel plates at intervals going from A to B.
And that was to make the current travel farther, or
with higher fidelity.
Oh, yeah.
To retain energy.
Well, you could also basically rectify. I think you could rectify the signal if they were spaced right,
and nothing in the way. Well, I mean, it's all diffraction.
Well, what you're going to get is the further away, right? It's going to get noisier, right? Right. Even the resonant wave is going to start to decompose unless you're using fucking solitons or something, right? Which nobody knew about at the time. including Tesla. But you could.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I
one
don't know
trick
how
he
far
used
the
to
reach
do
was.
is he had a way of. We'll get it. I shouldn't get into it. I should get into it with you somewhere else. Not here. It's fucking way too deep for this shit. If you look at some of his writings from the pre 1900 stuff where he gave presentations, like at the Benjamin Franklin Institute, one of the presentations he gave there is freaking mind blowing, bro. The single wire freaking electricity transmission and how you could change the way, like this standing node. So what he would do is he would, because when you reach the end of the conductor, the electricity will bounce off the end. So if the length of the conductor is some fraction, some ratio of, you can make a standing wave of electricity, right? Where the center of the conductor basically has no charge on its surface and the endpoints have all the charge. And you could change where the node was by making like a little now it's connected metallically, but you could change where the node is by putting this little piece of metal, kind of like a pointy thing, right? To kind of accumulate the charge, or like just change the way. You'd have to look at the diagrams because the diagrams show it all. It's hard to explain, but this is part of his single wire electricity idea that he was doing. I don't know why they ever ended up with the freaking 3-wire. I guess
it
that's
came
just
with
cheaper.
demonstration though, didn't it? During his lectures and that.
Oh yeah, he did it. Yeah, he demonstrated. He didn't just talk about it. He did it in front of everybody. That's why everybody was amazed by him, because they would all talk theory, right? And when they came up, then when he got up, he'd be like, "Okay," and he'd have all that apparatus and shit, and show people stuff. He was an experimentalist. He wasn't really a theoretician. And people just don't get that there's a huge difference between a physics experimentalist and a theoretician. Gigantic difference. They're not even in the same fields, you could say. Just like applied physics is different than theoretical physics. But even the applied physics people, if they're not doing experiments, they're still way behind the experimentalists.
Right, that's why Maxwell's equations were like sort of disregarded for a while, right?
Yeah, they're impossible really to work with in any practical way.
It got worse after Einstein. Trying to scale those up, right? Or down.
The problem with Maxwell's equations really is that when you could work the equations out, but when you end up coming to the boundaries of like a conductor or a capacitor or anything, when you tried to quantify the boundary condition, they would go to infinity because they're partial differential equations. So they would just frickin' blow up into,
Noise.
Yeah, they just frickin' just blow up. I mean, then what are you going to do with it? And because they're kind of they're non-linear, like you don't know, is the blow up because of the non-linearity or is it because they're at the boundary? You know what I mean?
That reminds me. So that clip you sent me of that dude with the mustache. I don't know his name. He's got a YouTube channel. It's a great channel called like Inductance or something.
Oh, Inductive. Yeah. He just put out something which is pretty interesting. I
yes, he did.
No, you saw it?
He took all of Maxwell's equations and distilled them down into 3.
Yeah. Using the Arnold
like,
Bohm
holy
effect,
shit,
dude.
this is so intuitive.
Yeah, and it's like modeled as a fluid. But he said at the end, he's like, it's funny, dude. Because what he said at the end is like because before Flat Earth, I was looking into all this shit, all this ether, and though I wasn't like all hooked on the ether shit, it was a little more different than what I was looking at, though the ether was involved, is that if you look at the equations and you model electricity as a fluid, you end up with a problem because part of that fluid is moving in the opposite direction. And we don't observe that. Okay, so he had so it was a glut and a non-glut, right? So you have basically, it's almost like you have an area, so the electron was an area of a bunch of ether, and the proton was a positive charge is the area with like less ether, and this little section of space ended up making a positive versus negative charge. And so they're modeling it as a fluid, like the fluid's going into the electron and out of the proton. And when you have this imbalance, right, they get attracted to each other. So, but when you model this like as a conductor, then you end up with a proton flow. And this is what he was saying at the end. What he was saying at the end is like he talked to the paper. It was a guy named Martins, and said, "Yeah, that's what it predicts." And he's like, "Well, in the guy, this Indicta guy is like, the problem with this was that we don't observe it in nature." Yeah, because protons are in the nucleus, right? They're in a lattice.
Yeah.
But I remember coming across, because I remember this specific thing, me wondering, like, if they model electricity as electron flow in one direction, why aren't the protons flowing in the other direction? Right? It's intuitive. Like, why wouldn't they go in the other direction? Like I don't even know if they do it in a plasma. Well, someone actually did that test, and they actually did record proton flow. I can't remember what they used, but somehow they measured some amount of proton flow, but you have to turn up the fucking voltage, like, to some stupid, ridiculous level to basically get the molecules to travel within the substance itself, to travel within the lattice, because, you know, like solid state matter usually has some sort of crystalline lattice, right? So,
right,
unless it's glass or something. So
especially
I think they might. That reminds you, maybe they was glass, that they used some sort of amorphous substance to get the positively charged molecules to flow in the opposite direction. And so they actually did get it to happen, but it's like they had to crank it up to some crazy fucking voltage.
That's always the problem with this. They have to go to extremes in order to create the rules. So they have to find exceptions, and yeah.
Well, I mean, you think about it, it's all symmetric, right? The positive and negative charge, everything's just symmetric. But that's not kind of what we observe in nature. The protons are stuck in lattices of conductors, like, so we don't see a positive flow in the other direction.
Well, I mean, that's where the ether comes in, right? With, like, you know, counter space.
I don't even know. I'm still trying to figure out what counter space means, bro. I don't know.
Listen, it is the hole that everything goes into that you don't understand.
Oh, you mean like your donations? Is that where your donations go?
That's where that's where your government contract money goes. Your grants, but
no, Dollar's always begging for donations. I think that's where your donations go, like right into that freaking hole. That dude, when I first I'll say this about Dollard. He's very knowledgeable about the history of electricity, and I credit him with teaching me much, at least the historical background of what the situation was. Beyond that, I don't know if he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He might. I don't know. It's impossible for me to evaluate it. All I know is that he does his presentation, and the hat comes out at the end every fucking time. So
yeah,
I mean, he's made no fucking progress that anybody can discern.
Listen, the guy I talked about earlier from Antarctica, he was like Eric Dollard, and I got to.
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, going alright. What were you talking about here?
We are talking about the nature of the Earth.
Nature of the Earth. I'm not really familiar with that.
Well, you know how they tell people that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
We're asking if there's any proof for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because...
Yeah. I thought there were a lot of evidence.
What was that?
I thought there was a lot of evidence.
Yeah, a lot of people thought there was a lot of evidence, but then when you actually look, there's no evidence. There's only claims.
Oh,
and images and videos that you can't verify. You see?
Then
Like
is
if I
there
were
like
to
more
ask
evidence
you,
for flat?
oh yeah, there's way more evidence for a flat Earth. Like, for instance,
Yeah, I'm interested.
you understand that you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless directly from your perspective.
Yeah.
You know, you've heard them say it's too big to see the curve.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so this is then what they're actually telling you is you experience a flat Earth. You ever thought about that?
Mm.
So they tell you, oh, it's just because it's such a big ball. But what evidence do you have for that other than, well, they've shown you some images which you can't reproduce or duplicate? You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what evidence do you have then?
Well, observable, measurable, practically used reality. So it observes flat and motionless. It measures flat and motionless. The surface, that is, like the ground, the bodies of water, yeah, like lakes, things like that. Measure flat, not curved.
Mm. Then how do you prove the Earth is flat? Like by measuring?
But you can do things like, well, basically, you're wanting to test your line of sight. You know what line of sight is?
I'm not sure. Yeah, no.
Like how far you can see. Like if you were to draw a straight line from your eyeballs forward, right, horizontally, like how far you can see across the surface. Because if you're on a curved surface like a ball, it's going to limit the amount you can see of that surface, yeah, because it's going to curve down and away from you. So we can test the globe model just by using the numbers that they give us. So do you know how big they say the Earth is? The globe?
I'm not sure.
So they say it's got a 3,959 mile radius. So this tells us the size of the ball that we're supposedly living on. So we can use this to work out how much curvature drop over a distance there should be. So let's take an example. So let's say we've got a 10-mile stretch. Let's say we're at a lake that's 10 miles wide. You ever been to a big lake? You know what a lake is? Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever been to a big one?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, the one that you did go to, did it look flat or curved?
It looked flat.
It looks flat, right? That's right. The lake does look flat. All bodies of water to us appear to be flat when at rest. But they're telling us that it's actually curved, right?
Yeah.
So do you know, over that 10 miles, how much curvature do they claim there should be?
I don't know.
Have a guess. Don't worry, I don't expect you to know.
I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Well, what do you think? Like a centimeter, 10 centimeters, a meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, ballpark it. Just an average, just a guess.
10
miles. So how much drop over a distance? If you were to draw a horizontal line from your feet, where over 10 miles, how far away would it have curved from that horizontal line down and away?
10 miles?
Over 10 miles, yep.
Okay.
What do you think? 10 centimeters, 50 centimeters, a meter, 10 meters, more or less?
I'm not sure. 10 meters.
Well, 10 meters. Okay. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Usually people say like, oh, a nanometer, less than a centimeter. They think there's no curve at all. But the globe prediction would actually say that there's over 66 feet. Right? So that's like 20 meters. of curvature over that distance. But the thing is, when people try and measure this, and they go to a lake that's, say, 10 miles wide, there is no 66 feet of curvature. Right? You can just see all the way to the other side. You can shoot lasers to the other side, and there's no drop over distance to align with the globe. Whereas if we were on a globe, we would need that curvature. That curvature would have to exist, but it doesn't. Understand? So the lakes are flat. So that water is flat, basically. That's the natural physics of water, yeah? Takes the shape of its container, and the surface will find its level when it rests. Like a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, an ocean, find its level. You see? So
Well, isn't that because of gravity?
Well, no, gravity, according to the globe, would make it curved. But it's not curved, it's flat.
Yeah, but it's kind of the gravity. As far as I know, gravity pulls everything, even the space.
Yeah, no, that's just a story that we've been told. It's not true.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the lakes measure flat, because if the story was true, the lakes would measure curved. The water would be curving, but it's not.
Yeah.
The water's flat. You understand?
But like measuring distance doesn't really debunk the theory of the, usually ordinary people say.
Well, it does if over that distance there's supposed to be curvature, but there's none. So a ball has to have a curved surface, yeah?
Hmm?
Does not. And
But you just measuring. Are you saying measuring the distance from the other side?
Yeah, from one side of the lake to the other. Yeah. So there's supposed to be a hill of water between you and the other side of that lake. You shouldn't be able to see. So if I was standing on one side of the lake and you were standing at the other side of the lake, we shouldn't be able to see each other because of the curve, right? You're supposed to be hidden by the curve, by like 60 feet of curved water. But when people take a pair of binoculars or a telescope or whatever down to the lake, they do see the other side. They do see their friend at the other side, and he's not hidden by curvature. Which tells us that there is no curvature. So basically, we're seeing too far for the surface to be a curved ball. We're seeing too far. We're shooting lasers too far. There's no curve. So if there's no curve, it can't possibly be a ball, like they're claiming. You see? But it's also, it's not a disc in space, right? The flat Earth is not in space, floating around.
Oh, where is it?
Well, you can't really define the Earth as being embedded in a larger space. For all intents and purposes, as far as we can tell, the Earth is the place. It's the whole place. You could think of it as the floor of the universe, right? The Earth is the floor, and above is the sky with the sun, moon, and stars. That's above. Not all around, doesn't go below your feet, above.
But then what happens if we dig a really deep hole under the ground?
Yeah, the deepest hole they've dug is less than 8 miles. Right?
Yeah, but they I forgot the name, but they did some scientific method to find out what material inside the ground.
Yeah. So when they did this, when they dug this hole, this 8-mile hole, they made predictions about what they would find at certain depths. Right, so at 1 mile we expect to find this type of rock. At 2 miles we expect to find water like this. They were wrong all the way down. Right, so they couldn't predict what was 8 miles below the Earth's surface, but we're supposed to believe that they know what is 4,000 miles down below the Earth's surface. That being the core of a ball Earth. Right, they've got no idea. So less than 8 miles, if you had that on the globe, that would be like you're barely breaking the skin of the apple. And they're going to tell you what's at the core. No, they've got no idea. This is just propaganda. So
how do you explain the gravity?
Explain what?
Gravity.
What do you think? Well, what do you mean by gravity?
Gravity, if we can drop things on the ground, that means like something constantly put things at, like.
Yeah, we can have things falling to a flat ground.
Yeah.
Like things falling doesn't necessitate the ground being curved or a ball. You know, why would that be the case? So what they've done is they've taken the phenomena of objects falling to the ground, and they've told us that it means we're on a giant spinning ball and we're being pulled to the center of it effectively. But that's not really the case. Things are just rising or falling based on their density relative to the medium. If you look up specific gravity, that basically describes what it is. But there's no globe involved. You see? Just a flat, motionless Earth. Like you always experience.
Then what about rotation?
I was going to ask you, so do you think the ground is rotating?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Do you experience the ground to be rotating?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. So why do you think it is?
I mean, that's how it is. It's like, that's why we have day and night.
You just not how it is. Because how it is, according to our perspective, not rotating. It's not moving. Unless you're in an earthquake, then you'll feel the ground moving. So what makes you think the ground is moving? I think I heard you just say it.
When we see our sky or the stars.
Okay. So we see the sun and moon and stars rotating. But why does that mean that the ground is rotating? Why couldn't it just mean that those things are rotating? You thought about
that? But I knew the reason that they have to be rotating, otherwise it doesn't make sense.
Well, what has to be rotating?
Like the sun and stuff. Like
yeah. You see the sun moving, the sun rotating around or moving around you, so you don't necessarily see it rotating. You see it move through the sky east to west, yeah? And they've told you that even though that's what you observe, that's only because the ground is rotating. But what proof did they show you that it was actually the ground rotating and not just the sun moving like you observed?
Because by watching the orbit of the stars, like suns and moon.
Well, again, you're just seeing them move, though. What proof is there that it's the ground moving and not just those things you're seeing moving?
Because
if you just see the sun move, you just see the sun move. You can say, okay, I see the sun move, so I'm gonna assume that the sun is moving. But if you're going to say, no, I'm going to assume that it's the ground that's moving, then you need to provide evidence for that, or someone needs to give you evidence for that, no?
Yeah.
So what evidence did they give you that it's actually the ground spinning and not the sun moving like you observed? Did they give you any evidence?
I mean, they did. I just can't really remember on the spot.
What kind of evidence do you think they gave you? Measurements? Or stories? Claims? Assumptions? What do you think? Because as far as I can tell, it's all just claims and assumptions. There's no evidence. There's no measurements. There's no science. It's just assumptions. They assume that the ground is moving, and that's what's causing the sun to appear to move. But no one's actually measured the ground to be spinning. Have they?
Mm.
Who do you think's measured that?
Oh.
Anyone?
Why do you think people lie about the?
Ooh, why have they lied to us?
Yeah.
Well, it's not even necessarily the case. I mean, it's a big question because, I mean, most people that you're thinking about, right, like a teacher who teaches you that the Earth is a globe, they didn't lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
They believe it's a globe. And why do they believe it was a globe? Because that's what they were taught. And who taught them that the Earth was a globe? Their teacher. And how did they know it was a globe? Well, they didn't know it was a globe. They were just taught it as well. So it's almost like a tradition, like Santa Claus or something, right? It's passed down and taught, but they didn't see it themselves. They never proved it. They're all just assuming that these organizations like NASA or the Russian government are telling the truth about what they're doing. It is all based on that assumption. So it's not actually like loads of people are lying. Most people just believe it and teach it and, you know, claim it to be true based on their belief. Really, it's a small group of people who would have to actually be lying about it, meaning they know it's not true and they're saying it is the case anyway. So, but your question about why would they lie, those people who maybe have lied about it, well, I mean, I could come up with a whole host of possible reasons, right? Do some people lie for money? Yeah, because NASA, they make about $70 million a day peddling this story. So would some people lie for even a slice of 70 million a day? Possibly. Yeah. Control of the world view, you know, if they have the power to say there's an asteroid coming and it's going to wipe us all out in a year's time, so you all have to come and work for us, give us your tax dollars, whatever it is, right? They could convince the whole nation to do whatever they tell it to do based on fear, basically, right? They control the environment that you think you're in. Yeah? They're the ones with access to space where Earth is. So if they say, hey, this giant rock is coming to wipe us out in 3 years' time, people will believe them. That's a lot of power. You can get people to do a lot of things through fear, right? It's very powerful for controlling society. You could also argue that they are obscuring the nature of our environment, right? Because they've given us a cosmology that says that the Earth essentially appeared by accident, randomly, right? There was a big bang, a random explosion of nothingness, and then everything just appeared. That's all based on a globe story, right? So when you figure out that that's not the case, then it goes all the way back to the creation story.
Then do you have like completely different story of universe? Like you said,
Yeah, well, it
there's
has
no
to.
such thing.
It shows that it has to have been intelligently designed.
Intelligently
environment.
designed.
Intelligently designed, yes. A creator.
Okay,
Yeah.
but that intelligent creator might have made the globe and
I'm sure he could have done, but he didn't because we measure it and it measured flat.
okay.
So he
Then
didn't
why
do
do you
that.
think why do you think the cause was the intelligent creator?
Well, because the only option we had for no intelligent creator was a Big Bang globe cosmology. Right? But that we don't have that. We don't have a globe. We don't have a Big Bang. So there's not really a creation. There's not an accidental natural creation story for a motionless topographical plane. Also, it's a contained system, so something had to have made the container.
But then who made the intelligent creator?
Well, now you're getting into philosophy and religion. It's not what I'm dealing with.
Is it like not your topic?
It's an infinite regression fallacy. Who created the creator? Who created the creator's creator? Who created the creator's creator? Creator's creator? And on and on and on we go.
Yeah, it just doesn't go anywhere. And it would just be speculation.
Yeah, I mean, how do you explain that? If someone asks you like just where the creator is from,
I don't make a claim as to. Well, I don't impose my thoughts on the nature of the creator to other people. That's your journey, right? That's up for you.
Yeah. Just I wonder what you are thinking about it.
Well, my view would align generally with what it seems the vast majority of human beings throughout history have held, that there's an intelligent designer that they call God, and he created this environment, this system called the Earth. And the sun, moon, and stars are essentially just like a giant clock above it.
But you also think, so that's like how you think.
Yeah. That's what I think is a logical conclusion to arrive at once you have reviewed the evidence.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like I gotta study a little bit just to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you should check out our home server. We've got a lot of resources that you can study.
Yeah, do you have a link or something?
Let me check if the bot is in with the right link.
You can just click on my profile, and there's a link in my profile. Broken Eraser. That's my name.
Yeah, right. How to? Sorry, I'm new to this application.
Just click my name, Broken Eraser, and then you'll see discord.gg/flat earth, and then just click that, and it will take you there.
Maybe it's different. I'm using my I'm using my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just click on my name, hold your finger down, and it should come up with like my profile.
Oh yeah. With my finger, yeah. And then
you should see a link, like a link to the home server. Discord.gg.
Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me direct you to the information just so you know where to look. So you join that server, yeah?
Yeah.
Now you scroll down the channels about 3/4 of the way. And you'll see there's a lot of channels of different topics, like astronauts, NASA, curvature, gravity. Do you see all those? It's alphabetical. Do you see those channels? Called additional information.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when you want to research, you might say, what about satellites? So you scroll down to S, and you see a channel of satellites. Yeah? And now we save information here that you won't be able to easily find just using Google and YouTube, because they censor the topic. They hide it. So you can research our side of the argument here. Because you need to research both sides of the argument.
Yeah, I will study those.
Good man.
It is like still hard for me just to believe all the ideas of yours.
That's okay. We don't want you to just believe. We want you to figure out.
Yeah. Right? So I might be back with additional knowledge, like not just say, I heard that.
You can also listen on YouTube. We are live on YouTube 24/7. You can just type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, and you'll find our streams. And if you listen to those conversations, you will learn a lot more about the topic.
That's pretty passionate. 24/7.
24/7, 365 days a year. We're even on Christmas. We don't even take a break for Santa. Okay.
Yeah, 366 years on a leap year.
Yeah.
And then we also make culture and other stuff. We're also making music. We have a Flat Earth radio station on our home server.
Yeah, so take your time, explore all the resources, do some research, think up some questions, and then you can come back and speak to us.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, thank you. It was really interesting.
Yeah, you're welcome to come and talk to us anytime, my friend.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. See you.
Peace.
Nothing much. What are we talking about?
Nothing at the moment.
Nautical miles. That's what we were talking about.
About what?
Nautical miles.
Is this like affirmative or like trying to disprove that the Earth is flat?
Disprove the Earth is flat?
You can try.
Oh, it's like a debate channel.
Yeah, it can be.
Or a discussion channel, whichever one you want to do. If you don't feel like arguing, you can turn it into a discussion. If you feel like arguing, you can debate. Whatever you want.
Okay, sure. Why do you guys think it's flat?
Because it's not curved.
But why do you think it's not curved?
Because it measures that way. Everyday practical use is used as a flat, non-rotating surface. It looks that way as well.
But it doesn't look that way because it's just too big, so you can't really see the curve because the land is, too big, too far.
Well, they gave us a size of it, so from that we can work out the drop over distance. So over 10 miles, drop over distance is 66 feet. If it was a ball the size they gave us, but we don't detect any of that.
But isn't Earth like not perfectly like spherical? It's more like oval shaped.
The measurements that the numbers that they give us, we can treat it as a sphere, perfect sphere, because it would be 24 miles different at the equator in circumference, maybe in diameter or radius. One of those, but it's pretty insignificant to the numbers they give us.
What do you use to like calculate that?
Sorry?
Like what do you use to calculate that? Like how did you figure it out?
Figure out no measurement of curvature. Or does it be zero?
Yeah.
Yeah. Zero drop over distance.
I don't know that much about the topic. I'm waiting for someone else to respond to that. Guys, who thinks the Earth is round? Raise your hands.
Well, I mean, everybody here at one time thought that the Earth was round, so, you know, pretty much everybody here.
Oh, and what made you like question it?
Well,
When did
mostly
you start questioning?
that, you know, it appears flat, it doesn't move. So we measured it, we checked it against the claim numbers, and there is zero drop over distance to be measured or found anywhere. So that was kind of the end of it. Pretty
Can you
simple.
explain like drop over distance?
Yeah, so imagine that you're standing, you know, let's say you're standing even on a basketball, right? But let's blow that up a little bit. Let's say you're standing on a ball the size of like a trampoline or something, you know, that circumference, but it's a ball. Well, from your feet, if you were on top of it, the ball would be dropping away from your plane that you're standing on. You know, if you were to measure a plane or have a plane, and the ball would be dropping away from that plane where you're standing. So that's drop over distance across the surface of the plane, linearly, but there is none. So that's drop over distance. The sphere has to drop away from you in every direction because it's a sphere, right? Every direction. And I don't even care where you're standing. It would have to be down to the micron. It would be curving away from you. So we could measure microns or we could measure over 10 miles just to be sure. Well, we measured 10 miles. Then, you know, we've got some other laser tests that measure for drop over distance. And those are somewhere in the ballpark of 40 kilometers. Still no curve. So the Earth is flat, measurably.
Okay, do you think like you can fall off from the Earth, or what do you think is like on the edges of the Earth?
I don't even know if there is an edge to fall off.
Do you think it's like infinite?
No, I just don't know how this place is ultimately constructed. And so the idea of falling off of it is kind of absurd. Fall off
But what do
into
you
what?
think it looks like?
It looks like the Earth. On the surface that we dwell atop, it's flat with topography, you know, hills and mountains and valleys.
So what shape would you say the Earth is, like in your view, or like what
I
do
have
you think
no
it is?
idea. No idea.
What would you
No one
guess?
ever would even. Why would I guess about what shape
Why
it
not?
would be?
So like any shape with like a flat top.
You want me to make you want me to make up something like I think the Earth is like a table? You want me to do something stupid
Well,
like
like
that?
what would you like? I mean, if you want, I don't know.
I'm not going to speculate on the overall shape of this realm. That would be foolish. It doesn't matter where we live on top of this surface, this Earth, the place that we call Earth, the terra firma. It is flat.
So do you think like astronauts like who've been, you know, outside like to the moon and stuff, do you think they're lying about what they saw?
I don't know that any. I don't think that any astronauts have gone to the moon. In fact, I'm not even sure that the moon is a place that you could go to.
Is it because Stanley Kubrick worked with NASA when they like took the moon landing pictures and stuff?
No, I'm saying that because there's no evidence that the moon is a place that we can fly a rocket to and land on it. That's why I'm saying that.
No, but I'm asking, do you think like the pictures are fake?
Well, the way that we know that they're fake, the only one photo that's claimed to be of the Earth is of a perfect sphere. So we measured the surface of the Earth to see if that sphericity or that curvature is there, and it's not. So just by the evidence, right, the provable evidence, those photos are indeed fake. That one photo, I should say. All the other photos that you think you've seen of a spherical Earth are complete composites. There are no photographs of the Earth as a sphere anywhere in existence. Everything is a composite or painting. Yeah, the measuring of the Earth's surface undoes every by any having to do with the Earth being a sphere in outer space. That pretty much ends it all. Now, it's difficult for people to accept because they're just far too indoctrinated to see anything else except for what they've been shown and what they've conceptualized for most of their life. So I can understand if you have your doubts, that's no problem, but it will not change reality.
I have a question. How do you then like what would you say about all these like physical phenomena about like stuff orbiting the Earth and time zone and stuff that kind of rely on the fact that the Earth, is a circle?
They don't. What physical phenomena are you referring to?
Well, like for example, maybe like time zones. Like for example, how is it possible, like if the Earth orbits the sun and stuff, like how would daytime and nighttime change and stuff like that? For example, in one part of the world it's night, the other it's day and stuff.
So here's the thing: the time zones. Number one, the time zones are primarily for commerce and policy. Okay, but if you're talking about where the sun is in relation to you on top of this flat surface, then that just has to do with the angular relationship of the sun in the sky to where you are. And as it moves, yes, the sun moves, and everybody observes this. The time of day that we evenly kind of span out over 360 degrees is 24 hours. So the time zones, or how we evenly divide the daylight hours and the nighttime, is all based on the angular relationship to the sun. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a sphere. Now, as far as the orbit around the sun and all those other claims, well, there is no evidence that the Earth spins. There is no evidence that the sun is a giant burning ball of gas, roughly 8 light minutes away, or 93 million miles away, if you want to think of it that way. There's no evidence for that either. So what you have is the experience that you have every day where the sun moves from horizon to horizon, and then you have, a nighttime period, all of that added together and divided equally up into 24-hour periods. That's how that works.
Okay, another question. So if I, from like where I'm standing right now, if the Earth was like, it had nothing on, like there was no like obstacles like mountain stuff, that would make it impossible. But let's say right now I started walking forward, I would just end up in the same spot I am right now. And how is that possible if the Earth is flat?
Well, first of all, you started with a claim that would be what occurs. So what I would encourage you to do is start walking forward for as long as you can and see what happens.
But haven't people already kind of tried that and done that with ships and boats and stuff?
Going straight?
No. They do what's called circumnavigation. That's a circle. So they were keeping a bearing with north at their left or their right, going east or west, and made a giant circle. And you can do circles on flat plains, but they didn't go straight. That would be silly.
Oh.
Yeah.
So why do so many people believe in a round Earth? Why do you think that is?
Because they've been propagandized since about the day they were born.
But why do people want to spread that?
You'd have to ask them. I don't really know their ultimate motivations. It could be they're nefarious. It could be that they're just a religious cult, kind of like the Pythagoreans. They believe the same thing.
Yeah, Great Lakes, you're going to
Thank
mic
you.
up.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Oh, you're welcome. So you continue on if you have more questions.
I don't know what else to ask. To be honest, that was like my main thing that I was curious about.
Yeah, they're listening Great Lakes on YouTube. Get back in here. Mic up. I don't know how you managed to avoid the hush, but I'll just keep doing it.
Wait, what happened?
There's another guy in the side chat that was... We were giving him an ultimatum for removing his privileges to text and challenging him to come into the VC and speak with us.
Oh yeah, there's people typing in the chat, but they're not talking. Are they pro round Earth?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Or maybe they're scared because there's more flat earthers.
It's not the reason, but yeah, they're definitely scared.
What's the reason?
Oh, the reason is because he's already shot himself in the foot in the side chat. That's why.
Oh, what did he say?
Well, it's kind of complicated stuff, right? It's about, like a long distance observation.
Yeah, so they make an excuse as to why we see across the surface of the Earth. We see more of the surface of the Earth than would be allowed if it was a ball with a specific size that they claim it is, right? So they give it a specific radius value and say that it has a specific circumference value. That means its surface curves at a specific rate. And based on that rate, and you being an observer standing on the surface of a giant ball of that size, you'll only be able to see so much of the surface before it's continuing to curve down and away and out of your line of sight, right? Essentially forming a horizon. And we make observations that break that geometry. We see much further than would be allowed if we were on a sphere of that size, right? And then their excuse for that is that light is behaving in a manner within the air, right, so that it reaches your eye, causing it to look the way that we see it, and explaining our observations, why we don't see the curvature, right? We don't see the expected results from the claimed geometry. It's not measured, it's not observed, right? And they make this excuse for that. Yeah, it just looks flat. Yeah, it measures flat, looks flat. And that's because light's bending in a way that makes that appear to be the case. That's what they claim, right? So they just claim so it's called claim stacking. So first they've claimed that the Earth is a sphere, haven't shown any measurements of it. We show observations and measurements that contradict that claim. And then they add another claim on top of their initial claim that they haven't proven true in the first place, which is that light, they call it terrestrial refraction. So light is traveling to your eye from a distance in a manner that allows you to see beyond the claimed curvature of the Earth. And then we challenged him for evidence of this taking place, measurements, right, demonstrated to be true, right? And he just threw elephants at us, which is like just throwing a link to a huge article that we're supposed to sieve through to find his proof, right? Or when I asked him for actual evidence of an arced path of the air, right? he just threw a simulation at me, right? Not an actual out in the field measurement or demonstration, just another guy's computer simulation of how it would work if all those things were true, right? So that's when we challenge you, get in here, get in the VC. We want to talk to you through voice rather than in the text chat. Because we've got further questions. We're going to push him to actually support his claims.
It should, to be honest, because I want to hear both sides. I'm a neutral. I'm a spectator. Oh, all the messages got deleted. Sad.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate consequence of the hush command, which I wish it didn't do that, but that's what happens. And I forgot that happens. When I issued the command, it just removed it all. I didn't want that to happen, but it happens.
But I could just take her.
Yeah, so they don't measure these things to be true. In reality, they use the observations to then back engineer basically, what they need to be true in order for their first premise to be true, and that would be that Earth is a sphere. Because the observations don't match, And even just yourself, you probably haven't looked deeply into this, right? But just your own, recount your own natural experience, right? Right, I can appeal to at least your general experience of water, right? So in a cup, the surface looks flat, right? When you let it rest, let it sit still, it looks flat, doesn't it? Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. What about in a bathtub? You fill a bathtub and let it become still. It looks flat on the top, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Right. The same as a swimming pool. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yep. What about a lake? Have you ever been to a lake?
Yeah, I have been. It's still, I
did the
think,
surface look flat? Hey?
Oh, it did.
It did look flat?
Yeah.
Yeah. And same when you go to the ocean too. You look at stretching out across the ocean, even though it's turbulent and there's waves, right? You're looking out into the distance. You see a flat horizon where the water seems to end and it meets the sky, right? Appears to meet the sky, forming a horizon, right? That's what the definition of the horizon is. And that doesn't look curved either. That's flat. So in all instances where there's a large amount of water contained, it doesn't appear to be curving to us, right? So it's not apparent to us just by looking at the general nature of water and how it behaves. It's not apparent that it's that it's conforming to the to becoming the exterior of a sphere, right? It just looks flat. So it's a pretty huge claim when somebody says, yeah, it looks flat, but it's actually curving. Right? That's a huge claim. That somebody makes that claim, they're going to have to come up with some pretty good evidence that that's true, given that our natural experience isn't of that at all. That's just flat.
But for example, could it be if it was just a really big ball that you couldn't see? For example, from a certain point, you wouldn't be able to see how it curves if it's really big.
Sure, you could conceive that, or in other words, imagine that could be the case, right? But then you'd still need to show the evidence of that. Now, they're claiming that is why it appears to be so flat to us, is because we're so small and the Earth, in comparison to our size, is very, very big, right? A big sphere, but they've given it a specific value. This is what I was talking about earlier, where it has a specific radius value of 3,959 miles. If you like kilometers, it's 6,371 kilometers, right? and that gives it a circumference value of about 40,000 kilometers. That gives it a specific curvature rate, particularly over the surface of water, right? So over distance, it should begin to change, right? And we can calculate what that change should be, right? And if it is actually doing that, then it should match our observations and our measurements. So we can view across the surface, see how far we see, right? It should be limited by the claimed geometry. It should start dropping off at about 1.25 miles, right? About close to 3 kilometers, I think it is. So that should be the limitation of our view across the water. From 1 foot observer height. If you're about 5 to 6 feet, you're looking at about 3 miles, 5 kilometers, right? But we're seeing it in huge excess, like further, right? Orders of magnitude further than that, we can see. And also objects which should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth. They should be below your line of sight, right? And blocked by the curvature of the Earth. And people are looking across vast distances of water and seeing cities, right? Buildings and other objects islands that shouldn't be visible. They should be well below the curvature of the Earth. Should be hidden, right? And then we've got laser tests where DJ is really good at presenting laser test measurements where people have gone to one side of a lake, right, and they've had a target on the other side of the lake, and that laser is going to shoot straight across the water in a straight line, and if there's curvature, then it shouldn't reach a target on the other side, whether that target is a camera, some sort of sensor, or someone's eyes, right? Someone's eyes would be the target for light traveling across the water, right? Over the top of the water, through the air, over the water. So if there's curvature, then the target will be below the path of the light. But they go out and do this, and they hit their targets, indicating that there is no deviation between the path of the light, the laser, and the surface of the water, that they're parallel with each other, right? Because you can have the laser, and the target at the same elevation above the water. But if it's a sphere, then the light should miss the target, especially over huge distances like 10 to 20 miles. Right? At 20 miles, you're going to have a drop from a horizontal line originating from a point. After 20 miles, the curvature should be the elevation drop from that line should be around about 230 or 40 feet, or maybe even greater. I think it's something like that. It's a bit over 200 feet of elevation from that line that you've extended out from the origin point to the end to the target, right? To the target distance. It's quite a significant amount of drop. But we're not finding that. Nobody's finding that's the case. This is what we're presenting to the world, and this is what we're contesting, that physical curvature of the surface of water over distance doesn't exist. It's not observable, it's not measurable.
Question, but for example, this would mean that all the scientists, they're lying. Why are they lying? Because they can't it's impossible that they don't know that. They have to be aware of that.
Yeah, that's fairly astute of you. So, but how would we even determine their motivations?
But that's kind of, because then for me it would be why would I not trust them? Because I don't have a reason not to trust them.
Complete strangers?
And I would assume they know more than me and have more knowledge on these things and better equipment to measure these things.
Let me just get this straight. You trust complete strangers for zero reason?
Well, not for zero reason. I trust them because of their level of education and they have some type of credibility, I would say. Like, for example, you would probably trust a doctor to give you a medicine. You wouldn't trust some random guy on the street because he went to medical school, but that doctor could lie to you.
No, we're not doing that.
No. First of all, we're not going to talk about medicine. That's going to be a TOS for us eventually. But let's just use the scientist that you're appealing to. Can you give us one specific example of a scientist that you trust and why you trust him?
Can I say like NASA, like an organization, maybe? I don't know.
Well, NASA right now is a spy agency. So, are you telling me that you're trusting an international spy agency?
Is it a spy agency?
Yes, they just went from being the National Aeronautics and Space Agency to now they are a spy agency, as decreed by the Mango Mussolini, Donald Trump.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So you don't actually have any particular scientist that you can name and why you trust him. So now you're kind of appealing to an agency which is owned and operated by a private corporation that you don't know anybody that works for them, but you trust them because why?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say most like common people that are not, looking too deeply into it would say also the same as me.
I know. All the commoners have received the same amount of indoctrination since about the day that they were born. So all the commoners would be just as ignorant as the next.
So what would you guys think is like the solution to that? Are you guys going out like debating people and like, on, for example, TV or something?
Well, this is not a debate topic. The thing is that this just has to do with empiricism and measurement. This is more geometry than anything else. So if the Earth is measurably flat, there is no debate, there is no argument. It's just what it's measured to be. The problem that we face is usually people that cannot get themselves out of the brainwashing and the hypnosis. And so they think they can argue for something, but they're ultimately just using fallacious rhetoric as they've been trained to do.
Would you, for example, go like to, some kind of media or something and like try to, prove this?
Why?
Or to educate more people. So maybe more people would be like, oh, this makes sense.
Everybody has the option or the ability to measure the surface of the Earth, believe it or not. But most people don't want to because it's much too scary for them. They're much happier to believe in the propaganda that they've been fed because it feels comfortable and the world makes sense to them. It's much more terrifying to know that perhaps on a grand scale they've been deceived, and the people that are ripping them off, they would have to make different decisions in their life to not follow along with all of the other massive deceptions and indoctrinations that they received. I mean, why do you believe complete strangers about your paradigm? That's a good question for anybody to ask themselves. You probably should ask yourself, why do I believe complete strangers about something that they can't prove to me, but I can prove to myself?
How do I prove it to myself? Like, how do I test it?
You just go out to a body of water that's a decent size and check for the drop over distance with distance demarcations that you have.
But some would argue that, when a ship is sailing away, that you can kind of see how the water is curving, but it's just kind of slight, but you can still see it. Some people would argue that.
I never see the water curving. What I see is an apparent obstruction of an object in the distance, and someone calls that apparent obstruction Earth curve, but they don't prove it. They just claim it. The problem is you can't just make a claim and all of a sudden it becomes fact. It must be tested. It must be proven.
So why didn't people test that?
We did. It's flat.
Oh. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm just kind of curious about it. I wouldn't, like, try to debate anyone on it because I simply don't know that much about that topic. I know some, like, basic stuff that I learned in school, but I can recognize that, like, science and stuff, like, people could lie to me just, especially with science, it's constantly, evolving and we're constantly finding out more stuff. So I'm not gonna discount any idea or just
Often
say,
they're
like,
wrong.
there's no way that's possible.
Yep. The problem
Sorry?
is that you're in a category error. So you're talking about science, and I know why, because when you were in school, did they try to tell you that the shape of the Earth has something to do with science?
Well, yeah, like that it's measured,
it's
like with geography.
Yeah, so in science, why would you be discussing a geometric topic? Shouldn't that be math?
Isn't math like kind of a branch of science? I mean, it's a natural
No.
science.
No, it's not at all. In fact, it's not natural at all. Math is just a descriptive language.
Oh.
Yeah, see, if I were to describe to you the length, right, of my table, I would measure it. And if I at least had a section of that particular table and I knew the length of that table, I could, calculate or estimate the size of the table if I decided that, over the course of that distance, it would be so many incremental sections long. But that's calculation, that's not measurement. You actually have to get the whole measurement to understand the full length of the table. So these are all geometric questions, and there is no debate. The only things that can be debated are subjective topics. Like, I think green is the best color. And you're going to be like, hell no, green's stupid. Purple's awesome. Or whatever your favorite color is. And we would go back and forth as to why we think green is the best and purple's the best. But ultimately, that's a subjective position. You like purple, I like green. If we're talking about the length of the table we get out a tape measure, there's no debate. So the Earth is measurably flat by everybody, I would also tell you. The people who make your maps, the people who navigate, the people who build on the Earth, huge construction projects, long bridges, they all measure and use the Earth and navigate it as flat and stationary. So no one is actually measuring any curvature anywhere. It's just a claim. It's more of a religious system, and that's how people have been operating. And they believe it's science because they taught them about the Earth in science class, not recognizing that it was geometry.
So I just asked Google AI. I asked Google, what's STEM stand for? Right, it says science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Right. So then I went to the AI mode and I said, why is there a distinction between math and science? It says the distinction between mathematics and science stems primarily from their fundamental methods for establishing truth and their relationship to the physical world. Bullet point, science, specifically natural science in brackets, is empirical, meaning it is based on observation, experimentation, and evidence from the natural world. Bullet point 2, mathematics is a formal science that relies on abstract ideas, logical deduction from axioms, and rigorous proofs independent of physical observation.
Wouldn't also math be kind of a part of science because it's used in almost, every science, in physics and chemistry, you use math.
Not science.
It's the language you use to discuss in science. So, like, let's talk about PV equals nRT, right? Now, that's a mathematical expression, right, of gas behavior. Now, we understand that we can express... Pardon?
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. Now, we understand that this is based on what actually happens, what we can demonstrate through the scientific method with regards to gas pressure and its temperature and the amount of volume that the gas is in. So we can express with mass, we can talk about it in this mathematical language, but it isn't science. Science is hypothesis driven, right? You observe something in the physical natural world outside of. So in the world, something happening. You then make a prediction as to what caused it to happen. You can then go forward in an experiment and vary and manipulate in an experiment what you think caused that to happen and see if it happens or not. That's not mathematics, though. Two different things.
Oh, okay, I get it.
So what question is the shape of the Earth? Is it a scientific question or is it a mathematical question?
I guess mathematical.
Yeah, it's geometry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we want to figure out the shape of the Earth, we're not going to use the scientific method. We can use observation and measurements. In this case, right, it's simple geometry, straight lines and curved lines. If you measure a straight line, it can't be a curved line. Conversely, if you measure a curved line, it can't be a straight line. Now, if we have a surface that's either, a plane, horizontal or vertical surface, whatever orientation, diagonal, or a curvilinear surface over distance, something that we should be able to measure on the surface of the Earth, whether it was flat, whether it was curved. See, the thing is, when we measure the surface using observations and measuring tools, for example, we measure the surface of water to be horizontal over distance, demonstrating that conversely the surface of the Earth can't be curved because we measure it horizontal.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Cool.
Whenever people travel to different continents and they go around the world, is it just all on the same plate, all the time?
Yeah, same plane.
Okay, I don't
you
understand it like that. I don't, but I'm willing to learn. But all due respect, I just it's hard for me to fathom. Just
I am
because
with
I've
it,
lived
but
that
I've seen
way.
the maps of continents outside of what our map shows, and then outside the ice wall, right?
What? No. Let's talk about how maps are made. Right? Is the map the territory? Are you confusing maps
governmental
with
made.
reality? No,
I'm gonna say
no. You got private surveyors, so
I've
yeah,
seen what I've seen online, okay, and then I've seen the ice wall, and people are saying that there's
the U.S.
continents
Geological
outside the ice
Survey
wall.
calls it an ice wall. Like they're the ones that say that the coastline of Antarctica is basically 93% ice walls. So let's start with that, right? This isn't some crazy claim that our community dreamed up.
Buddy, I came in here to talk shit, but in all honesty, I am super fascinated with the ideology of there being a flat Earth and then continents outside of what is shown to us.
I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy. So I'm not intrigued by that.
You don't believe that?
No.
You don't think there's continents outside of what is shown to us on our quote unquote
No, dude.
map?
So basically, here's what happened. You stumbled into the equivalent of the flat Earth Pentagon.
Okay.
The basement of the flat Earth Pentagon. You're probably used to seeing all kinds of crazy flat Earth content out there on TikTok, Facebook, X, whatever.
Not really. Like the amount I know is what I've seen. I've seen one video. I talked to a guy at work. He gave me his idea on flat Earth, right? And we kind of bounced ideas back and forth. And he gave me some things that were pretty convincing. And I don't do enough fucking study on it to argue it with him. But it was pretty convincing. And then he showed me a map and he's like, well, these are maps that people have shown online. And then here's the continents within the quote unquote world. And then there's the ice wall. And then there's continents on the outside of it that are basically people pulling the strings. Is that what you guys think? I'm just asking, is that what you guys think,
listen,
or what do you
Antarctica is only a rim around flat Earth when you take a globe and flatten it out.
Okay.
That flat Earth map is not what we accept or believe because we understand maps, we understand cartography, we understand projections, we know what we're looking at. So if you were to take that map and apply the scale like you should, which people on both sides of this discussion fail to do all the time, if you're at 89 degrees south latitude that is almost 90 degrees out to the furthest part of the edge of that circular map. If you're at 89 degrees, that circumference is 433 miles. But it looks like it should be like 60 to 80,000 miles on this map, but that's just not the case. It's because those lines of longitude that look like they're spreading out like spokes on a bike wheel, those are actually converging to a central point, but that point has been blown out into a ring. In order to account for that, you have to apply a non-uniform scale so that you can scale those latitudinal and longitudinal relationships properly towards the edges of the map. So that's a globe.
Do you think that there are continents outside of what has been shared to us?
I don't know. Not here to speculate, so.
Right.
Yeah, the
I mean,
availability of land that's undiscovered is just speculation. But sorry to interrupt. I was just curious.
It's
'cause
okay,
you were
I gotta
saying-
step back.
You were saying your friend told you some things which you couldn't argue against.
And again, it was just bullshit talk at work. It was nothing serious.
What points did he make about the flat Earth that you thought were quite convincing?
Honestly, man, it's been so many years ago, I don't even remember the exact things he was saying. But it was so, at the time, it was so convincing. I'm like, God damn, maybe the motherfucker is flat. You know what I mean?
Well, it is flat. It is flat. But that's what we're saying. The reason we're saying that is because it measures that way, right? Like the physical
Now, are you
measurement.
taking a scale off of this map compared to this map? That
No. It's not about. It's not about comparing maps. It's about measuring the surface that we live on over large distances, testing line of sight, how far you can see, how far you can shoot lasers, right? Because on a globe, there's supposed to be a limit due to the curvature based on the size of the ball they tell us exists. So if you're a 6-foot observer, they're telling you the horizon should be around 2.5, 3 miles, because that's where the curve's going to drop down out of your view. And people can test
Is that with a human eye, or is that with
That's with the human
binocular?
Well, whichever, because it's a geometric curve. So the human eye binocular, it's supposed to be 2.5, 3 miles, but you can go to the beach, stand there, look out, you can see 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles.
How do
if
you
you just
know?
pay attention, because you get a distance marker, right?
How do you
Something
know
in the
that's how far
distance
you're
that you know.
seeing?
Well, but for example, you use a distance marker, you use land or a known reference, a lighthouse, an oil rig, something like that you know how far away it is.
How do you know that you're seeing the full image of that landmass? Let's just say it's a landmass. How do you know you're seeing
Well,
it
you just
all?
you see what you see. You use an optic, or you use a laser to shoot a target.
You're telling
from
me
one
you're
side
seeing
to
that
another?
full percentage of what, quote unquote, you believe you're supposed to be seeing
Well,
compared
for example, we're seeing the surface of water stretching out for tens of miles, hundreds of miles in some cases, when it shouldn't be visible at all because it should be on the other side of a curve, right? There should be a
But
horizon
at some
way in
point,
front of
you're
it.
not going to see that through.
Yeah, there's always a limit. There's always a limit, but the limit is not defined by the surface curvature like they've told us. It's defined by the optical limit, the air, the moisture, the humidity, miraging, temperature. It's defined by these things, how we see, optics, perspective.
So
It's not
if you're
defined
looking
by
at it,
curve.
so you're saying the human eye. Okay, so how many miles until the curvature starts to take effect? What was that number?
So you can go into, well, it's 8 inches per mile squared, roughly, is what they're saying the curvature rate is. And for a 6-foot observer standing above sea level,
so 8
they'll say
inches
that the
per mile.
horizon squared.
Okay. There's an
So you can go on-
island
you can go on
15
to- you can
miles
just go
out.
on to
You can
Google.
pull your binoculars out, right? And you can see a portion of this
Yeah, and then you
island.
can see, does that match? And then you can do the math and see, does this match the curvature rate?
But are you
Should this
seeing the
much be
full
hidden?
thing?
It depends.
Or
It depends
do
on the
you think you're
circumstances.
seeing the full thing?
We're
in that
seeing,
moment?
we're seeing far more. We're seeing the full thing. We're seeing partially obscured things at distances that shouldn't be visible at all, according to the globe.
In the moment, based off of binocular view, you can determine whether you're seeing
All
the full
kinds.
thing or not.
Lasers as well.
And based off of lasers and binocular view and drones, you are convinced that you're seeing the entire thing from that many miles out, right?
It's not about being convinced. It's just that we do see the surface, the water or the land, if it's like a salt flat or something. We see that stretching off at a distance where it should have been going down behind a curve.
So
We
if
shouldn't
you're
see that
in,
surface.
let's say Ohio, right, and you shine and say Lake Erie is plumb flat, no waves, no nothing, you could shine a laser from Ohio to Canada.
No,
And
I mean, not
No,
necessarily.
that's 65 miles. You ain't making that far.
No, but you
okay,
can see.
say you
can
had this
shoot the
this
laser a lot further than
astronomical
you should be
laser
able to.
that could reach.
No, we
that
don't have
far.
that. We can't use hypothetical lasers. But if we did, yes, you would see it.
But we're saying hypothetically. Okay, so that's too far for your hypothetical talk. So what do you need then? How many miles?
No, dude. Obviously you live next to me somewhere because you're talking about Lake Erie, and
So
you can
don't
just
have a laser
go there,
powerful enough?
go there when the lake and the air temperature are about the same, and go there around 11 at night, downtown Cleveland, and then go over by. You got to get a little bit out of the city, so go to the west, get out of the dark,
wait.
and see if you can see Canada on the other side. You should see the twinkling of the lights.
So if I put a 15-story building on one side,
you don't even need that
side. Hold on, let me talk. I put a 15-story building on one side, 15-story fucking building in the other. I should be able to look across on the quote unquote perfect night and see all 15 stories, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because the Earth is flat. Been measured that way. Yeah.
Have you done it?
No, I haven't seen your 15-story hypothetical buildings.
So I don't know why you're getting an attitude. So
because you're asking me if I've done your hypothetical.
Okay, but where's your proof then?
Because the Earth is flat. We have thousands of videos of this.
Because it's flat is your argument.
Yes.
That's your argument. That's your proof.
You can't see around the ball. You can't see around the ball.
That's all you have to say is because it's flat.
the Earth is flat, you're not seeing around the ball.
Your argument is beautiful. Thank you.
Junkie.
We still talking to Star Wars, man, or can we move on to the next guy?
No.
That guy don't know, make no fucking sense.
Look in the side chat. People can post the videos for you.
Okay. Okay.
And you can do it yourself.
Thank you.
Listen,
Thank you to the guys that are actually showing me things other than Star Wars.
Don't rely on
no fucking sense.
You don't need to rely on what you're being told.
Don't make no sense.
You can go and do it yourself.
Like a respectful question is just like, so does that mean that the universe as we know it doesn't? It's just there for show?
Yeah, TV. Wow. Well done. Good for you. You just put that together yourself. So the solar system, the galaxy, the universe,
Star Wars, man,
as they show us in the textbooks and on TV, that doesn't exist. Correct.
I will tell you that like I enjoy seeing the sun a lot. I am not.
Yeah, the sun's nice.
I'm not,
like it.
I'm not making fun of anybody. Like
we see some of us are astronomers.
Yeah.
We see the same thing you do.
Yeah, you notice how you've seen the sun? You see the sun moving through the sky during the day, east to west. You've never seen the sun from a third-party perspective out in space, right? From the solar system with the Earth and everything else going around the sun. You've never seen
stuck
that.
on this thing. Yeah.
You've only ever seen that in a cartoon form, right?
Why do you think someone would go through all this trouble to bring a lie to
Not much trouble. I mean, they just put the cartoons in the textbooks and on TV, and they tell the teachers to teach it, and people believe it.
And all you really have to do is just go to Lake. All you really have to do is go to Lake Erie, and you'll see that the Earth is flat by going to Lake Erie, right,
Why
Junkie?
is he yelling so much?
Because I'm talking over you. Because I'm talking over you, Junkie.
You were talking before I was ever talking.
Yes,
You're
so don't interrupt me.
Hey, Star Wars, calm down. Okay? The adults were talking before you. Calm down. So the video you just Who's that? Ron H. So in the YouTube video you shared, you can see the sea level coming up and down on that.
That's not sea level. That's a bay with no tides. That's the conditions. That's the air temperatures.
Okay, so like when you go out to, let's say you go to an ocean, right? And then when the quote unquote moon comes around, right, and pulls the tide back, what is that? Do you have an explanation? for
Your
that?
imagination.
My imagination. So when I will stand here and the water level is here, and then at noon the water level is 100 feet back, that's my imagination.
No, that's not your imagination, but the cause that you just claimed. So what causes that level change?
Well, as I said, quote unquote moon.
Yeah, that's the story.
That's why I'm asking. I'm literally asking for your advice. I'm done talking to fucking Star Wars, man.
Oh yeah,
He's a
so you're
cocky
talking
little
about
bitch.
waves. You're talking
So
about
fuck
tides,
that
dude.
guy. I don't wanna listen
Waves,
to you.
tides
You
are
got a
long
fucking
period
attitude,
waves.
So I'm gonna
Don't be
turn you all the
emotional,
way
dude.
down.
Don't be emotional, dude.
That
He's
dude's
gonna
annoying
teach
as
you.
fuck.
He's gonna tell you what's going on. He might be a little bit
No, I'm not gonna listen
humorous
to that
about
dude.
it, but
He's got a
you just
fucking
need to be
attitude
less
for no
emotional.
reason.
Don't take it personally. This is the internet, yeah.
Dude, you came in to troll us, remember? And I told you I was gonna win.
So that was my question on it, was the tide. Then how can you explain the tide?
Don't need to.
You don't need to.
It's not for me to explain. No, don't need to explain it. What would I need to explain?
Why is the tide there? Why is that happening?
Well, why would I need
flat
to
Earth?
explain that?
I mean,
Well, it's flat
you
anyway.
guys are the flat Earth
The flat
people.
Earth is going up and down, yeah. So, but we're not making a claim about the tides. We're just telling you the
Flat.
surface is
If it's
flat.
so flat, why is that happening?
We could flip it and say if Earth measures flat, and it does, how can you have
I'm
the
not
moon
arguing,
orbiting
guys.
the
I'm
Earth?
asking questions.
No, how do you have the
don't
moon
think I'm-
orbit the Earth when we measure the Earth flat?
I'm sorry?
How do you have the moon orbit the Earth when we measure the Earth flat and everybody knows it's flat?
Then what is causing the water to do that?
I reversed it so you can see the absurdity of the position you're taking in the form of argumentation that you're giving us.
Well, then dumb it down for me, please, sir.
I told him in the chat anyway.
Look, we measure Earth flat. We know this for 100% fact, and we can prove it. So
with what
the
proof?
questions I have are the same ones you have, just for the globe.
I still don't see what you're saying. Why is the tide rolling back?
I don't know.
Why is the video you guys are sharing Professional Triangle? He's showing me a video of a fucking boat. You can't see the whole fucking boat. You can see about 3/4 of it in this video, and you guys are like sharing it like you're proud of it. Like, yeah, this is
that shows you how waves get in the way of boats.
And again, I'm not shitting on you guys or talking shit on you. I'm literally I'm trying to figure out. I want to hear your ideas. I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, yeah, we measure the Earth flat, so we have a lot of questions. What's the moon?
Why do you
How
have
does it work?
questions?
I don't know.
But you have facts stating it's flat. But you have questions.
Precisely. Yeah,
So
now
what's
we
your-
have
what's your
questions.
question
Now we're
now?
wondering what the moon is, what the sun is, what planets are. We know that Earth isn't one of them. We know Earth isn't in outer space anymore. So what is this place? We have the same questions you
Look
do.
at the last video just shown in chat. You see about 3/4
Since
of
he
the boat.
has me muted, he's not going
Right.
to hear what I said.
He's not even addressing what I'm saying, so I'm going to step back again.
Yeah, maybe you should, because you can't answer my fucking question over your.
I
little
told you
video
that we have the same questions you do, so why would we provide answers?
Well, you're
bro?
saying the Earth is flat. but
Yeah, we know
you're
it is.
Sharing videos, you know
How about-
it is. Prove it.
How about an honest reply to this to say, "Oh, really? You measured it that way, and you know it for 100% fact. Why don't you share us some observations and measurements?" Instead, you're
What did I
doing this goofy
How many
freaking
times have I
clown
just
show.
said to you? How many times have I just said that to you?
Hey, Junkie.
Quiet. Thank you.
Settle
You're
down.
quiet now.
Settle down. Chunky, you're going to settle down and pay attention.
I'm
Look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. See the video Great Salt Lake laser test, 21 miles?
Sir. Yeah.
Right. Give yourself a few minutes, watch that, try to understand it, and then come back and let us know.
I bet. And again, like I said, I'm not trying to fucking shit on you guys. I'm asking questions because
even if you wanted to,
I
we
straddle
don't take
the
it
fence.
personally. Don't worry.
I straddle the fence as well. I don't know what the fuck is real or right. I don't know.
That's
I'm
fine,
trying to
dude.
bounce my
Listen, that's
ideas,
why
and
we're
then you
here.
get
We're here to
these
explain it to
angry
people,
fucking
so that's
Star
fine.
Wars guys like
We're not getting
professional
angry, dude.
triangle at my ass, and
This
the
is just
other
them
guy.
having some fun, and you're taking it too seriously. So chill.
Wow, Andy can't read. That's sad that you can't read either.
So I can't.
Don't just keep getting. Don't keep letting yourself get trolled. Just do the work.
No, I'm not trolled. I clicked the wrong button. I was trying to get the video.
Yeah, just watch the video. Put yourself on
I'm on
mute
it
for a
now.
minute. Watch the video, and then let us know what you think. And if you understand.
Forward.
Simple. So, Space Cowboy, you think the Earth's a globe, yeah? Space Cowboy. You have to change your name, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, there's no space.
Whenever you called me out, I'm sorry. I was taking a
I didn't call you out. I was just saying, what's up?
Oh no, I don't.
You can only believe in Star Wars.
I genuinely believe the Earth is round. I do. I wasn't here to disrespect anybody. I just wanted to listen to what you gentlemen have to
We
say.
understand that most people think that.
Yeah, no, I'm fascinated with your beliefs because one thing that I will say, I will say, no one knows why the fuck we're here. Well, no, you listen to this too.
You're a bad guy if you disagree or have questions.
No, all right, no, and no one knows.
Okay, guys, don't start triggering each other now.
No, we are curious, and I like to hear what anybody has to say.
All right, well, let me address your first point. Let me address your first point where you're interested to hear about our beliefs. Right, so I'd say you need to think about it differently because we're not talking really about beliefs here. What we're talking about is a lack of belief. Right, we do not have the belief that the Earth is a globe because the Earth being a globe, that is the belief. Right, because what we actually all experience as human beings in reality is a motionless topographical plane. That's what we experience from our perspective, right? That's our reality. They say, oh, it's too big to see the curve. You can't feel the motion, right? So you just experience a flat, motionless Earth. But there is a belief that we're actually on a big spinning ball. We do not have that belief. So it's a lack of belief here.
Okay, that makes everything fair. But what would make humanity do that?
Well, the better question is why should we? The better question first for you should be why should we believe it? Why do you believe it?
Why would the government lie about it? Why wouldn't they just start with it's a flat?
So is that why you believe it though? Because you think the governments don't lie, which is, to be honest, crazy anyway.
Oh no! I don't trust the government at all. I don't. But I feel like that'll be a
all right.
big
So then, if you don't trust the government, asking us why the government would lie is kind of redundant. We know them. We know they lie.
My question is in the beginning. Okay, why do you think they would lie about it?
Well, even that, right? Most people, like your teacher who taught you, they're not lying about it, right? They believe it too, because they were taught the thing. They were paid to teach you that thing. So they're not lying about it. And the person who taught your teacher about it, are they lying about it? No, they're not lying about it. They think it's true as well. Eventually, though, they'll all just appeal back to NASA told me. So you've got a government agency which has managed to accrue the complete blind faith of the majority of society through essentially technological propaganda. Now, why
One thing
would
that I struggle
why
with,
would a
like
group of people? Hold on.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Carry on. I'm sorry.
I can tell you're not from America, right? And
no,
by
I apologize. Let the man speak. Let the man speak.
By no disrespect am I saying anything disrespectful to you, but you're not from America, right? So do you believe that there's a higher power with every continent that is agreed to tell everybody that the world is flat?
No, it's I mean, I'm not. It's propaganda. Do governments put out propaganda? Yes, they do. NASA is a propaganda agency. I don't know if you've heard the news. An intelligence agency. You aware of that? So the fact that everyone in Western society, at least, is appealing to a propaganda agency, an intelligence agency, for their worldview, should be a red flag enough. But I can't remember what I was saying previously because you started. Okay, yeah. So they've managed to create an organization. They've managed to create an organization that has the complete blind faith of the majority of society. And I think you'd understand why a group of people who are interested in holding power would seek to shape an organization that holds the complete blind faith of the society at large. It's a massive amount of power and influence. So that's one potential reason.
I just don't think that they have power enough to convince that the Earth is flat. I'm listening to you.
They've just convinced you the Earth is a spinning ball, despite you only experiencing a flat Earth. That's how much power they have. They've given you your entire reality, everything you think about where you are, how you got here, how old this place is, everything.
Dude, in 5 years, you're going to be traveling to Mars. Haven't you seen TV?
Yeah, they've shaped your entire worldview, and it goes in contradiction to what you have experienced every day your entire life. And they've convinced you so hard that you think the experience you have is the misleading one. You think, whoa, if I trust my senses and what I actually experience, I must be crazy. That's how much they've controlled your mind. And most people's mind.
The best way I can put it to you, man, is I believe that there is a God. I do. I think it gave us.
That's not.
Life.
Why are you talking about God? We're not talking about God.
That's not secular.
I'm just saying, like, if that's the case, like, I don't know how the government can keep this a secret for so long, and
it's pretty easy. Think about how much you've critically examined and challenged their argument. Tell me one aspect of the globe that you've ever critically challenged.
Well, Cyclone, they didn't keep it a secret. We're out here telling these guys now. They couldn't keep it a secret, dude. We're telling you.
You can't hide reality.
I'm respectfully asking. I know I have friends that have been in the military and they know coordinates and everything. I've met people that went everywhere. You know, like
they went all over a flat Earth. That's fine. So do we. So you should be asking yourself, how did they convince you? And you're saying, I can't believe people would be tricked like this. How could they? You've never challenged it. You were taught it as probably a baby, right? So you've never even thought to challenge it. So of course they can easily convince people.
No,
like you never challenged it.
Like I would admit to ignorance, but would you be able to admit to ignorance if it is actually round?
Well, we're the ones who've examined that question, though. So,
I don't like most of the facts don't really add up in my like just
but that's no offense because you don't know any of the facts.
But like yes, but like you're completely certain it's flat, completely certain.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. There's no doubt. It's measured that way, right? Like I'm sure you have no doubt how tall you are. Because you've measured it. It's like that. We're talking about the physical geometry, not speculating on why liars would lie. We're just measuring it.
I just know, like, coordinates-wise, like, people have circled the Earth, like, completely.
No, the coordinate systems, I mean, they're just, you can make a coordinate system any shape you want. You could model it into a cube if you wanted to. but the base measurements that are being taken are off of a flat surface.
It's just hard for me to believe, but I respect everything you're saying. Like, that's...
I can understand it's hard for you to believe, but really, belief isn't coming into it. I'm talking about reality, what can be empirical. Do you know what the word empirical means?
Without denying, for sure.
No, empirical evidence would be evidence that is observable, measurable, testable, repeatable. Science is empirical, right? That's what we're talking about. That's what we are interested in. The globe, if you go looking for some globe evidence, you're going to get cool stories, cool images, cool videos, none of which you can verify from cool space, and a bunch of claimed logical fallacies and assumptions and theoretical math. You're not going to get any measurements. You're not going to get any observations that can be verified by human beings on Earth.
Can I ask you, like, why would all of existence want to hide it so hard?
No, they don't. It doesn't. All of existence shows you a flat, motionless Earth. Someone's come along and made excuses for why it looks so flat and motionless, and you've believed those excuses. And you've believed the additional story they've told about how it's actually a big spinning, wobbling space ball tilting and hurtling at millions of miles an hour through an empty space. You believe all that.
Why does everybody teach that then?
Through a giant space of nothingness.
Well, yeah.
Just a speck of dust that it means nothing to anything. So it doesn't matter what you do in your life. It's pointless. That's why they do it.
Yeah, just to make you feel meaningless and make you easier to control and comply, basically. But that's a good question you should be asking yourself. Why have I been taught this? Where does this idea come from? Why do I believe it? These are all questions you should be asking yourself and pursuing.
Okay, that's fair. I like I said, I respect every answer you gave me, and I appreciate your time, man. I genuinely do.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming by. We're here 24/7. We're on YouTube live 24/7. You can find us there. We've also got a home server with terabytes of information if you want to research in your own time. That's discord.gg/flatearth.
I would like
do some research.
Yeah,
come and discuss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate the hospitality, and I would like to banner with you some more. Like, it's not even really banner.
Well, you're welcome anytime.
I'm curious, so I appreciate that. You've given me more hospitality than any other channel on this like politics thing.
Well, we're just looking to have honest conversation with curious people. So yeah, if you're into that, you're welcome anytime.
Oh, I appreciate all the hospitality. I promise you, I do. I genuinely do.
No worries. Well, if you want resources, just ask in the chat or ask in the voice, and people can give you resources.
I play a lot of Rocket League, and I will tomorrow. I'm going to get off work, and I'm probably going to have a couple beers, and I'll just listen. And if you want me to chirp up, I will. But like,
yeah, listen in here for a while, and you'll understand. You'll learn a lot just listening into the conversations here. Whether you agree, that's up to you, whatever.
Yeah, I promise you I'll always be respectful, and I thank you for being respectful towards me, because like that's the only point I had is a lot of people aren't anymore these days, and I appreciate.
That's fine, dude. You're welcome.
All right, well, you gentlemen have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, you too. Let's check back in with Junkie. Junkie, did you watch that laser test yet?
I don't think Junkie's still here. I went to school with
pulled the ripcord, did he?
He watched it and took off. He was like, "Nope,
wow.
I got nothing to say."
Well, at least I know
he's actually he's my friend. I like him, and he had a lot of beers just like I did, but he thought that
he's all right. He was starting to figure out that the Earth isn't a globe, but he got a little bit triggered. So that's okay. That happens.
I mean, I'm not super convinced, but I'm respectful. Like, I don't know. It is.
Well, we're not here to convince anyone, but we are here to defend reality. So,
all right. One thing that I've met a couple individuals that they say that there is realms underground. That
really? Did you ask them what they were like?
No, like people talk about aliens and actual people underground, and a lot.
Yeah, there's lots of cool stories out there, dude. See, that what we're encouraging you to do is when someone presents you with a cool story, you say, okay, what is the evidence for this story? Is the evidence something I can verify to be true? And if not, file it under the useless waste of time folder.
I feel like people's experiences are experiences, and if they feel strongly about something, I need to listen to it. I do.
Think about it this way: like, if there are civilizations underground, like mole men or whatever, what's the point of talking about it if you'll never interact with them and they'll never interact with you?
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever met a ghost? Have you ever met something that you think is a ghostly entity in your life?
We'll just go with both yes and no, and then drive on to whatever point you want to make using either answer.
No! I wasn't trying to make it. Like, I'm not trying to argue, man. I was
not an argument. I'm just make a point that you want to make.
Oh, I feel like some people genuinely think they've met a ghost, and I'm like, I doubt it. Like, I don't know. I would like to.
All right. Well, some people also claim. Do you know what? There's way more evidence for people encountering ghostly apparitions than there is that men flew away from space away from Earth, and it was a ball, and they went into a vacuum, and they went onto the moon, which was also a ball, and they drove a buggy around and they played golf. There's way more evidence for ghosts than there is for that crazy story, and yet so many people believe the crazy moon golf story. Why should you believe either?
I just want to hear people's. I respect you as a person. You've been nothing but nice to me. I respect you, and I'm going to listen to everything you say. I honestly, like, I made it clear that I'm not completely sold, but I like to listen to what you have to say, and I respect you.
Well, we focus on the evidence, not the stories. The stories are cool, but we want the evidence that we can verify. That's all we're interested in. And the verifiable evidence just tells us that the Earth is flat, motionless, and contained. Not a ball spinning around, flying around a big vacuum. Do you know what?
So the seasons don't mean anything.
What do you mean seasons don't mean anything?
Oh, I'm just saying, like, if we're just here,
seasons don't mean we live on a ball, if that's what you mean. No, of course not. It's just the sun's position over the Earth, because the sun is moving over the Earth, which you'll have noticed, but they've told you a story to make you ignore the fact that you observe the sun moving across the Earth.
So does the sun revolve across Earth?
So it seems to do, doesn't it? Yeah, that's what we experience directly. Unless you could prove otherwise.
No, it has to. How would you get a suntan if the sun didn't move?
No, I was just talking about the different.
Well, this is it, right? You observe the sun moving through the sky every single day, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's a fundamental first principle.
So, and then ask yourself, right, why do I see the sun moving across the sky every day? What do you think?
You only get half of it. It makes sense.
Why do you think? Well, why do you think you see the sun moving across the sky every day?
Because you can only see it half of the day.
No, like, why do you observe the sun, this light in the sky, to be moving through the sky every day, east to west? Is it because the sun's moving?
I feel like if it is just a completely, like, just the government trying to hide something.
Okay, try to focus, okay? If the sun is moving, is it the sun that's moving, or it's not the sun that's moving, if the sun is moving?
I think it stays in a pattern enough to where, like, I have an app to let me know whenever the International Space Station crosses over, and
Okay, dude, you're
I
okay.
like
Stay
watching
focused
that.
again. I got jingles and keys in front of you. Okay, a bird flew across my window. Did the bird move, or did my whole house move?
I have no understanding of how like it's a secret to where it's a lie.
Okay, dude, try to focus. Focus.
Okay. Yes, I will.
Okay, don't worry about conspiracies or secrets or apps on your phone. You look out your window. A bird flew past your window.
Yep.
Okay, figuratively and literally. Did the bird move, or was your whole house moving?
I feel like it'd probably be kind of both. I would. I don't know. Like me talking, probably.
Okay, how about this? You got a finger in front of your face. Okay? We'll start out, we'll break it down even more. You're moving your finger back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Is your finger moving, or is it your head that's moving back and forth?
I understand your ground, man. I'm not trying to be disrespectful towards
Holy crap!
anything.
Stay focused. Try to stay focused. Okay.
Dude, I am trying my best. I am trying my best.
Hey, let me just help you out. We're just looking for straightforward. We're just looking for straightforward responses, honest responses to the questions asked. Right. That's it.
All right, so it's like being on a train. You jump off the train. What happens? Like,
does the train keep moving if you jump off it?
Oh no, you'll feel the energy from you being on the train whenever you hit the ground. Yes, absolutely.
So the train was moving, not the ground.
In that circumstance, when you're on the train,
perfect.
yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So the ground is stationary, the train was moving.
Yep.
Now do the same thing for, say, like a boat, a car, the sun. Say you're on the sun and you jump off it and you land on the ground. Was the sun moving or was the ground moving?
So you're on the sun, you jump off the sun?
Or, okay, let's maybe make it easier, okay? You're on your dad's shoulders and your dad is walking across the ground. If for some reason you decide to jump off, was your dad moving and you jumped off, or was the ground moving the whole time?
I had the momentum of my dad when I jumped off.
And then what happened when you hit the ground?
It's probably not good. I got a little bit of momentum.
Did that momentum stop?
I mean, after
or did it keep going?
It kept going. Yes, sir.
So the momentum. So you stayed in lockstep. So both you and your dad and the ground were all moving at exactly the same speed.
Yep. Wait, no, not the ground. The ground.
Not the ground. So the ground was stationary.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the concept. The ground is stationary.
In that aspect, yes, absolutely.
Okay, in all aspects. When do you ever see the ground moving, other than, or say, an earthquake?
Oh, it's where you. I understand your point now. I do.
Okay.
That's
you can understand that we're trying to rewire your brain. And we're doing it in a way that points out that for most of your life, you haven't thought about what you see in the same manner as how you see it. We're trying to bring these two things into alignment so that you can think about what you see exactly as you see it.
Like I said before, man, you've been the most respectful. Both of you gentlemen have been the most respectful people. Yeah, I don't know. I might be a dingleberry. I understand that, like, It's ground for
It's
what
a non
I know.
sequitur. Okay, dude. The level of respect is really a non sequitur. It doesn't really matter because somebody else could be listening to this and say that's the most disrespectful conversation they've ever heard. It's really subjective.
I don't know. I appreciate you, gentlemen, both of you. I do. I can't agree with you if I don't believe it, though.
Okay, so if I tell you the ground is stationary, you're moving, you're going to say you disagree with that because
you believe in something that you've never experienced so wholeheartedly.
NASA told you.
Yeah.
Look at how bad this is.
New propaganda agency told you that.
Look at how bad this is. I asked you earlier, I said, I'm sitting on my chair, I'm not moving, and I see a bird fly past my window. I know the bird was moving, and you're like, you disagree with that.
Outer space has been so detrimental, dude. Like, it's created this cog diss in so many people. I didn't mean to cut you off, just add commentary.
Yeah, no, it really does. It makes them like jump outside their lived experience where they don't know anything anymore. Like they can't figure it out. They're like, and then the example they give you, like, hey, I'm on the train, I jump off a train, land on the ground. Then I'm like, okay, so what was moving, the train or the ground? Like, well, in that case, it was the ground, but in the case of a bird, that's the earth. The earth is moving. Like, wow. And then, yeah, dude, it's not about being respectful. Sometimes, like, disrespectful conversations go a long way because you are disrespecting somebody's faith-based belief system, and it can be difficult. That's why a lot of the atheists come in here, and they're very upset with flat earthers because they see flat earthers as a disrespect to science, to religion.
Are most flat earthers God-fearing men?
Most everybody is. So that's a non sequitur again. Almost 99.999% of the population. Yeah, space cowboy. You're like, hey, are most flat earthers humans? Are most flat earthers have a mother and a father? Do most flat earthers get up in the morning? These questions are completely irrelevant because that demographic fits
I didn't mean to disrespect you like that.
Not disrespect. No disrespect. Okay. When you say, are flat earthers on Discord? How many flat earthers? These questions are non sequitur. They don't answer anything because it doesn't show one way or the other. It's like, how many flat earthers live on Earth? You're like, holy crap, dude! Like, what is that question even?
I was just curious, but like we can level a little bit if you genuinely believe. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, I was shut up.
Why do you gotta have voice
I just wanted to
changer
comment
on?
real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear you.
I just wanted to add there are a lot of flat Earth women, but a lot of us don't like to be debating, and we don't like being active online. So a lot of the flat Earth women don't go on Discord as much because we're more conflict avoidant, or we don't really feel like dealing with globe bursts. Sorry, just wanted to add that.
Oh yeah, I think the question was more about God-fearing men. Didn't really have. I don't think gender was brought up yet.
I never mentioned gender. I don't like to. I feel like in this server particularly, like a lot of people hate women. And like they just want to hate everybody. And
Yeah, I think the idea
gay men in this server.
When you said God-fearing men, I think you just were saying it colloquially as like mankind. You weren't really talking about.
Yeah. I didn't mean anything by it. I genuinely didn't. I was just saying, like, yeah, like.
Sorry if I made that too gendered. I was just saying because a lot of the females in flat Earth aren't online, so you don't see as much of them. But like, for instance, a lot of them are like believe in Creator, are Christian, stuff like that. But I'm just saying, like, there's a majority of female flat Earthers aren't online, so you gotta account for those guys as well. So I just want to throw that in there.
The only thing that I'm saying is, like, I try to submit to a higher power because I believe a higher power brought us here, and it doesn't matter gender or anything else like that. I try to do better for me, I'm God fearing because I feel like God created whatever we are doing, and that's the moral of the story. That's genuinely it. And I don't know what it is, and I don't know how it is. I'm trying to look. I've went to church. Christian books say Matthew 7:7, ask and you shall seek and you shall find, knock and the door will be open to you. And I try to live by that.
Well said. I mean, I think this topic you'll find is often seen as somewhat rebellious. And there definitely is like a rebellious strain amongst many flat earthers. And you kind of come to this potentially once you realize that the earth is flat and you realize, oh my gosh, like they lied about the moon landing and I've been deceived in so many ways. And at some point you're going to face a challenge. You're going to find that most people in the world are saddled with this delusion. And it's almost harder to believe that the whole world has been deluded into believing the globe than it is to accept the reality of a flat and stationary world that you experience and you can measure and you know to be true by every sense of it. Like, I'm a flat earther because I can measure the earth flat and I observe and experience it that way from first principles. I also know that nobody's ever measured the globe. I've been looking for years for globe curvature measurements, and I can't find any that are valid or verifiable in any way. And third, I figured out how the globe was created out of math and out of people's interpretive frames when they looked up at the stars at night. And with these three chair legs, I've got a solid foundation to sit on and know for sure that in this world there are very few things you can know, but knowing that the earth is flat is one of those things. And this puzzles people when they come in here and talk to us.
Yeah, and then the other chair leg is the history of the globe, where it came from, how it got here. Like, once you understand how defunct its evidence is and you understand where it came from, it's pretty easy to see through this.
Oh, I don't know. I'm about to go to bed, gentlemen. But I will be back if I'm allowed to. You guys gave me so much hospitality, and I appreciate it.
Yep. Well, tune into us on YouTube. You can chill out and just listen to conversations. You don't have to interact. You can even come in here and stay on mute if you want. It might help just to absorb at this point and let your brain decompress. So I hope you can get some sleep.
Yeah, you gentlemen have been nothing but nice to me, and I really appreciate it.
Okay, well, we'll welcome you back when you do. So, good night.
You guys have a good one. Nice talking.
That was some genuine cog disc coming through. You got to have compassion for that.
Yeah, you guys dealt with it real well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, my cog. I wish I was more like that when I first heard flat Earth. You know, I've brought this up multiple times over the years now, but I was pretty bad. I was like, what the actual fuck? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I went through my anti-flat earther phase. I LARPed as a flat earther on Reddit for a little bit. I mean, I resisted so hard.
I didn't go anti-flat earther. I just resisted it and I didn't believe it. I thought it was retarded and I was going to get my experts to debunk it.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that was not a very good showing. I look back at that time frame, I'm like, what the fuck was wrong with me? Why was I so, right? Like seriously, like I even back then I fancied myself sort of like a logical thinker and I enjoyed minority points of view. I kind of like, whatever. I like they used to, like into role playing games and would, role play like alien life forms with like completely different, understandings of even their senses are different. Like the way they view just physical reality. And yet somehow I couldn't even interact with somebody who said the earth was flat. It was embarrassing. And I really don't like to bring it up, but it is kind of important to highlight that patience is important because had they not been patient with me, I wouldn't be here today. Had they just been like, yeah, fuck this dude, let's get him out of here, then that would have been it. That would have been the end of the story.
Yep. I've seen that many times as well, where people kind of they get into the cogdish and then they say stuff that triggers the other side, and then it kind of escalates and spirals out of control. And then years later, the same person is like, "Yeah, well, I kind of get it now," and so like it took them extra long because of that negative spiral.
Right. Right. There's a ton of subconscious processing that sometimes needs time to play out, that the participant himself can't actively encourage along. It just needs to unfold on its own. And time is the best recipe for that to take place. Got to provide that space. I think this guy would do well to take a break and maybe listen to us for a bit and then interact after a few days or a week.
Yeah, and he could like collect together different points, think about them for a while, let them ruminate, research them a little bit, and then come back instead of like knee-jerk reaction, come right back, spiral out of control. That way, the conversation is going to be really interesting because it's when people research things that they bring something to our attention that we haven't seen before, which is rare these days, but sometimes happens.
Yeah.
It's also once they've actually looked into it and researched it themselves, they'll actually understand like what was done, who did it, etc. Instead of being on the fly asking AI or Googling it and then just not understanding what they're reading. So they're too panicked in the moment, trying to find something to latch onto.
There's a certain sense of humility that I think you have to find and dig deep within your character to begin to accept this. And then once you do, you start to see the magnificence of creation in a different way.
Yeah, I would say it kind of kickstarts your wanderlust that you had as a child when like the world was amazing and there was things to discover.
Yeah.
I remember the moment in school when that died for me, when the teacher was like, "Oh, like here's the map of the world. This is what it looks like," and I was like, "Okay, so there's nothing left to explore." And she was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah, we have it all figured out, guys. We evolved from monkeys. The monkeys came from a big bang. The solar system, galaxies, all of it. It's scientific materialism shoved down your throat with no sense of humility, really, except in the sense that, oh, Earth is so small and insignificant amid this gigantic, explosive creation, not creation, self-created universe. And all the scientists. Sorry, go ahead.
They don't foster the curiosity of the children. That's the problem. Like, like show them that we don't know everything. Show them that this is our best guess, but it could be something else. We don't know yet. We need to be extra explicit so that the kids go like, well, there's things to be discovered. I want to learn more. But when you frame it all as like a dogma, you have to accept this, even though like we didn't actually like. You're taught about Newton and excessively much, so much so that we see people today that think Newtonian gravity is how gravity works. Like, that's an issue. Same with like Lorentz contractions. Because they tell you like Lorentz contractions exist, and because Einstein used Lorentz contractions within his thing, or called it the same thing, same name, people default back to Lorentz's description of those contractions being physical, like matter actually compressing. But
they equate the magnetic field with the space-time.
Yeah, but in Einstein's conception, no matter is getting compressed. It's just the observer's interpretation of the event.
Yes. Yeah, it moves everything from determinism into probabilistic, and this is part of a broader push, I think, in society to get everybody to accept this postmodern relativism on a moral level, which is much deeper than all of this.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's much deeper than just like the shape of the Earth. It's a psychological level.
Yeah. So, kind of related. The other day, I was researching geodesy, and I was like, man, there's got to be a great YouTube video that explains F.R. Helmert's higher geodesy and the process that he unfolds in his 2-volume set. He was a German physicist and surveyor. He basically is the father of geodetic surveying. And he described a process. It's in about 10 steps, but you can distill it down to 3. The process is survey the world flat, make observations of the stars, merge your flat world observations with your celestial sphere star observations, and come up with a ball for Earth. That's it. And I'm like, great, I'd like to see, there's got to be a YouTube video out there on this. So I start searching, and instead we get the modern process, which is backwards. We have satellites doing scans, and they measure the globe. And then from the globe, you can project it flat like this. And I'm like, no. Let's go back to the beginning of this, the genesis. The early geodetic surveyors, before satellites, before they even had a reference ellipsoid to begin with, and they were creating it, what were they doing? And I finally found a few resources, and it is amazing. I posted it under CellNav and surveying in the home server, and under various surveying channels and other servers that we are in. And the video lays it out very nicely and is very honest. It's refreshing. It's an online course on geodesy. And the lecturer describes the process exactly as Helmert did. You begin with physical measurements of a flat Earth. And then you take a survey of the stars. And if stars do not quite appear in their exact time and location that you'd expect them to be on a ball, it's because of gravity warping the starlight, causing what's called a vertical deflection. And we'll take that vertical deflection and we will incrementally rotate it around a ball. And this allows us to take our flat survey, and armed with that vertical deflection and rotation, we can start mapping a globe out of it.
We should be able to tell you the strength of gravity then, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, right. I mean, so this is what's interesting is that it falls in line with the same nonsense we've seen earlier, like what Drace was explaining with the Lorentz contraction. Some unfalsifiable explanation that is required in order to suit a preconceived notion of the world as it ought to be in your mind, and not as it really is. So when you know that the globe was constructed in this manner, and then you weigh this against the lack of evidence for physical measurements of curvature, and then you weigh this against the surmounting evidence of a flat world that we can directly measure and experience, you're left wondering what the hell happened. How did society get to the point where it seems like every single thing that people do in modern science and surveying is to shoehorn their data into this globe concept, into this mathematical reification that doesn't exist in reality, that exists as insofar as a Lorentz contraction of space-time exists to explain how relativity needs to be true to uphold the space fantasy. It's amazing. And I really meant it earlier when I said to that guy, I said, look, it's going to be harder for you to believe that the world is crazy with delusion than it is to accept the world as you directly experience it. And for me, this has been the most difficult aspect of this whole venture into flat Earth. It kind of sucks in a way because people say, you flat earthers think you're the only ones that got it right and the whole world is wrong. It's like, I hate to say yes, but I have to say yes. I really do. I don't want to say yes, but that really does seem to be the case, guys. And I can support this position.
I like saying yes, though.
I know. It's fun. It's fun, but
you guys think you know everything.
That's what makes it evil.
Yes, of course we do, and that just makes them want to smash their computer screen in.
Yeah. I mean, it can be fun to get rises out of people. I get that too, but this is deep, guys. I mean, if you don't have the right approach, it's going to chew you up and spit you out. Look at all the people that try to make money off of this topic. Everybody who has tried to monetize flat Earth have had their lives turned upside down. Everyone. If you monetize it, you're not expressing and approaching it in a humble manner. So, yeah. Very something fucky going on. The world is not what you think it is, folks. We don't know what it is. People say, oh, you flat earthers think you have all the answers. No, it's the opposite. We're here to say that nobody has all the answers. You don't have the answers. We don't have the answers. The only thing we know for sure is what we can measure, which comports with our observations in the first place. We have a consistent worldview. You don't. So what now? What is the sun? What is the moon? What are stars? We don't freaking know. But this world is quite amazing and beautiful. Let me go find that video that I posted. I'll post it in here for everybody. I mean, for flat earthers who've been researching this topic, it's not going to be too advanced. But for a brand new glober coming in, you're going to look at this video and be like, what the hell? It's on geodetic surveying. So give me just a moment. All right, here we go. The master key, right here. All processes to convert the measurements at the surface of the Earth to counterparts on the ellipsoid. It's called a mathematical reduction of the horizontal. This is taking your flat surveys that you do in reality and bending them to comport to a geometric representation of the globe. Which means your headings are all going to change direction. And over long distances, your orientation of things are going to change, even though you didn't measure them. This is putting the map before the territory.
They do this a lot in the globe, where they take the model and then use the model to reify the model.
Yeah.
But the basis is all like derived from reality, where we're dealing with horizontal.
Right, and not just the local horizontal, but horizontal at all scales that have ever been measured.
But what does that mean, though? Is it like we're prisoners due to a lack of knowledge or something?
No, it means we're self-deluded.
But I think there must be a reason for saying the Earth is round. I mean, what if there are other continents or something out there?
No, I mean historically, what happened is some of the early thinkers, like Pythagoras, like Epicurus, like Hipparchus and Aristarchus, when they looked at the night sky, they saw the stars and they conceived of the stars as lights on the inside of a gigantic black ball. This is an interpretive frame of reference. Okay, it's not the only way to conceive of how the stars appear and move.
Yeah, and they had that.
That's how it began.
They had that view of the world because of their association with initiate orders, fraternities, and all of this idea of looking at the world like this can be traced basically back to Pythagoras and that original cult.
Mm-hmm. Right, the idea of a ball being a perfect shape because it's got one face with infinite sides.
Yeah. Yoda.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered there might be truths we're not ready for?
There always is. Yeah. There's always truth we're not ready for.
So then what if the round Earth theory keeps us from truths that we're not ready for? Have you considered that?
Well, the globe is an idea, and what people from criticizing the globe is social pressure. Right? If you were to tell your friends and coworkers and family members that you're a flat earther, see what happens. I mean, they'll think you're the dumbest person they've ever met. They'll wonder what's wrong with you. They'll talk about you behind your back and say, he's a flat earther now? What the hell happened? Did he have a stroke? Does he have a brain aneurysm? What the hell happened to him?
That's how your parents think about you.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. This is what we deal with. Now, here's the funny thing, right? Here's the funny thing. We're the ones with proof that the Earth is flat. We can measure it flat. We can show you that the measurements are flat.
You're better than everyone else. With
the globe.
You're the better one.
No, it's not being about better. It's about being accurate.
The smarter ones of us.
We're more accurate than others. We're more accurate and precise.
Everything
than others.
humanity has ever done, you're the best of us.
I was just addressing this earlier.
Yep.
I can prove that the Earth is flat. You can't prove that it's the globe.
You're the best of us.
It's harder to accept that the world is delusional.
You're smarter than Einstein. You're smarter than everyone.
Where's that coming
from? That's not what we're claiming.
I'm smarter than Einstein because I have better ones than Einstein.
You're the
okay.
Not a matter of intelligence,
you're the
dude.
best of us.
Yeah, Jay, where's that coming from? How you doing that? Where's that coming from?
Everything. Well, when you go against what these people say, act
bottle of Jack.
Okay, I'm going against what? What people?
Act accordingly.
Which people?
Who are you acting against?
Yes, this is your worldview we're using right now.
Are you saying Someone said there's more than Einstein.
No, you said that.
Oh, this guy's a retard.
And someone started trolling you rather than engaging.
Okay, bro, I've already moved on.
Hold on. Stick with Power Lover, because I'd just like to highlight Power Lover's actually saying some good things, right? You just said, are you saying that we're like prisoners through ignorance or something like that? Quite an insightful realization. Yes, you could look at things like people are imprisoned by the ignorance of their own reality. And then he also said, what was the next thing he said? He said, is it possible that it's a truth that we're not ready for? Again, that's a pretty nice philosophical, insightful question. It is something that you could consider. Like, if this is what it is, if it's flat like it's observed and measured to be, why are these people lying all those questions? You could arrive and say, maybe they think that the society aren't ready to know this, and the chaos that would unfold if society were to be made aware of it on a mass scale would just lead to the end of society as we know it. So that is a possibility. So Power Lover, I commend you for your insightful thoughts today. Well done. That's the kind of thinking we're actually interested in. Jair, if you'd stop being a brain dead retard for a second and clogging up the airwaves, that'd be nice. Because Power Guy here is actually saying some good shit. You should
You've
listen to him.
been yapping for a while.
Yeah. I'm going to keep yapping while you shut the fuck up. So stick with Power Lover. He could be a good chat. Welcome, Power Lover. Good for you.
I'm also afraid of I don't know, like, imagine you're a scientist, right? And you've just finished a paper or your life's work, right? And then you publish it and it's like deemed irrelevant. Yeah, I think probably there's also a scientific side to that, you know? Like there's certain sciences that are kept because they have value, but then if a greater truth breaks that value, then if you're a descendant of Einstein, for example, or some major scientist, you have nothing left.
You ever heard the story of the emperor who wears no clothes?
No.
Okay, well, it's essentially getting at that idea that a society can be so blinded to reality if an authority tells them to be so, but simple, curious honesty can break the spell. And it's essentially that the emperor walks around the city naked, but none of the people have the courage, or they actually are convinced that he's not naked because they're being told he's the emperor, he's in the finest garbs. But a child points out that he's naked, he's without clothes. And that's kind of the idea that you're getting at and that we're getting at, right? There's this masquerading idea of a globe in space, and no one's calling it out, but the truth is evident for anyone who's curious to go and seek and find, right? So again, that's another fairly insightful point. Yeah, it's all psychological, people tricking themselves. There is no globe. We're talking about physical measurement of the surface, and it's flat. So keep searching. You'll figure it out.
Calculator, and it has a refraction slider, uses the refraction coefficient, and it has a scale between 0 and 1. 0 meaning that there's no refraction at all, and 1 meaning that there's so much refraction the Earth would look flat. Okay, so that means that if you've got something hidden in the distance that's 15 miles away, something visible in the distance that's 15 miles away, it should be hidden by a certain amount of Earth curvature. Okay, you need to slide that refraction slider up to 1, or just close to 1, to have no hidden height if the Earth were a globe. And that's the case in nearly all of the observations, right? Like the Great Salt Lake, the windmill ones with Dr. John Dee, the 3-inch lake observation in Canada, the Black Swan, right? You have to slide that refraction slider up to the point where there would be so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat anyway. That's how ridiculous it is. Okay, and then you start looking into how is that possible? Has anyone ever measured that? And what sort of meteorological conditions would have to be present to have that much refraction on a globe? Okay, and it's impossible. And especially impossible to have such consistent results of being able to see too far.
By the way,
I watched the Black Swan, video, and I was like analyzing it sentence to sentence, and I even like checked the numbers and the calculations for the hidden heights needed to be applied to the turbines in the distance for each of them, like 8 mile, 8.3 till 11 miles. Okay, and I know that any kind of considering any kind of refraction to justify the non-existence of that hidden height on those turbines would be kind of ridiculous. Okay, I admit that. But the thing is that lady that was explaining the whole theory, she herself told that there is a big mirage, like in some of the like in some distance. But I'm just curious why she didn't imply it in her calculations.
There's no miraging effects between the target, right? So the wind turbines don't show any sign of any mirage that exists whatsoever. It's crystal clear. It looks the same as what it looks like from close up. The right out, really far out into the ocean, you're going to start getting some disturbance because you're looking through a really thick air over a huge distance, right? Like you can see the boat that's 14 miles out. Okay, if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't even be able to see that boat at all. Okay, and then in some of the footage, there's another boat that's even further out than that. Now, there's so much air between you and that boat, you're going to get some effects. You're going to get some atmospheric effects that happen over that distance, right? That's such a long distance, and you have all of that air, right? So over huge distances, you're always going to get some effects that are going to be taken into account. But looking out at the turbines that are 11 miles away, it's extremely clear, right? There's no waves. There's no wind, obviously, because there would be waves and ripples and things like that. So there's hardly any wind. Okay, and then there's no miraging effects on those windmills. Okay, the windmills look the same from 12 miles away as they do from close up.
Yeah, you can bring up.
So what miraging effect? Like what miraging effect is there? Like, look, I'm going to post a close up. Right, here we go. Just a second. I've got it right here. Okay, so this is what they look like close up. And
you can bring up types of mirages, and you can see the observation that won't align with any type of mirage. There is no mirroring, no upside down image, nothing.
Yeah, so have a look at the images here. Okay, so look at the pole on the right-hand side of the first image I posted, and then look at the poles from 12 miles away, 11 miles away. Looks the same.
And besides, you can't have a mirage on a ball. You can only have them on a flat Earth.
Yeah, Dr. John D actually goes into detail towards the end of that video about how mirages, inferior and superior mirages, are impossible on a globe.
In the same video?
In the same video, yep. Towards the end. That. Oh yeah, it's really good information. He shows examples. He goes over it step by step. So yeah, I don't see any mirage here. Like there's a list of different miraging effects. Okay, so we can count them off one by one. Okay, so Fata Morgana. Okay, obviously this is not a Fata Morgana. Doesn't have any of the characteristics. Okay, cross that off the list. Superior and inferior mirage, right? They both have total internal reflection and they're super obvious. Okay, superior mirage will have things look like they're floating in the sky. Inferior mirage will have things look like they're sinking, cut off bottom up. And both of them will have total internal reflection and just optical chaos, right? Okay, so we can cross off those two, right? So now we've crossed off the three main types of mirages. Okay, after that we have towering and stooping, which is when things look stretched out, being towering, and when things look squished and compressed, which is the opposite of towering, it's called stooping. We don't have that in this either. Okay, so that's most of the mirages crossed off. Now, what do we have left? We have super mild versions of inferior and superior mirages called looming and sinking. Okay, so those are very, very minor effects. Neither looming nor sinking is going to flatten out 11 miles of water and allow you to have no obstruction of things 11.2 miles away, right, from a 3.5 foot observation height. Impossible. Okay, that's pretty much it. That's all of the mirages accounted for, right? So, yeah, it's wouldn't be a good rebuttal.
Is impossible.
Oh yeah.
Much. People love their space TV shows. And you know what? Maybe reality is that complicated. But when we measure the surface, I mean, we can just go off of that as our foundation. We don't have to suppose that it's actually curving in higher dimensional space-time. We're going to need some evidence that that's the case, not just some assertion that has to be in order for my cosmology to be true. And general relativity is Einstein's own escape from special relativity, because special relativity had absolute reference frames. You had an inertial frame, a non-inertial, and you could use this to describe like the orbits of satellites and stuff around a ball. But then general relativity kind of opened up everything, allowing you to draw those lines as curvy or as flat as you want, and it doesn't matter because in some higher level geometry, it's some absolute truth to the true topology of things, and you'll never be able to access what that is, and maybe it's all relative in the first place. So, it's totally brainwashing mind rot. It's like, hey, so is there a Schwarzschild radius? Is that radius actually straight? Or is it actually curving and just appears to be straight, but there's curved space-time everywhere, so that radius is actually not straight but curved?
Right.
It's self-defeating.
And why would it straighten out again after being curved?
Yeah.
Yeah, and those diagrams, got the space time all gridded out surrounding a globe Earth, right? Where the line, where is it all intersecting? Like where's the? Aren't we supposed to imagine it as if there's another one but tilted slightly, to by a degree, and then another one by another. I need to have all these intersecting versions of what they're describing because it has to be in all dimensions, not just the way they depict it. I think it's a very simplified, concept, what they show in the diagrams. Is it because they can't really depict it how it has to be? Like if this was true, if this was reality.
Yeah, I think so. I think if they were honest, it'd be more obvious how they make their own claims unfalsifiable.
Dude, they can't even agree on the shape of the universe. It's all over the place.
It's not flat anymore?
Well, I've got some links, right? Because I made a folder for this, right? So we got Harvard, we got Stanford, we got we got NASA claiming that it's flat, right? Flat universe. Then we got universetoday.com saying to within 99% certainty, we know that the universe is not flat. And they're saying that it could be like this cone-shaped thing, right? Then we got sciencenews.org saying that we can't rule out other shapes. It could actually be donut-shaped. Then we got Cosmological crisis from newscientist.com. We don't know if the universe is round or flat.
Is this the divergence that our friend earlier was talking about? He's trying to invoke all this, basically consensus, right? Is this what he was talking about? Because this sounds like convergence. This sounds like
I'll post some of these images
disagreements.
Of the universe that just completely contradict each other. Okay, we need to make like a pick A, B, C, or D and put it for the Globers. Like, which of these is the correct shape of the universe? This one?
Sorry, this sounds like divergence, not convergence. Yeah, convergence would be coming together. Divergence would be breaking apart. Right. Hey, do any of you guys remember seeing on a documentary years ago? Right. They said that they did something to map the universe, the known universe, and it started to form the shape similar to like a spiral helix pattern, like the DNA thing.
Dude, that's literally the one I was just about to post.
Oh wow, really?
Here's one, T-Dub. Could be this shape.
Wow, what the heck?
There, I came through, posted a bunch of the stuff from A.G. Kelly's research into the Hafel-Keating demonstration, which was BS. You may want to save that somewhere.
Yeah, I'm literally already doing that right now. As soon as you posted it, I'm like, whoop, yoink.
Next up is Arthur Eddington's 1919 eclipse observation that supposedly proved Einstein. Debunked. So I got this, I got that. Yeah, the Ehrman Glymour paper. Here we go. Eddington threw out 33 of 43 photographic plates of evidence, keeping only those that best fit the data that would satisfy Einstein's predictions.
Can you give me a bit of just like I haven't looked much into Eddington. Can you give just a little bit of background on that, what that's about?
Yes, I think this was the I don't think this was the transit of Mercury. Oh shoot, one of my sources is saying too many requests. I guess everybody's trying to click on it now. Basically in 1919, I think there's an eclipse that was predicted, and it was viewable from like Madagascar and I want to say Brazil. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to see if the timing of the eclipse would allow for relativity to explain, I guess, some kind of discrepancy in the prediction versus observation. Yeah, sorry for being light on details. It's been a few years since I looked at this. I'm trying to pull up a page now so I can rehash my memory. Oh, look at that. There's a website dedicated to this, eclipse1919.org. Yeah, here we go. You're going to read this, like articles like the controversial British-led eclipse expeditions that verified general relativity. All right. So it's best if I read this. The 1919 total solar eclipse crossed through Brazil and Africa on 29 May. This was a unique eclipse since over its duration, the 13 stars of the Taurus constellation, that's what it had to do, the starlight bending. Taurus constellation were visible near the sun. This, as well as the unusually long 5 minutes of totality, created a favorable opportunity to perform the experiment, affirm the consequent, and potentially take a major step towards confirming general relativity? No, how about affirming the consequent of general relativity? Anyway, it continues. Often quoted as a theory of extraordinary beauty, with Nobel Prize winner Paul Dirac calling it probably the greatest scientific discovery ever made, Einstein's general theory of relativity revolutionized our understanding of the universe. According to Einstein, matter leads to curvature in space, which in turn leads to the motion of matter. One consequence of this is the warping of space-time, that a hugely massive object should be able to distort the path taken by light. This is a process known as gravitational lensing. Yep, so that's what this is about. So, if we could see a change in the apparent location of the stars, depending on whether or not the sun was in the vicinity of the sky, then the sun could be said to have distorted the light from those stars. The extent of this distortion would be evidence for whether Einstein's theory of general relativity was accurate or not. Boy, you can see the fallacious logic just leaping off the page. However, the sun is normally bright enough to block out stars in the nearby sky. So that's right, if the sun is this big ball, it's warping gravity around, or gravity's warping space-time around it, then as it moves across the star field, you should see potentially a pulling of the starlight from constellations towards the sun, as if the starlight is accelerating as the sun is warping space-time, curving space-time. So that's the claim. But the problem is, oh dear, how do we test this if the sun basically washes out everything, bathes the sky in bright light? You're not going to be able to see the magnitude of the stars behind the magnitude of the sun. Well, eclipses afford that opportunity. So in 1919, that's when this particular eclipse scenario took place. So Arthur Eddington went out, I think, was it Brazil or Madagascar? Maybe there are observers in both places. But regardless, Arthur Eddington's the guy. He went out there to go photograph this. And so he set up these photographic plates. That was their technology of the day. Captured all the light of the eclipse onto them. And then he whipped out rulers and started measuring the exposure of the starlight and the exposure of the sun as it was being eclipsed. And as he was doing this, the claim goes is that he was finding justification for general relativity. That, oh, look, the starlight happened to move closer to the sun in this instant because the gravitational lensing effect is pulling the starlight closer to the sun, so it shifts where the apparent location of the starlight should be relative to the sun. That he's like, Einstein's right, guys. And so he then reported his findings and was called a brave hero for proving Einstein. And we come to find out later that he cherry-picked all of his data. He cherry-picked, was it like 3/4 of the plates to throw out because they didn't comport to Einstein's theory of general relativity, and kept only the ones that appeared to do so. And so there are all kinds of questions over, what was it he was actually doing and measuring with a ruler? What exactly was his methodology? How was this confirmed by other methods? And the answer is yes and no. So there's a lot of potential fraud at play, and there's a lot that's undetermined too. Even if this wasn't fraudulent, it's still affirming the consequent, and there's still not like this locked-in validation that they can claim exists for relativity whatsoever. So this is what passes for modern scientific rigor, and this is what kids are taught in school when they learn about relativity. They're taught about this eclipse, how famous it was, how it definitively proved Einstein correct, and so on. But nope. I think that paper by Ehrman and Glymour is probably the best one that I'd read before. Gets into some of the details and problems with it. So there you go. Anytime you hear about the 1919 eclipse proving general relativity, and I've heard people bring this up in our spaces all the time. You got a bright newcomer who comes in and probably heard about this in college or something. It's like, hey, remember when this happened? Didn't that prove relativity? And then the other one they bring up is the airplane clocks with the atomic clocks, which I also posted the debunk of. And there's a third one that sometimes they bring up, not often, Pound Rebka, which is basically like dropping a flashlight down a shaft and watching for the redshift. So it's all a bunch of cosmological garbage. I mean, people wanted Einstein to be so right because it offered a new cosmic religion, and that's Einstein's own words. A godless religion that actually comports with the modern Judaic faith. Oh yeah, I mean, it's not just me saying that. Einstein wrote this. He wrote a booklet called The Cosmic Religion, where he basically ties in his own understanding of the cosmos under the frame of relativity, calling the most learned men of science religious fanatics, and linking it to Judaism. Maybe I should find that and post that too. Cosmic Religion. It's a hoot. Like the last part of this booklet, he quotes himself. He's like, it's a chapter called Aphorisms, and he just quotes himself over and over again. Like who quotes themselves? Like, these are my best quotes that I made up, that I picked out, that I get to share with you. Let's see, Cosmic Religion. Yeah. Might have to pull it up elsewhere. Hold on. The Cosmic Religion Einstein. All right. Einstein's Cosmic Religion on JSTOR. Here we go, archive.org. So yeah, George Bernard Shaw did an introduction. I think this is it. Okay, yep, so contents, here are the chapters. An Appreciation by George Bernard Shaw, Cosmic Religion, Pacifism, the Jews, Opinions and Aphorisms. All right, let's go down to aphorisms. There's some amazing choice quotes in here that just kind of reveal how cuckoo bananas he is. Okay, opinions and aphorisms. It was the scientists who first made true democracy possible, for not only did they lighten our daily tasks, but they made the finest works of art and thought, whose enjoyment until recently was the privilege of favored classes, accessible to all. Thus they awakened the nations from their sluggish dullness. The basis of all scientific work is the conviction that the world is an ordered and comprehensive entity. Boy, relativity sure isn't. Which is a religious sentiment. My religious feeling is a humble amazement at the order revealed in the small patch of reality to which our feeble intelligence is equal. We can only see the universe by the impressions of our senses reflecting indirectly the things of reality. Oh, how nice.
Hello, governors.
Hello, just going through Einstein's aphorisms here. I'm trying to pick out a couple that I recall that were absolutely boneheaded.
While you're thinking, just as a quick follow-up to our conversation, I believe from Saturday, is it in fact Einstein that there's obviously some contention that some of his students wrote some of his supposed works when really you and I discussed that that's just misunderstanding of the corporate entity of the day?
Yeah, maybe. You know, who knows? His wife seems like a mathematician or something, right?
Yeah, there's somebody here in more recent times that they alleged that with, but I'll dig that up separately. But continue on with what you were going on. I just
okay. Section 24 from the Cosmic Religion. The cosmic religious experience is the strongest and the noblest driving force behind scientific research. Can we cue Crit with the overview effect? I'll read that again. The cosmic religious experience is the strongest and the noblest driving force behind scientific research. Here's another quote from section 25. A contemporary has rightly said that the only deeply religious people of our largely materialistic age are the earnest men of research. Good stuff, Einstein. Yeah, relativity is not exclusive to a globe at all. General relativity isn't. Special relativity, you could maybe kind of say is, and that was a problem. So, general relativity, think of it as an open source sandbox. Think of it as like the Python dev environment itself, where you can code anything and make it possible. This is where flat can mean curved and curved can be flat. The coordinate reference frames in one case may be stretched and in another compressed. Maybe bent, maybe straight. Time could be slow when we experience it fast, and time could be fast, but it's actually really slow, guys. The star could be here, but it's actually over there. The horizon could be there, but it's also up there. But we know that Earth is most definitively a curving surface within Einstein's geodesic framework. Oh, but we're going to leave out the part where it could be relatively curved and actually flat in another frame of reference. And you just got to tweak the coordinate reference frame a bit. Tweak those Christoffel symbols on your manifold a little bit. And you can preserve all the dynamic forces in the real world. It's a very much have your cake and eat it too kind of thinking. It gives every argument an out. And in every argument an in. It's so non-definitive. It's what's so frustrating about it. And when you have people who commit their lives to so-called science, who are trying to definitively rule out possibilities to prove things are true, and introduce relativity, which doesn't allow you to do that, but these people buy into relativity and at the same time call themselves scientists, and it's like, what the hell is going on? I mean, it starts to look like this postmodern relativism might have been an outgrowth of Einstein's own cosmic religion. Where now morals and truth and ethics and things of this sort are also relative.
So let me interrupt you real quick here.
Yeah.
So you have had over the last 100 years or so this movement that various religions claim to be some sort of science, even, if you will, to loosely lump in everyone for a moment, this idea of theology. So my question for you is, how do we really, truly, with Einstein's own words, how do we separate where Einstein is talking actual science or actual study versus a system of doctrine?
Well, I don't think Einstein proposed a single scientifically testable hypothesis in his entire body of work. So the whole thing is unfounded dogma. It comes from his imagination, which he writes in his own screed that imagination is what makes all things possible in the real world. There's an actual quote that he says that goes along those lines. I wish I had a true photographic memory in that regard. Maybe somebody can pull it up. Einstein on imagination. I mean, he wrote a lot of things on imagination. There's one in particular. Imagination is more important than knowledge.
I mean, it can be that way.
Because knowledge is limited to all we know and understand, while imagination embraces the entire world.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, I think that's Einstein, right? Or maybe I missed it.
Yep.
Yeah, because he had talked, I got in this conversation with globalists. A global server, I almost left it because they are just insufferable. Like, just, you know, like, can you imagine yourself? They're basically talking about the overview effect and the space age and whatnot. Can you imagine a version of yourself out there in the universe that's not extremely triggered by flat Earth? And they couldn't do it. They really couldn't get, you know, I'm like, how is that possible? That you're trying to convince me of a model of endless wonder and amazement. Anything is possible. But the only variable, the only possibility you can think of is you're upset by a topic that you can't even define what it is. Like, riddle me that. And then they went on to say, like, do I think nukes exist? And started asking about, like, you know, oh, wait, do you believe Einstein? Like trying to get these, like, really weird, cringe gotchas. So I was like, yo, I'm not going to talk about me. What I'm talking about is, are you advocating for a model with endless wonder and amazement? Or are you advocating for something more like a flat Earth? It contained, fully explored, categorized, mapped out, where you know everything.
They hate the idea that we claim that there are things you can know absolutely for true. I think that's really the underlying motivation behind their frustration with us.
Well, they walk themselves into a contradiction because they say you can't know stuff, and you know that. Well, no, I don't know that either. So you do know stuff then. Nope, don't know that either. So what do you know? I know that you don't know that you don't know that you do know that you don't know. And then I'm like, wow, really, dude? And they're like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, you know, or some sort of other poisoning the well type thing. It's like, how am I supposed to figure out that the Earth is not a flat when you don't tell me how you know it's a globe, because you know it's not a flat, but you can't tell me what a flat is? Meanwhile, when I quote back to you people like Einstein, these other people, supposedly I can't use them because for some reason, which you won't explain or take questions on, you think I'm talking about nuclear weapons being fake. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, we can, as flat earthers, we can appropriate Einstein for our use. 100%.
He told us we could. Like, in his own words, he's like, hey, use this.
And it'd almost be unfair because we'd be committing the same fallacious reasoning that the Globers do. But we could appropriate Einstein, and we can say, yeah, it measures flat, but there could be a Lorentz contraction happening, creating curvature in this direction in a higher geometry that we just don't have access to because of relativity. And they should be fine with that explanation.
They should have told us that. That's
They should have, but they don't want that to be true.
To any of it, they would have been the ones to tell us, hey, check this out.
Yeah, you can't have a Pac-Man Earth, guys, because the different edges of I hate to put it this way, the different edges of the map are actually connected together, creating a looping surface.
Here, crap, I'll be right back.
You can have that, flat earther. If you accept Einstein, you can have that. Which makes your claim unfalsifiable, just like the globe, but you can have that. You can have what the globe has, which is unfalsifiability. No way to determine whether something is true. Isn't that nice? Absolute insanity. It leads back to the brain in the jar. The same brain in the jar that we've been fighting this whole time. The brain in the jar is both the final boss and the beginning boss at the same time.
So the question is, Yoder, how do you have logical discourse with people who follow somebody such as Einstein that said such crazy nonsense?
Yeah, how closely are they really following Einstein is probably a good question. You really want to be an Einstein acolyte? Go read The Cosmic Religion and get back to us. Go tell us with a straight face that level means curved and curved means level.
So,
destroy your
how
own
does Notebook LM summarize the cosmic religion into a few paragraphs? Have you tried that by chance?
I mean, if I could just describe it, it's... So Einstein was very proud of his Jewish heritage.
Well, sorry to interrupt, but I was meaning like, is there like a way to get a, say, fairly neutral-esque summary that could be copied and pasted in, so when somebody's talking about Einstein, hey, look in the side chat and let's deal with this issue of Einstein?
I don't know. Go find out, I guess. That's what I'd say. Go create one. But what I was trying to describe, though, is understand that mainstream modern Judaism exists today in a way that is more about cultural identity. For the most part, I think that's a fair statement. This is because they had a series of false messiahs throughout the Middle Ages and I think as late as the 1600s, and left a lot of them feeling like maybe they've been abandoned, and has led to them incorporating almost a universalist approach to their cosmology and their theology. It's why you'll find you'll find a lot of occult literature that's wrapped up in this stuff. So, with that in mind, I mean, there's a playground of theology available to them that also removes God and exemplifies man as God, a message that you also find in Freemasonry. It's very, very old in essence. I mean, these are just more Gnostic thoughts. The idea that God was once a unified man and God basically broke himself off into billions of pieces, which became humanity. And we're all trying to assemble each other back together to become one whole entity again. And it's even broader than that, the whole emanation theory, that God basically broke himself apart and became all of creation, and everything is trying to reintegrate itself back into a center whole. I mean, this kind of thought means that, well, there's no God, no overmind in heaven. There's only man and man's collective consciousness. And this leads to this notion that the collective consciousness of man is often most moral and virtuistic and correct. And it leads to ideas, notions of democracy being noble and pure because it's getting the most amount of people to agree on things, and therefore it's probably true. It leads to this kind of thinking. Monism. We are all God's thoughts experiencing separate aspects of himself. You are God, I am God, we are God. That's where Einstein's head is at when I read The Cosmic Religion. So with that kind of relativistic framework already made theologically, all is one, then you've got this all is one when it comes to different frames of reference and describing the motions of the heavens and physics and things like this. All is one gigantic relativistic contradiction. Man is a woman, up is down, level means curved. Man is God. God is man. The uniting of opposites and so on and so forth. These are just ancient ideas, and they're just formed into this metaphysical framework that now has pervaded science.
Yeah, and it is interesting because, you have people like the Chabad Lubavitcher Rebbe, who I don't remember when he died. I think it was around the year 2000.
Yeah, they thought he was the Messiah.
Yeah, they thought he was a Messiah. They're still accepted into mainstream Judaism, even though they teach that the earth is flat. And they taught that Schneerson, Rebbe Schneerson, was a Messiah. Yeah. So it is interesting that to keep the identity, traditions, life such a way that they do have to have a little bit of a broad acceptance of nearly everything. So that is interesting. I had not considered that would play a role into Einstein and maybe even more modern cosmologists.
Yeah, ultimately, you are Messiah too. Is also the thing. You are responsible for your own death and resurrection. You're simultaneously alone and also part of a grand unity of beings at the same time. You are one and you are all, and all is one. It's kind of sounds Pythagorean. So yeah, I mean, who was Schneerson but a messenger, right? That can teach people to be their own Messiah.
And there's still people who write letters to Schneerson, and they put if you send a letter to them, or to him, I should say, they'll take it to his gravesite, and there's people who believe that they've got healing and all sorts of stuff from that. So it's it's certainly interesting. I'm not offering any commentary other than just observation. That, but it is interesting that somewhere along the lines, this has to play an effect because he's not the only supposed Messiah. Like you say, there have been multiple ones, and then you have that, as you say, you are your own Messiah, blah, blah, blah. So it must play an interesting view in modern science, or not view, but it must have a interesting influence on modern science.
Yeah, the certainly has, and the character of their faith changed significantly from seeking a Messiah that was a great warrior that will be a demigod to instead this inner Messiah, inner salvation, inner repair work that people engage in. Man, the name of this guy is just, I just forgot his name, but it was like in the 1600s or something. This Messiah that had come, I think he was, he eventually converted to Islam or something, and that's what shocked the entire world. Oh, what was his name? It'll come back to me if I dwell on it, but.
And yeah, and it is interesting because there was some cult group, and I can't remember the name of the cult group, to where the leader had this, or I should say, the cult group had this extreme cult of personality built up around the leader. And then at some point, when you got to a certain level, you were taught the secret that really he was nothing, and that you were your own cult leader, more or less.
Yeah, there you go. That's the royal secret, folks.
Yeah.
You are God. Or you can skip all the way up to the 32nd, 33rd degree.
And that attitude really does seem to match what they call modern science. Like you become, twisting their words a lot bit. You become a god when you study and explore things and answer every question.
Yeah, you're God figuring out who he is and remembering where he came from and all that. Yep. That's exactly what's fueling a lot of this. And you have Michio Kaku, like reading the Zohar, reading Kabbalistic texts, and getting involved in astrology. Studying the Tree of Life diagram, which is really just a table of emanations in a Gnostic sense. Calling that the Big Bang. It's giving a lot of these ancient Greek ideas a modern veneer of technical, scientific sophistication. You can extrapolate that further to ask, well, what might aliens be from other worlds? But the same demons of the ancient past.
Well, I think you've heard my diatribe of what they call outer space is just a codification of a spiritual underworld. And it's kind of misinterpreted to be the heavens. And that's what explains for the floating through walls and things like this, and et cetera, of ancient yore, where now you just have supposed cosmonauts who float between various quote-unquote planets. And my wife adds in to serve man. And of course, that is where how you get the silliness of the demonic critters like the Canaanites and everything else is that it's literally just a codification of the demonology of yore.
Here's a quote from Einstein's aphorisms, and it relates to the prior discussion on the eclipse. I believe in intuition and inspiration, he says. At times I feel certain I am right, while not knowing the reason. When the eclipse of 1919 confirmed my intuition, I was not in the least surprised. In fact, I would have been astonished had it turned out otherwise. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution. It is strictly speaking a real factor in scientific research. And then he says, by furthering logical thought and a logical attitude, science can diminish the amount of superstition in the world. There is no doubt that all but the crudest scientific work is based on a firm belief akin to a religious feeling and the rationality and comprehensibility of the world. This guy's all over the place. And I kind of wonder if this is where science took on more of this anthropomorphic quality to it. Science does things. Science is this. Science is that. Science is a verb. He uses it in a very similar way that modern people do. A law, so like a natural law, I guess he says, yep, a law cannot be definite. Really, a law cannot be definite for the one reason that the conceptions with which we formulate it develop and may prove insufficient in the future. There remains at the bottom of every thesis and of every proof some remainder of the dogma and infallibility. There is no universe beyond the universe for us. It is not part of our concept. Of course, you must not take the comparison with the globe literally. I'm only speaking in symbols. Most mistakes in philosophy and logic occur because the human mind is apt to take the symbol for the reality. Wow. That's a good one. I am going to screenshot that. And I'm going to drop it into the text chat. Check this out. This is great.
Hey, Quantum. Hello.
Hello.
So I would like to discuss your assertion that the Schwarzschild tensor does predict the time dilation of satellites accurately for GPS to work on Earth, but it can be explained differently, specifically for a case where Earth is flat, using different metric. Within the Schwarzschild metric, but with different vectors, right?
Yeah, GPS doesn't inherently prove a globe at all. You can use the same pseudo-range. Well, okay.
I wanted to tell you that what is a Schwarzschild metric to begin with. It's the exact solution to Einstein field equations that describe the space-time geometry around. Basically, the object has to follow three conditions in order for us to apply the Schwarzschild metric. It has to be static, it has to be non-rotating, and it has to be spherically symmetric mass distribution.
Oh yeah,
and
right. How do you know that that's true? How do you know that the radius is straight and not curving?
Radius and not curving because for a vector we take the shortest distance and not the longest distance.
Yeah. So what about the Schwarzschild radius? I mean, how can you know for sure that that's actually straight when it could be curving in a higher dimension?
Well, we want to use its application in 3D world. That's why we mainly focus on the what we can observe in 3D, which is the Schwarzschild radius that we observe is a 613.
No one observes the Schwarzschild radius. That only comes out in math and descriptions using mathematics. You can't go out and observe and measure a Schwarzschild radius.
Well, yeah. So let me continue to what I was talking earlier. So so the object has to be static, non-rotating, and it has to be spherical, symmetrical. And we do have a lot of other metrics as a solution of Einstein field equation. For example, the Kerr metric KERR for black holes, and for the universe we use the FLRW for measuring cosmic micro background radiation.
How do you know
we
black
do have
holes
other
are real?
metrics for like.
How do you know black holes are real?
Yeah, black holes are real. So what?
How do you know? How do you know that's true?
Well, in 2019, we did find they published it a lot. Didn't you see that the first image of black hole?
Yeah, I did. What's the evidence for it? What did they actually do? What instrumentation was used?
Well, it was a complex evidence, and I would let's stay at the topic, okay? So we do have different metrics, but why do we specifically use the Schwarzschild metric? That is the key. In case Earth was flat, we use something called the Israel Darmois formalism or Israel thin sheet formalism. For a flat.
I know. I told you about this earlier. That's the coordinate reference invariance.
Yeah, but we do get when we apply the Schwarzschild metric to measure the time dilations, then we get the accurate time dilations in order for the GPS to work. If we used any other metric than Schwarzschild, then there's something called error analysis in physics, and the minimum error would be 10 kilometers per day, which would make the GPS and navigation system. It would make it futile. It wouldn't work really. That's why
I've got a first-hand reference actually. Ron Hatch, who owns dozens of patents for the GPS system, said that you don't need these timing corrections because there are other corrections that cancel out those timing corrections. Special relativity is canceled out by general relativity within the own GPS system. And I can explain further.
But we do use
first, and what's also destructive to this is GPS systems require an absolute frame of reference in accordance with special relativity, which debunks general relativity. That's number one. Number two, Earth being treated as a sphere with an equatorial bulge in general relativity produces a time dilation effect that cancels out the accelerated time in special relativity for the satellites in motion.
Well,
so you don't need them in the first instance, as if they're not even needed as a consequence.
Well, you can calculate that yourself. You can avoid using the Schwarzschild metric.
This is what Ron Hatch published in his papers.
Well, can you fill the papers in the chat?
Yeah. Yeah, give me a second. I've got zip files.
And I will read them tomorrow because I think you connect all these things to your web of beliefs. I think you also believe that the Bible says yours is flat.
No, I'm not discussing the Bible here at all, dude. I'm showing you that what is described within your own worldview is inconsistent internally and does not withstand its own capability to provide consistent evaluation of observations that are made. Furthermore,
add something real quick. Oh,
go ahead.
Okay, the Bible part. Everyone in this channel, there won't be a single person here, Flat Earth, who's going to follow your Bible talk. Okay, no one here cares about your Sky Daddy. I don't care if your interpretation of the Bible tells you the Earth is a globe, and that someone else's interpretation that you think is wrong says it's flat. That all that stuff is a complete non sequitur, irrelevant to the conversation. Just like if one person says their read of the Bible says pineapple belongs on pizza, it doesn't matter. Your personal interpretation of your holy book is completely irrelevant to anyone else's interpretation. And even more to the point, your globe side Bible thumps all the time, and that's one of the major reasons why people have rejected the globe model. The deeply intrinsic, like Catholic Church indoctrination, astronauts going to the moon for the glory of God and country, is one of the reasons why they've rejected heliocentric.
Well, Quantum, I would like to get back to your stuff. You said that the time dilations get cancelled out by the general relativity, and we don't need the Schwarzschild metric to
because special relativity negates general relativity. The time dilation effects exactly precisely cancel each other out.
I think you're moving from general observations to obvious conclusions. I'm better at so let me analyze the papers you wanted to send.
Yep. Give me a second. I've got it pulled up here. I just need to make a copy. Yep, and I need to transfer it to. Yeah. Fortunately, my phone is not interacting well. Let's see, share.
Quantum, you can, whenever you find them, you can ping me in the chat and share those, and I will read them and discuss them tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Okay, goodbye.
Yep, so furthermore, GPS uses pseudo-ranging. So they're just beacons that are beaming, they're beaming a timestamp. And they also carry some additional data with them, like Keplerian orbital elements and nautical almanac. But the beeping of the beacon pseudo-ranging and its message traffic does not inherently prove that Earth is a globe, because you can take the GPS signals and you can assemble a moon out of it, which NASA has done. They created what they said is a lunar receiver. So they basically created a 3D model called a datum of the moon with a coordinate reference grid, and they utilize Earth GPS signals to provide the pseudo-ranging needed to place the receiver somewhere on that lunar datum. GPS receivers can also work on a flat Earth. The same process where you take the same pseudo-ranging and you apply it to a flat datum instead of a round datum like a globe. Surveyors today use GPS very much exclusively with their total stations, and their total stations allow them to choose a coordinate reference system to apply the GPS signals to, and they can choose old datums of the globe where you have one set of coordinates, or new versions of the globe with new coordinates or even a state plane coordinate reference grid, which is flat. GPS itself does not inherently prove Earth's shape at all whatsoever. And what does that mean these satellites are doing? Well, we need proof that they're in an orbit. But here's the problem. The very concept of an orbit itself relies on first assuming that Earth is curved, and we measure the Earth flat. The orbital coordinate reference system that is used a lot in satellites is called IGP-4, which is taking the WGS-84 datum and adding an altitude to it. WGS-84 is a model of Earth that was developed off of how the sky appears to be behaving and is interpreted. It's not based off of ground-based measurements at all. So, to bring this back down to Earth, so to speak, what this means is that this coordinate reference system is a choice. The coordinate reference system for satellites or the coordinate reference system that your satellite beacons can give you on the ground are both choices. They're arbitrary. Just as arbitrary is the coordinate reference system that you think is true within Einstein's relativity framework, which is also just a choice, a preference, and you can use that same framework and develop other coordinate reference systems. You can, with general relativity, draw those geodesic lines as curving, as looping, or as flat as you want. And it preserves the underlying physical dynamics. Because you just add higher dimensionality, and it becomes unfalsifiable because you're not supposed to be able to measure the difference in frames, because all the frames are relative to one another, and you have no way to choose whether or not that you're in a proper frame or an absolute frame. There's only chosen frames of reference, and these are all mathematically derived from imagination. So to come here and absolutely say, as a relativist, that the Earth is absolutely a globe is actually betraying what Einstein tried to do, and that is deliver you an open-ended field of infinite possibilities for what the Earth should be, for what the universe should be. It can take on any shape. The Schwarzschild radius doesn't have to be straight. It can be curved. It adds extra math, of course. You can assume that it's straight in one reference frame, but curving in another. And you have no way to choose which of them is the true one, because the point is there is no absolute true one. So, arguing for the globe as a relativist is self-defeating. And to say that GPS relies on relativity to prove a globe is self-defeating. And physically is not true, as Ron Hatch points out in his own research, that the relativistic corrections that are applied are actually canceled out by other relativistic corrections elsewhere within the same system. You can greatly simplify GPS by honoring that. So I'm running into some frustration here because I've got the zip file, and the only way for me to share this right now at this point is to give you a link to my Google Drive, and I'm not going to dox myself. So what I'll do instead is I'll type in the name of this guy, Ron Hatch. And his assistant is Ruyong Wang. Ron Hatch, after learning this, devoted his professional career to refuting Einstein and to try to simplify and correct GPS systems he himself had originally built and patented. Isn't that funny? So as Einstein said in The Cosmic Religion before you showed up, there's no universe beyond the universe for us. It is not part of our concept. Of course, you must not take the comparison with the globe literally. I'm only speaking in symbols. Most mistakes in philosophy and logic occur because the human mind is apt to take the symbol for the reality. The human mind is apt to take the globe, which is a coordinate reference system for a map, for the reality, which is that in reality, we use physical instrumentation to measure the Earth flat. In reality, the US Navy is using flat Earth to improve the precision of their targeting for aerial drones. Check this out, Naval Postgraduate School, thesis. Incorporation of a differential global positioning system, that's what I referenced earlier, and the control of an unmanned aerial vehicle for the precise navigation and the local tangent plane. That's right. Did you know, by the way, that GPS receivers initially provide your coordinate reference grid locally as a flat Cartesian plane? You can use the same beacon, though, like I said, for any coordinate reference system. All right, here's the abstract from the paper. The purpose of this thesis is to incorporate GPS and inertial navigation systems for the guidance of an unmanned aerial vehicle seeking precise navigation in a local tangent plane. By applying the differential positioning technique, GPS position data becomes more accurate. This position can then be referenced to a known location on the ground in order to give the aircraft's position in the local tangent plane. How many local tangent planes are there? There's one for every receiver. Every receiver on Earth initially produces a local tangent plane, taking the receiver data and providing what's called east-north up and east-north down coordinates from the Earth-centered Earth-fixed coordinate reference system. How many local tangent planes can exist on a curving surface of a ball? What the math does is it chains together all the flat local tangent planes of every receiver and uses higher dimensional geometry called a hypersphere to loop them all together, such that there is no curvature taking place in reality, but only in the math. The radius is curved in higher dimensional math for the ECEF system to work with every receiver given initially a local tangent plane. And you're going to argue that that curvature exists in reality? When your own systems that you think you use for a globe actually put the geometry in a higher dimension that you can't access? I mean, what did Einstein say earlier? There's no universe beyond the universe for us. It is not part of our concept. Of course, you must not take the comparison with the globe literally. I'm only speaking in symbols. Most mistakes in philosophy and logic occur because the human mind is apt to take the symbol for the reality. The human mind reifies concepts into reality all the time, and that's what you're doing. People are imagining that Earth is a globe, and then they use math to try and take every physical measurement of a flat Earth and conform it to a globe. The whole point of relativity is to ensure that you can't definitively say one way or another whether the Earth is flat, in my opinion. So why would you say it inherently proves that Earth is a globe? Well, yeah, you've got a way to mete it out when you choose a coordinate reference frame to begin with to operate under, like a heliocentric globe framework, which does offer you Schwarzschild radii that are straight. But the framework of relativity says that this is not absolute and cannot be said to be inherently true, because all reference frames are equal, including the one where your radius is actually curved in the math. So how about we get back to the fundamentals, right, and get out of this reified mathematical concept land and start looking at detectable reality itself. Start measuring the Earth. Look at our laser tests, folks. Look at our long distance observations, both in the visual spectrum and in infrared from high altitude. Go get a camera and zoom in on the horizon. Ask yourself if the inferior mirage above the marine layer of the water is curvature of the Earth or not. Be honest with yourself. You've never seen the globe except as depictions on TV and on the internet and in books and magazines. Nothing you can do will allow you to experience a globe that is moving through space. In fact, that very notion is an absolute frame of reference. Relativistically, any frame of reference is true. That globe could be flat and could be stationary. And the universe, if it appears to be in motion, moves around it. But then again, maybe the universe is also stationary. And there's yet another frame of reference that we're operating with. It just gets insane. There's no reason to defend any point of view if you're going to adopt the position of Einstein.
Evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Cyclone. How well doing?
Pretty good. Josh was in here about an hour ago, hour and a half. Had to go.
Who, Josh?
The satellite guy.
What the satellite guy? What was he saying for himself? Has he presented his official apology to the room yet?
I don't think he made it official, but...
Well, I demand an official grovel.
Well, that'd be entertaining.
So, I might extract that from him the next time he's in.
I was hoping to get through to him earlier that calculated distances between coordinates is not the same as measuring those distances.
I can't imagine that he doesn't understand that.
I know. But he'll make a comment, regarding GPS systems can accurately calculate your distance between point A and B. It's like, well, how do you know it's accurate?
Yeah, that's just rhetoric. I think he knows. I think he must know. He's not a dumb guy.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if he's secretly troubled by much of this, which is why he keeps returning again and again.
He literally wouldn't return once if he wasn't.
Right.
Like, there's a reason, like, guys who are supposedly at the spear's tip of globe technology and activity want to spend their time hanging out with flat earthers. Like, I'm trying to think how you could change that. Like, I'm trying to think what an analogy for that would be. It's so bizarre.
It's kind of like they have such a hard time accepting that this is true, that they need to continuously play devil's advocate with themselves and argue against it with us, just to make sure they're not going crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't really want to, it's maybe not a good example, but it's almost like, imagine like a high-end cancer research scientist or something spending all his time hanging out with people that say cancer doesn't exist. And it's not like he's in there debating them all the time. He's just hanging out with them and like speaking to them. Like, on the surface of it, you'd be like, well, why would you do that? Doesn't that infuriate you? Doesn't that? It doesn't seem to. It seems to be more, I mean, it has to be a level of intrigue, because otherwise that reaction doesn't really make any sense. At least intrigue. You know?
Yeah, I hear you. And to the point where he even pays for a vanity license plate that says Earth Flat on it.
No. Shut up.
Oh, you haven't seen that? Yeah, he's got a Prius. He posted a picture. and yeah.
All right. He's fucked up in the head then. I don't know. Now that's too far. Maybe he's just a troll or something. I don't know. That's crazy though. In his field, I mean, that's just trolling, isn't it? But
I think it's a catfish.
I mean, that would make sense for a guy maybe who's just straight up trolling. But you'd have to be pretty triggered about the whole thing to go and buy a vanity plate, go to the effort of putting it on your car, go through the hassle of just having that as a vanity plate on your car. So either you're really upset about it, or I don't know. That's a bizarre thing for a supposed globe believer to be doing. I mean, I could maybe see that from someone like McToon or something, just going absolutely crazy and just trolling. Even they wouldn't do that, right. But that's weird. Why did he say he did that?
I don't know. I've never asked him. I think that'd be a good question to ask as part of his groveling.
Yeah. I need to understand that psychology. I mean, well, on the surface of it, you just say, well, he's just taking the piss because he thinks it's a joke. But when he's in here, he can't pretend that he thinks it's a joke and that he can just take the piss of it because he literally can't argue against it. He has nothing to say against it. So he knows full well that it's not a joke in the sense that he can just dismiss it and debunk it. Certainly not that. Maybe it's just a projection. Like, it is a joke,
right, so it's not
really.
It's not like the same thing as a flat earther who wears a NASA shirt.
Yeah.
It doesn't work in reverse.
yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, the proof's in the pudding. You come in this room and you're not debunking it. So it's not a joke. That just doesn't make any sense. Like, none of that adds up. Unless it was just like a massive piss take. But then when he's in here, he's like, no, I support you guys. I'm speaking to my friends about how you guys are not crazy and you got good arguments and stuff. Another reason to think he's just totally disingenuous. But maybe he got that plate long before he actually started speaking to actual flat earthers. Maybe he was in his own little Dunning-Kruger called this headspace when he thought, I'll just buy a vanity plate that says Earth's flat.
Yeah, I could see that. He had not heard of FE Core this entire time until today. So giving you an idea, like he's been in this arena for 5 years and he's like, what? FE Core, what's that? Like either he's not been paying attention or he's trying to pull one over.
Or by arena, he means like Reddit and Quora and Facebook. I don't know. I don't know what maybe by arena.
That's true. I mean, he's probably wasted a lot of time with inferior communities.
So when Josh first came in, I think I might have been people to speak to him, and I told T-Dub this the other day, but he was very measured. He was very well spoken. He was very formal in the way that he spoke. Very well behaved, like clean. He didn't swear, none of that. And then the transition has been over the last 2 or 3 months or whatever it's been since he's been in here. Like the mask has slipped off and he's become just kind of like this degenerate trying to take the piss. And yeah, there's been an evolution for sure. But no, he can't be trusted as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's like, I'm just trying to wonder if the psychology is like just the cog this. He can't help himself. He can't trust himself. He himself is trying to work through it. Or if he's like already decided something, that we're, I don't know, dangerous or something, and he's doing his own slow strategy of something nefarious. I don't know. I'm generally not that paranoid about that kind of thing because I just can't see it coming to anything. But I think that's the only question that I have. Is it like genuine cockdis, or has he got some strange game that he's playing? I don't know. Not that I really care, because either way, it doesn't matter what anyone says, thinks, or acts like. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. But it is interesting. The psychology interests me. But in a way, it's almost like the guys that are at that level, or have the quote-unquote credentials for the globe, even just them admitting that the flat earthers have good points and they're worth listening to, you almost can't even give us that much. Like, if you give us that much, you've killed the globe, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I mean? Like, it has to be ironclad for it to be a globe. Like, imagine little noob globers listening to the guy that they're like, oh, the satellite guy is going to prove the globe, and then he starts being like, you guys are cool. I don't have anything to argue against you. I like you guys. The glober's like, what? Nah, you've got to be debunking these guys. I mean, if you guys are wanting to hang out with the flat earthers and you say they're sound and you can't really debate them, what chance have the rest of us got?
Hey, Josh, bring some of your friends by. Let's have like 2 or 3 of your buddies come in here and let's hang out.
I think I already asked him that, and he said they wouldn't do it, which is no surprise to me.
Mic check.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, cool. I mean, the guy makes 6 figures by promoting, globe ideas and, let's say, services. So he's not gonna put that in risk, right? Just by making friends with flat earthers on the internet.
Yeah, he really couldn't say anything else for his own job. Like, I mean,
He says he tells his friends and coworkers about us, and he represents this idea on occasion at his UN panel.
Yeah, but not in any way that's like, he can't be doing it in any way that's like, hey guys, we need to seriously look at that, because as soon as he does, either one of his colleagues or someone else is going to try and get him to lose his job.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
So there's no way to, I mean, even if he understood it and he accepted it, he would have to pretend that he doesn't. Like, he couldn't even have one of those jobs where he can be a flat earther. Even though technically everything he's doing is on a flat earth and doesn't require a globe at all. But the optics of it has to be all globe, globe, globe.
Right, and he's always retreated to fallacy of pragmatism each and every time.
Yeah.
Well, it works.
Yeah. Well, you guys get your Amazon spatulas, don't you? There you go.
Right. Yeah, hey guys, but we all know those flat earthers are crazy, right? I mean, we all know that this stuff just actually works. It just works, guys. We all know that.
We all know the emperor is not really naked. We all know that, guys, right?
I mean, shouldn't you be a little bit concerned when the best you have is everybody knows it works? Yeah, we all know it works. Well, not us personally, but like, John over there in space payloads, he knows it works, right? And like he said that other people knows that it works, so
he actually gives us quite a powerful concession, because when I've asked him, when I've like really pushed it, his argument basically comes down to, well, sure, the general public can't know it, but us who are working in the industry in specific roles, we have access to data and technology that allows us to know it. I mean, that's almost like the best front you've got, and that's literally saying that 99.9999999% of the world is just trusting the word of 0.000000001% of the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so even if the globe is true, that's a huge problem, epistemologically and culturally and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, even if it was true, it wouldn't be logical for us to be believing it. Wouldn't be justified.
Right.
Well, I mean, what would be the danger ultimately in giving the public the knowledge that they would maybe be interested in having, such as Earth curve measurements?
Exactly.
Well, he told me to get in touch with some guys in Spain who got some radio satellite. I was like, come on, Josh, really? So you're going to tell me to do? Now I've got to do this?
He once said that that basically the globe itself is such an artifact from deep history that nobody's bothered to actually measure it, and they just work with it, and it freaking works, and that's the way it is.
There's some truth in that.
Yeah.
You just wonder if it's really like landing. Some of the admissions he's making, he's not realizing how damning they are to his position.
Yeah. It's like, hey, we assumed the circumference of the globe, and we did all these V2 rocket tests, and we just got damn lucky because I guess it was true after all that Earth is a globe.
Like he's falling back to, well, no one else knows, but I know because I'm in this special position. So I'm cool with it. Obviously, that's very flimsy.
Yeah, and why would I be in such an industry that receives such high-profile funding if none of this was true? Somebody's got to know. I'm surrounded by all these people who know. People who've been in the industry for decades. Of course it's true that Earth is a globe. Why would they lie?
The whole space fantasy industry, though, is in absolute turmoil, right? You know how quickly this whole thing has fallen apart within 10 years of modern critique. Now NASA is no longer a space agency. It's intelligent.
Right.
Now they're no longer even updating their website. They're like basically non-functional. You go on the social media pages whenever a space article or a news story is posted, and it's like 50-50 almost. Like half the folk are like fake, the other half are like, why would they lie? How could they fake it? Why wouldn't Russia tell on them?
That's true. I remember 10 plus years ago, industry magazines talking about how the commercialization of space is looking for cheaper alternatives to these expensive self-orbiting satellites. So we're going to go back to balloons. The whole thing was about making the vast reaches of outer space much closer, much more accessible through more conventional means.
And I think
it's like, oh, this lie's too expensive for us to keep up, folks. We got to transition the whole space industry down to more conventional things because
it's all
of this exotic technology from the Cold War is too expensive to keep up the illusion of its existence.
Well, that's what they're focusing on now in my mind. It's like, on top of kicking the can down the road endlessly, they're trying to look for a transition, like you say. Like they're finding a way to pretty much put space exploration to bed in people's heads while still maintaining this globe in space fantasy. But they can't figure out how to do it. And realistically, they're probably, I'd like to think there is no way that they could do it, but given the state of the public credulity at present, maybe they could.
You know how things come in threes? Well, maybe they got their Challenger, they got their Columbia, now they need a spectacular finale. Some disaster of epic proportions that'll keep us generations of ever wanting to endeavor to go to Mars.
Yeah, like a new Hindenburg.
Yeah.
They shut down the industry entirely, and they're going to be like referring back to this one incident forever. Oh, well, look what happened here. What I like to do on those threads, I just like to put the comment, "Are you guys figuring it out yet?" ? Nothing else, just that. And they lose their mind. Figure what out? What are you talking about? Oh, look, another retard, blah, blah, blah. They just lose their shit.
Well, I'm trying to think if we are to get a mega space disaster, that the buildup has to be proportional to the epicness of the disaster itself. So we might be a long way off right now before that happens. They really need to make like Mars trips seem so accessible, the technology seems so mature, and then bang, and then oh shit, we will never go there ever.
The thing about the space news and all that thing is, though, it's got to be a very clever type of propaganda. It's got to be a type of constant background propaganda, the type that's so present that it's never far away, but at the same time, almost not juicy enough that anyone really digs into it. Because in a way, it's like a Barbara Streisand effect, right? It's like they don't want too much attention on this because as soon as you start digging, it all falls apart. So it's kind of like it just has to be very surface level stuff, quick, short little snippets that look like, oh, it's raining diamonds. Oh. Let's move on. Like, can't be too juicy. So I don't know if they will try and whip everyone up into a massive obsession over space again, because it's almost like you're rolling the dice too much by even drawing too much attention to it. You just want people endlessly distracted with millions of other things, which is exactly what we're seeing going on.
I think it's expensive. They need to pivot, but they also need a story.
Yeah. I think a good example of how it's kind of breaking the zeitgeist is that they just had what's his name? Bart Sibrel just had some debate with a actual actor. Did any of you see that?
Yeah, I did. It's but for Bart's faults, he's not a logician at all. That astronaut dude, he looks suspicious as hell.
So I didn't watch it, but I heard just a few snippets of it. It sounded like the guy didn't even know what he was there for, and he was surprised that he was speaking to a guy who was like challenging the whole story, which he's probably not used to. Because I was like, why would this guy even agree to this? Then he's like, wait, what are we doing here? What did you say? And I was like, oh, he doesn't know what this is. That's why he's here.
All right, I gotta get going. But yeah, I mean, that astronaut fell back on some old scripts over and over and over again when challenged. And to me, that was a big tell. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, peace, bro. Well, yeah, imagine trying to tell a convincing story like you went to the moon when you didn't actually. Under the scrutiny of the whole internet. At like 90 odd years old. These poor guys. Feel for them.
Honestly, elder abuse.
It is elder abuse, 100%.
And very few people know that the ratings for Apollo 12 were pretty abysmal compared to Apollo 11. 60 to 70% lower.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Probably because people saw Apollo 11 and went like, well, that looks like crap.
I mean, the same thing happened with the DM2 mission in 2020, when it was the first time that SpaceX had used the Falcon 9 and Dragon capsule to launch astronauts to the ISS. And so the first mission, DM2, was like, all the news was covering and everything. And then when they did the next one in October, it was just like, oh, okay, that occurred. No one really paid attention or watched.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's kind of how they want the propaganda to go. Get a bit of excitement about something, but it's nothing really groundbreaking, just moves the needle slightly. And then it's just, people are just bored of it. And it's just background noise. It's almost more effective to be background noise in terms of its acceptance in the public than it would be to really shove it into people's faces.
I'm excited. I'm building an S-band tracking station for the Artemis 2 mission. Basically an antenna where I'll be able to try and track some of the health data coming down from the Orion capsule. When it takes when they're planning on sending folks into orbit around the moon in
You
February.
ain't getting shit. You're not getting shit from them.
Sorry, what? No, I mean you can. There's folks that tracked Artemis 1 using the same sort of tech, just random civilians.
No,
I didn't even realize that was you, Josh.
Yeah, I was going to say the TT&C data. They have both encrypted and unencrypted channels in S-band that you can listen to. You just got to buy an antenna and point it at the sky at the region where the spacecraft is.
Yeah, but Josh, we don't believe in space or any of that.
Oh, I know. It's just okay. A radio signal is coming down from the exact place that the globe model says it should be, and at the exact
Globe
frequency
doesn't
of the
have a
model.
model. We've been asking you for a model this whole time. You won't give us one.
Wait, the signal is coming from the globe model. That's amazing. A model is doing all that?
Well, no, from the sky. But the motion, and where
not the
how
globe,
it moves.
not outer space. No, not that place in the cartoon globe fantasy.
No, I'm
concussion.
saying relative to your position, right under the globe model, this is where the object would
but
be.
the globe model, remember, requires essentially surface curvature, which the Earth doesn't have. So that frame of reference that you're using doesn't work.
Well, from your point of view, it doesn't have that based on your measurements, right?
Well, based on any measurement. What measurement's measuring curve?
Most things from above a certain altitude.
But no one actually on Earth, like no member of the public, is able to measure any curve.
Member of the public. I mean, there's commercial space outfits all over.
No one in the public, no one in the private sector either. So nobody measures that. Not just the public. No one.
I dispute that assertion.
Have you got the measurements of the satellites?
Go ahead, Josh, and post the curve measurements that you made.
Yeah, just give that.
Oh, that I made?
I mean, I can't imagine that you're saying that they've only measured curve with these multi-million-dollar metal boxes floating in the space, and they can't just measure 8 inches per mile squared of drop over a lake. Like those
it's hard to do optically with the optics traveling through the medium.
What do you mean? What, over a lake?
The medium of the atmosphere.
You mean the medium of
all
air?
the lasers away then, Cyclone. No more lasers for us. They bend all over the place. It's going to be a problem when we're shooting things down.
Yeah,
Because you can't use lasers.
like that all the
Call
time.
the military.
Yeah, Josh, they've been doing this for decades. Over tens of miles at least.
Directed energy weapons.
So that excuse doesn't wash. You're trying to maintain that they're doing all this from space, quote unquote, but it cannot be done over a lake with a laser or an optic.
I was going to say that I introduced the conversation based off of me being excited to independently track the TT&C signals of the Artemis 2 mission.
Yeah, but then you said that's over a globe.
And
model.
I said no.
And we pointed out that the globe model requires curvature that it doesn't have.
Oh yeah, you can turn the conversation back to that point. I'm just restating where I started.
We have to, because we can't start saying this is going on in reality when the foundational premise of that claimed reality is false. We can't just continue off in fantasy land. We have to say, oh wait, remember, the lakes aren't curving. So how could you say this is occurring on a place with curved lakes? There's no curved lakes. So that doesn't work. Sounds cool though, getting signal from the sky.
Does, doesn't it? My heart's a little bit broken. We can't use lasers on the floor.
Shit,
lasers are cool.
Me.
Lasers are cool. It's my job every day, man.
Okay, cool.
They really tried to complicate the laser.
I thought you built satellites, not lasers.
Maybe puts lasers in satellites.
Lasers on the satellites, man.
Or do you put sharks? Do you have sharks with laser beams attached to their heads?
Nah, no underwater lasers, unfortunately.
All of that refraction, right?
Yeah, we don't like doing medium stuff.
It's not just the lack of curve, though, Josh, as well, remember. It's the fact that having a little gas pressure system in a giant vacuum doesn't work according to natural law. That whole thing just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, just dispute that assertion as well.
Okay, well, could you show us a little gas pressure system within a giant vacuum with no physical containment? In order to dispute what I said?
Continuous curve and asymptotically approaches zero.
Come again?
There's no termination, altitude. It just asymptotically approaches zero.
Yeah, but you're claiming that it's a gas pressure system like we've got here with a higher pressure going into radiating into a vacuum? Show us that.
I mean, once again, you'd have to believe that we could go there and take pictures and measurements for me to provide any evidence for that.
So that's a problem. So we just have to believe. I mean, this is a stunning admission, Josh, considering your status in this whole thing, your credentials. You're saying we just have to believe.
No, you have to, trust that you're not being lied to.
Trust and beliefs. That's all we need.
That's what you just said. You said, well, you have to believe that we can go and do X, Y, and Z. All right. So if I don't believe that, I can't
based on the evidence
know.
presented to you. Correct. That's how science works.
No, science doesn't just require believing stories and claims.
Science does not require belief in unverifiable things. You measure signals, you assume that those signals are trustworthy.
Yeah, Josh, this is shocking. You can't be saying that science is just belief and that we just have to believe the globe. You're supposed to be the guy convincing everyone here that the Earth's definitely a globe because you've got
no, I'm not. I don't have to convince anybody of anything. I just enjoy talking to you all.
That's suspicious too.
That's weird though, because why would you want to talk to us when we just fundamentally don't believe in the thing that you think is going on? Like, why would you want to talk to us about it? Like, you must think we're crazy.
I find it educational.
Are we
I mean,
crazy?
when scammers get paid to push the scam, when scammers get paid well to push a scam, they're not gonna tell you they're scamming.
I'm not even saying that Josh is a scammer. I don't know if that's
No,
fair,
I'm saying the globe scam.
Oh yeah. Like, I don't think Josh is wittingly scamming anyone, but you're certainly projecting your desire to believe this story outwardly as if you know it to be true, when in reality, you're literally verbatim telling us that we just have to believe it. We just have to believe that we're doing these incredible sci-fi adventures that they tell us and show us little images of on. Give us no evidence at all, really, just claims in articles, one or two images, easily fakeable. Don't give us anything, and then we just have to believe that. Ignore the fact that gas pressure requires physical containment in all observable, measurable aspects of reality. Ignore the fact that the lakes aren't curving.
Disagree with that.
Yeah, I know you said that, but then when I asked you for an example or a demonstration, you gave nothing. So it doesn't matter that you disagree.
Because I'm agreeing. I'm conceding. I'm conceding your stance as far as there is no overlap between the evidence that you could be provided that would change your mind and the evidence that I can produce. Like, I'm ceding that point.
No, that's a bit of a weaselly way of saying you're correct that all the evidence agrees with what we're saying in terms of gas pressure requiring containment.
I'm just saying your bar is too high, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, no, but the reality is, that it wouldn't matter what our bar is. You cannot produce a demonstration of your claim that would then dispute ours. That's what it is. Doesn't matter what you try and dress it up as. That's what it is. A lack of evidence or demonstration on your side. In order to
that would be believable to you, correct?
Fuck.
Well, that just means it's not demonstrable, not verifiable by the public, which is again just gatekeeping.
But your definition of the word public is not, I can say the public is this entire industry of commercial space industry engineers and folks that are building these things that are not government folks.
Well, let's try and narrow it down.
That's not the
Who
public to
can
you.
prove it? So who can prove it?
Once again, I would make the assertion that the reason that you haven't found any evidence is not because the evidence isn't there. It's just that your, the bar that needs to be met in order for you to be convinced is there's no overlap. So even if I say,
you totally dodged the question, Josh. You dodged the question.
I'm saying I don't know if there is anybody.
Yeah, there is no body, there is no evidence. That's the whole point. It does just rely on pure faith and belief in these stories. We already understand that. I think you're starting to understand that, but you're really projecting the opposite. That somehow you're being unreasonable. We've just got too high a standard for the evidence. They're not presenting a single piece for us to have a bar to even compare it to. There's nothing on the table.
I disagree with that as well. I mean,
right, well, what have they given us to show us that gas pressure doesn't require containment, for example? What have they given us?
I mean, you have tons of satellites that are operating with.
No, that doesn't mean anything when you say satellites. Like what data?
Exactly.
What evidence?
That's what I'm saying. You're cordoning off things that are being used to quote unquote show evidence, but it doesn't mean your bar.
Just saying the word satellites, if that's what it takes to convince you, that would be a pretty ethically low bar, wouldn't it? So obviously we need something tangible. Like, for example, is it something that you could post as a link in the chat that we could review?
Yeah. On my profile right now, there's a paper that goes over the subsystem on the ISS that does external pressure.
I already looked at your profile yesterday. Went over your shit. Yeah, nothing there.
What part of it? Okay. What part of it addresses having gas pressure without a container?
It shows that there's an external piece of hardware on the ISS that does pressure center pressure measurements, and that shows that it's E-7-ish, E-8-ish. So therefore, this object is operating in an environment that's a near vacuum, and you're operating in an environment that's not a vacuum.
So that would just be another example of a completely unverifiable claim for 99.9999999.
Once again, the bar is too high. That's my assertion.
It's too high. So if it's unverifiable by 99.9999999999999 continues of the population, it's unreasonable of us to say we need more evidence than that. That's what you're telling me.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's unreasonable.
You are. You are.
No, not at all.
That's what
I'm
you're saying.
I'm just saying the bar is so
too high. You're saying our standard's too high. Because it's something that 99.999% of the world cannot know. Josh, you're just saying that this knowledge is restricted to an ultra elite that we just have to believe and cannot question. That's awful. Anyway, I'm going to leave you guys.
The first person observation. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I apologize.
Sorry, yeah, no, I need to get running, but have a good one, bros. And Josh, nothing personal. It's just this is an important topic that we need to be straight about.
There's a reason I don't white knuckle over it. I appreciate the candor.
So,
all right, you have a good night, boys.
The experiment was done in space, in orbit. Do you have proof the experiment was done in orbit?
So, I mean, Rel was on the launch manifest on one of the resupply missions going up. You have the engineering unit that was produced on the ground, and you have the team that's operating it once it got transferred up to the ISS. Like, you can take a picture of the ISS using a ground-based telescope, and you can do radar ranging off of that to figure out it's actually 400 kilometers away. So, all of those things put together is what I'm saying, right? Science is making making a conclusion based off of evidence that's provided to you. And here's all the evidence. You can make whatever conclusion you'd like off of it.
Don't redefine science. What you're telling us is that you have a lot of hearsay, and yes, we reject hearsay as evidence.
I mean, hearsay is in like public documentation that you can go look at and people you can reach out to and talk to.
They're just claims. Yeah, they're just claims. The guy asked a very specific question about, this being verified in space. Don't have any evidence.
Again, how do you verify it? That's the question I would put back to you. Like, what would be verifiable?
Thank you. That's what we're asking you.
From your perspective. Because from my perspective, that evidence is verification.
I want to go. Can I go? Can I go to space and check this out?
I mean, sure, if you'd like. You just got to pay.
Great. Who am I paying?
Do you have the money? You can contract Axiom Space. It's about $55 million for a ticket to the ISS currently.
Okay. So you do have to be an elite then. You have to have elite level money to go to the ISS. That about right?
So you're automatically grouping in folks with capital with the elites as far as like knowledge? Is that the assumption you're making there?
I take it back. You got to have boatloads of money to even sniff this, right?
I'm just saying, like, it's not like you have to.
Is that practically
pass some secret club?
How come no one's doing this?
People do it all the time, man. I mean, Axiom has launched four commercial missions to the ISS in the past 3 years. Like,
okay, and so who am I going to believe that these things are happening?
I don't know. Who are you going to believe? That's what I'm saying. I want to figure out where your bar is.
The bar is me. I want to do it. Maybe you can sponsor me. I mean, these folks. We should get a flat earther on one of these ships, right? One of these rockets and get them up to the space station. Sounds real easy. So maybe somebody should sponsor this and just put this to bed. I'll go.
I mean, I have tangible evidence within the last year of someone philanthropically sponsoring a quote unquote flat earther to experience something that should only be experienced by, a very few amount of people. And then the instant that, data was presented that was contrary to things like the Gleason map or the Triptan, man.
What about it?
Or TFE.
What about it?
I'm just saying, like, somebody did sponsor a bunch of flat earthers to go on an experience and observe things that should only work on a globe. And then they went and did that, but those people got attacked.
Only works on a globe? So you're telling me that the sun being above the horizon only works on a globe?
For 24 hours a day, assuming a spotlight sun as opposed to,
Oh, wait a minute. Who here claimed a spotlight sun? I'm sorry.
Well, wouldn't you always be able to see it if it's above the globe then? Shouldn't we be able to have a 24-hour sun everywhere?
I don't live on the globe. What are you talking about?
Sorry, above the plane.
Who made that claim here?
Well, I'm just interested why it wouldn't work that way.
Oh, well, maybe you can eliminate a few of the possibilities yourself since you're inquiring. I didn't make a claim about it.
But I'm basically just, this is besides the point. I'm saying that, somebody...
Besides the point that you created a false equivalence. Yeah, so a false equivalence. I'm talking about going to the ISS and you're talking about going to a landmass. Good job. 55 million versus 50,000. Good job.
Sure. No. I'm just saying. I understand that they're an order of magnitude or two different, so...
So thanks for bringing up a false equivalence. Do you have anything comparable?
50 million? No, I mean, you could go up on a suborbital flight for $250,000. So what, 50K to 250K? Is that close enough for you? Well,
we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Who's going to sponsor this? I don't have the money.
Yeah, I don't have the money either, man. I'm trying to trying to buy a house.
I don't care. So what are we supposed to do then? It's just the hearsay then?
No, it's the identification of the evidence that's being provided and identifying where your personal bar is, where, what level of evidence to change your bar.
Yeah, so numbers on a screen and hearsay, I need a little bit higher than that. That's good for you. You accept numbers on a screen and hearsay. Great, your bar is way low for evidence. Congratulations. Mine's higher.
So I went and bought, in grad school, I went out and built my own, satellite ground station, completely independent of any specific, system. It's just an antenna that's tuned to a specific frequency. And then we are able to figure out where satellites are in the sky, and I'm able to downlink data, and it matches up perfectly. So that's where my bar is.
All right. So Great. Can get that radio, get that antenna, show it to us working, and then what we need to do is we need to go to the satellite and then see if it's transmitting what you're receiving. Can we do that?
Well, see, again, your bar is you're alluding to the fact that your bar requires, your own 5 senses directly, and that proxies of that automatically throws things into contention.
Yeah, that's terrible to have physical evidence for things. It's a bother, isn't it?
I mean, think about it this way though. Go ahead.
How do you know that the timing is not pre-distorted?
The timing is not what?
The timing on the signal is not pre-distorted.
Pre-distorted. What do you mean by that?
You can change the signal from the starting point. This is how stealth technology in the military works. What's it called? GNSE spoofing. And basically, you can send out a signal to make it appear that you're further away than you are, and you can pick up the observables from the ground, and it can appear to be in a different place than you actually, or where it actually is.
Oh, so I'll do you one better. That's the basic stuff that I did during graduate school. Now that I'm in industry, you're getting the signal back and it's encrypted using the same exact encryption key that you designed into the radio, right? So you're the only person that on Earth who's able to actually decrypt the data that's coming back down, because you're the one who designed the radio and you're the one who has the encryption key. So even when you're talking to the government, you go talk to the FAA to get a launch license, you go talk to the FCC to get a license to transmit in specific spectrum, during none of that process. And I know I ran a regulatory affairs team for a commercial space company. Nowhere in that process do you have to hand over the keys to your encryption. And so after the thing launches and you point your antenna at the location in the sky that you expect the thing to be at before right after you get deployed from the rocket, you're able to decrypt the signal and start getting health data back. And you're the only person that would be able to do that. And the only thing that would be able to, give that data to you is your satellite.
If I may, Josh, that's not the point of contention here, though. I don't think the term distorted is like having some sort of man-in-the-middle attack that's going to perform some operation on the signal and then relay it. I think it has to do with more in this case because you know that the source has the keys that you have, or the public or the private keys or whatever that you have to decrypt it. The source itself, when it sends a signal out, right? It's got a timestamp in it, right?
Right. It's more than just the data layer. We're talking about the actual signal itself and tracing it physically to its location.
Does exactly what you see it do, year in, year out. Right? It moves east to west in cycles over your head, resets back into the same cycles, year after year after year, for all verifiable history. What exactly is it? Nobody can test that. How far away is it? Nobody can test that. What medium is it in? Nobody can test that either. What can we test? We can test the surface of water, which makes up most of the known land area of the surface on the Earth. Okay, and we can test that for curvature, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. And we can calculate exactly how much. Make sense?
Okay.
Yeah, like if you have 20 miles of water, there has to be approximately 290 foot of curvature. If the Earth's a globe, that would mean that there would be like byproducts of that curvature, such as things being obstructed in the distance and a geometric horizon, which would be the horizon at a certain distance based on the height of the observer. And when we go out and test for those things, there's no curvature. And then when we dig deeper, we can't find any evidence of any curvature being measured throughout all of history. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Right, flat's the description of the surface. Yeah, like we're not claiming like a flat planet or anything like that. A lot of people, they try to insert the flat Earth, right? They just try to replace the globe with like a flat planet. We're definitely not claiming that. That would be silly if we were claiming
what are
that.
you claiming?
We're claiming that the surface area of the Earth, when tested, has no curvature, right? Other than obviously then topography like hills and valleys and mountains and things like that. But most of the surface is water, which doesn't have any drop over distance or any curvature over distance.
I mean, from what I can tell, this channel's called 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, flat's not a shape.
I mean,
flat's the description of a surface, right? So you could, like a bumpy, smooth, flat, surface. It's not a shape.
Yeah.
There's no like flat Earth, right? You're still thinking Earth as an object. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, okay. But flat's not a shape, but you guys are claiming that the Earth is flat.
Right. So the surface area tests flat, is observed as flat, and is utilized as flat.
Okay.
Yeah, like we all experience the Earth as flat. I'm not saying just because we experience it as that, that's the proof. Right? I'm saying that's like
I could give you one way you could test for curvature.
Okay, go ahead.
Which people have done. And it's there, funny enough, because the Earth is not flat. You could find a lake that's at least maybe a quarter mile across, and put a laser pointer on one edge and keep it even to the ground. And then you can put something at the same height on the other side. If the Earth is flat, it should hit the dead center at the same height above the ground. But it doesn't. It will be above the center, proving curvature or refraction.
So it actually
refraction bends light down, not up. So
no. Refraction can deviate light up or down depending on the temperature gradient, on the vertical temperature gradient.
And what would the temperature gradient have to be then?
The temperature gradient will cause the optical density of the air to change, right? So cooler air is more dense, more optically dense than warmer air, and light will deviate towards the denser medium. Okay, so it can, if you have like cooler air down lower or warmer air down lower, it will bend up or down, right? Depending on which direction the cooler medium is in, right? That's why we have sinking or looming, right? The opposite effects of each other. And we've done these laser tests that you're talking about, right? We've done them over huge lakes, right? Like 40-kilometer laser tests using the best possible lasers we could get our hands on, right? Like teams of field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser doing a whole series of different tests, over huge distances and measuring zero curvature in these tests, right? These have been done over and over and over again, all over the world, different people, different types of lasers. We've had PhDs like Dr. John D going out with different spectrums of light, using different spectrums of lasers. And zero curvature is detected in any of the tests. I don't know if you want to see some examples.
Well, from what I've seen a group of flat earthers like yourselves performing an experiment where something similar to what I described to you. You've probably seen it before. It's quite a popular clip of the guy raising the light above his head, and then which you're then able to see it through the little holes in like the wooden boards that they made. Proving that he's on a curved surface. Surface. I mean, you've seen that clip before, and not even.
I've seen that clip. I've seen that clip. It's ridiculous, right? It doesn't show the setup, right? It shows some close-ups of an absolute moron named Jaren, cutting some holes out, right? We're not checking if the holes are aligned properly. He broke the laser, right? It was supposed to be done with a laser, right? But Jaren broke the laser before the test, right? He left it on and melted the collimator to the laser or something like that, which he talks about in the hit piece, right, in the film. Okay, so then they decide, because they've got it all set up, they decide to do it with a flashlight. Okay, now, apparently everyone walked away from that saying, well, that was a big fail, right? That didn't really prove anything. And then they ended up editing it in a way that made it look like he debunked the flat Earth. And then there was a lawsuit after, because the flat earthers were trying to get their hands on the original footage, which they were promised, and then they wouldn't hand it out because they would have been able to show, look, they were lying. But even like anti-flat earthers that hate flat earth, that literally make a living debunking flat earth, right? Even they admit that was like a misrepresentation, right? And it wasn't a laser test. Like, I'm talking about teams of field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser, right? Documenting everything from start to finish, right? Showing the whole thing in an hour-long video, and then providing a 280-page PDF doc or 180-page PDF document to go along with it. Right, it's very different than some close-up shots of a dopey-looking guy's face cutting out some holes in some foam or whatever, right? Like, it doesn't really compare. And it wasn't a laser test either.
That's fair enough. I didn't know the ins and outs of the test. I've just seen the viral clip, so I guess that was the context
No, I
behind
got you, man. Yeah,
That's
most
all right.
people like it's made in a way like to mock flat. That's like a mockumentary against flat Earth. And that guy Jaren, he's like, yeah, we don't really.
Yeah,
well, I won't say we, but I don't really like that guy. And
In
most
terms of
people I
like
know,
people in the flat Earth community,
Mhm.
because I've seen a lot of YouTube videos online of. I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard of Professor Dave.
Oh yeah, Strawman. Yep, Strawman Professor Dave. Not a professor, really, by the way.
Not a professor. It's just his YouTube name. I mean,
Yeah.
I like his videos a lot. I think they're really funny. What do you guys think of David Weiss? I mean, he's pretty prominent on that channel. I mean, Professor Dave's debated him quite a few times, and I always thought those debates were very interesting, as he kind of got obliterated the entire time. But do you
Well,
think that
this
he's a
is the
valid flat
problem.
earther, or is he a dumbass?
Yeah, so David Weiss, right? He has a few good arguments when it comes to explaining the absolute basics to some people, but then he just butchers it with some really ridiculous arguments, right? Like, he claims a flat Earth model. Okay, and his flat Earth model is the AE map projection, which is a globe
Projection, yeah.
Yeah, and then, he'll say that the stars and the sun and the moon, move a certain way above this AE map projection. So that's retarded, right? That's
It's
ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, whenever he
And,
actually talks to someone who's smart and scientifically gifted, he completely falls apart, and it's very obvious in those debates.
Well, so does Professor Dave, unfortunately, right? Like when he debated Austin Whitsitt, people do reviews of these debates. There's a guy called Bruce McGuire, also known as Mindshock, right? He's not a flat earther. He just does unbiased reviews on debates, and he's like a professional when it comes to logic, right? To fallacies and things like that. And he'll go through the debate and he'll pause every time there's a fallacy, and he'll explain how it was a fallacy, which fallacy it was, and how it was illogical, blah blah blah. And he'll have a counter to how many fallacies each person made throughout the debate. Professor Dave actually holds the record for the most fallacies out of any debate that this guy has ever reviewed. And what Professor Dave does is he tricks people that don't really know the proper flat Earth arguments, and he'll pull out a bad flat Earth argument, which is fine to do, right? Because we would also disagree with that flat Earth argument, but he'll then say, "Oh, this is what flat Earthers claim," and then he'll debunk the poor argument, and he'll do it in like a very mocking way, right? Which might seem funny to some people that think flat Earth's a big joke, right? But it's very fallacious the way he does it. But there are a lot of bad flat Earth arguments getting around, just like there's a lot of globe earthers that say the dumbest things you could ever possibly hear as well. But we're not going to take those and then make videos about it and say, well, this is what globe earthers all say, right? And Yeah. So
well,
he's
that's
very
pretty interesting. I
fallacious.
mean,
Yeah.
Could you drop me the link for that YouTube
Yeah,
video you
man.
were talking about of the debate
Yeah,
review? I'd actually
sure.
like to see that. No,
Mhm.
because I do enjoy his videos, and I think whenever you're talking about how he like kind of summarizes, really basic flat Earth points that kind of are outdated to you guys, I think there are a lot of people that still believe in that flat Earth model, with the ice wall and shit like that.
Mhm.
From what I know, like this little community here, this little flat Earth community in Discord, is kind of it seems to me like a bit of a minority in the flat Earth scene. Like from
Unfortunately,
what I've
yes.
encountered online, a lot of people are still believing that real archaic and
Yeah, like if you go on, if when I scroll through my Facebook feed, right, I'm not even a member of any of these flat Earth channels, but for some reason they all show up on my feed, and oh my god, it pisses me off. Like I'll be scrolling down, and the memes that they're posting and things like that, I'm like, oh, these are the worst arguments. That it's almost like it's like controlled opposition or something like that. These are fake flat earthers putting out the worst possible memes and arguments to just make flat earth seem ridiculous, and if it is actually flat earthers, then yeah, it's something that needs to be addressed. We're trying our best to try to put a stop to the bad arguments and things like that, but it takes time to iron all this stuff out.
Some of the memes and stuff could totally just be mockery. I mean, it's a very easy subject to be to make mockery of. And that's not me being sly, but it's obviously a very not even a controversial subject, but if you ever bring it up in a real life conversation, people will look at you funny. If you say that,
that's because of the propaganda
normal,
behind. The propaganda makes it look like a joke, right? If you type in flat Earth and you hit images on Google, you'll just see a bunch of ridiculous like floating discs in space with all water falling off the edges and things like that. We're not claiming that kind of thing at all. And most people mock it because they don't understand the arguments. And once they do, like if they're willing to actually sit down and listen and hear the arguments, like they're not mocking anymore. They're like, damn, it makes a lot of sense. I'm going to have to look into this a bit further. Because we're not making any crazy claims at all. And we can back up all our claims with empirical evidence. Blue Jumper just put the video in the side chat, but
I'll watch that later.
Here's the actual channel of the guy who makes them, Bruce McGuire. Probably best to watch it on there. But if you want to watch a good debate, watch Professor Dave versus Austin Whitsitt. It's not the greatest one, but Whitsitt is 100 times better than David Weiss. Whitsitt's a super smart guy.
Is this the guy that was on the 24-hour sun expedition thing?
Yeah, that was him. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Didn't he convert to Globe?
No, absolutely not.
Am I correct?
No.
I know there was a few people on that expedition that converted to the Globe.
It was just 3 flat earthers that went. It was Austin Whitsitt and Jaren, right? Jaren's the same guy from the video that you were talking about, the Netflix video where he did the flashlight thing. That guy's a moron. We haven't liked most flat earthers that I know have been trying to, educate people on how ridiculous that guy is for years. Right? He never really made technical flat earth content. All he ever did was make like videos teasing NASA, like fakery and things like that. Right? Never really going over the technical flat earth arguments or anything
more
like that.
Conspiratorial shit.
Well, yes and no. He also believed in like the David Weiss style model with the ice wall and the AE map, and he believed that was the model of the flat Earth, right? Whereas any true flat earther will tell you that we don't have a model, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and we don't claim to have a full working scientific model of this complex system that we live in. It's not even possible. The globe doesn't even have what a lot of people expect flat earthers to pull out when they say, do you have a model? Right? You can model little bits and pieces here and there, but there's no such thing as like a fully all incorporated globe model or flat earth model or anything like that. And models need to be tested against reality as well. But yeah, Jaren had like his own like ridiculous little model. Like if you typed in flat earth right now into GIFs, it'll come up with like, I'll try to type it in right now. Okay, flat Earth. All right, kind of like this thing. Right, that was like kind of like what Jaren. That's a simplified version, obviously, but
Yeah,
that was
I mean,
what
that's
Jaren thought the flat Earth was. Right, obviously on this, you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Okay, so because he was so dedicated to this layout and this silly argument that this was the model and this was the way the sun and the moon worked, then he went back to the globe, apparently. I don't know. I think he was always whining about not having any money, and he saw the anti-flat earthers getting all of the millions of views and whatnot, right, on their videos, and I think he was maybe wanting to cash in on that. I'm just speculating, by the way. Maybe he was trying to cash in on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, look, he was charging, like, before this even happened, right? He was trying to charge people like $200 to have like an online dinner with him where he'll like teach you how to become a better man, and just cryptocurrency bullshit.
Like Sigma grind set.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I
I don't. Yeah. So he went back to the globe, but
do you think?
Yeah.
On your flat Earth, would a 24-hour sun be possible?
But it has to be possible. Like so I would say that when it comes to the mechanics of the sky, it could be something more complex than we can even comprehend, right? Like what is the sun? What medium is it up there? How does it all work? It could be something more than we can comprehend. Like we can't test it, we can't test how it works. But whatever's happening in the sky, right? Here's the basic logic. If you measure your floor flat, it doesn't matter what's happening on the ceiling. Right? Anything could be happening on the ceiling of your house, right? But if the floor measures flat, whatever's happening on the ceiling isn't going to change the fact that there's no curvature. You're not standing on a curved surface. That's the logic here. We can empirically test the Earth over and over again, anywhere on the Earth, and not find any curvature. And then once you start looking at how did the globe Earth become a thing in the first place, you're not going to find that people went out and started testing the Earth and doing measurements and things like that. That's not how the globe came to be a thing in the first place. Okay, so there's actually no empirical evidence that there is actually the Earth curvature that would have to exist for the Earth to be a globe. So whatever's happening in the sky is pretty cool, right? But we can't empirically validate exactly what's going on. We agree that there's two apparent points of rotation in the sky, right? This southern celestial point of rotation and the northern celestial point of rotation. But exactly how all of that works, how does the mechanism works? There's flat earthers that make models. Okay, so there's people that have models of it that can show how a 24-hour sun can work over a flat surface. But I'm sure those models have a bunch of issues as well, right? So we don't subscribe to a model that hasn't perfectly been validated and isn't empirical, right? It isn't able to be tested perfectly against reality and probably has a bunch of holes. Okay, so we got the globe model, if you want to call it that, or the globe, the way that they say that the globe works. Let's call it that. It's not a scientific model, but whatever, let's just call it a model for now anyway. So in the globe model, we've got a bunch of flaws, right? It's a flawed model when it comes to the basic essentials that you need to have the globe, right? Like the curvature, the motion, the gas pressure argument, that kind of thing. Then you've got some flat earthers that have some shitty models, right? Where they're like, oh, the 24-hour sun works in this model, but then they probably have a whole bunch of issues with them as well. So you've got a bunch of shitty, flawed models where people are trying to model something that you can't really model empirically because a whole bunch of assumptions and guesswork is going to be involved. So we here at 24/7 try to stick with empirical evidence and go from there.
Look, I get that. I do. But the issue I have with this entire thing about having no model is it just seems to me that because nothing actually works, you know, you could have, again, you said it yourself, you could have a flat earth model that someone creates that makes it so that the 24-hour sun is possible, but then this thing happening over on the other side of the earth, you know, that to do with the constellations or whatever is not possible. So like basically
No, they can
none of
model
the
it
flat
so
Earth.
all of the
Yeah, yeah.
constellations and everything work just fine when it
Yeah,
comes to the
totally.
sky.
But like, none of the flat Earth models that have been made have worked with absolutely everything that we need it to work with. You know
so
what I mean?
neither does the globe, right? Neither does the globe.
But I don't
That's the
understand
problem.
how the globe doesn't, because we can predict things using our model.
No, you're not. They're not predicting anything, right? So you can predict
Well,
anything that
we can
happens in the
predict
sky with a flat
eclipses.
Earth model. Hold on a second, right? So you can predict anything that happens in the sky using a flat map with a using the celestial sphere model above that, right? And a personal celestial dome of vision, right? Which is the way that everyone views the sky. This is the problem, though, right? The globe model, or the globe, claims a radius value, right? It claims that water is bending and curving, right? But there's no evidence of that whatsoever. In fact, the thousands and thousands of observations and tests that we've done confirm that there is no curvature, and there isn't a single one from the globe side that validates that such a thing exists. That's the biggest crux of the globe model. Okay, there's also no proof that the Earth is rotating around the sun. There's no proof of that. There's no proof that the Earth even moves at all. So if you want to claim a globe model that predicts it, it's not predicting anything in the sky, right? It's post-diction. Okay, it's everything cyclical. Everything happens over and over again in cycles. Okay, so the eclipses, right? That was from the Saros cycle, which was created by the flat earthers, right? Many thousands of years ago.
NASA doesn't use the Saros cycle anymore. They use
They do use it, right? They do use it. They've built upon it because we have more people on the Earth, and we have more specific information about exactly where the eclipse will be at certain parts of the Earth, right? Where they didn't have that a way to spread that information back then, right? So obviously, over time, over thousands of years, you're going to improve on the Saros cycle. Okay, but they still use the Saros cycle. NASA still uses it. They've just improved on it, right? Which is, of course, you're going to be able to do that when you get, all of this money to do that kind of thing. But when it comes to the sky, right, that's just based off the celestial sphere, right? The ancients are the ones that came up with this idea to begin with, right? And it wasn't until Pythagoras and then people after Pythagoras, in about around 500 to 400 BC, when they started through these were cult leaders, essentially, like Pythagoras, the cult of Pythagoras. Pythagoras was literally like a mystical leader, a crazy dude, right? And yeah. he thought that the universe was musical and planets had musical notes and all this crazy stuff, right? Could get into that, but essentially he said that the sphere is like a perfect shape, and because of the imaginary way, right, that they view the sky, they had the celestial sphere. Over time, they inverted the celestial sphere, and they said, "As above, so below," because the circles of the spheres are the most perfect shape. Because the heavens are perfect, therefore, the Earth must also be perfect, right? It has to be. And that's how they inverted the celestial sphere into the terrestrial sphere, which is the latitude-longitude system that we still use to this day, which is the WGS-84. No one went out and actually measured, and they're like, "Oh, guys, we've gone out and checked. We've done some tests and measurements, and here's our results." And it's actually a globe. For thousands of years, we were wrong. It's actually a globe. Here, you can go test it yourself. No, they didn't do that, right? It was through philosophical reasoning and that kind of thing. It wasn't anything to do with because they actually empirically validated the Earth was a globe. Right, and that's how the globe still exists to this day. It's a spherical coordinate system mistaken as a terra firma.
I mean, but why do you think NASA is perpetuating this lie? And I mean, they're spending trillions, possibly. I mean, God knows, an unfathomable, that's a difficult word to say, a lot of money on perpetuating this supposed lie. and they've been doing it for a
Yeah,
very
but where's
long
that
time.
money?
So
You know, like, okay, well, we can't prove why someone, like, everyone knows the government would, like, lies. Like, you could ask anyone, does the government lie? Obviously, everyone's going to say yes, or most people.
yeah,
Okay,
but now we have
they're not
independent.
using their own money to begin with. They're using taxpayer money. And where exactly is that money going? Is all of the money going into whatever they do? Like, what do they even do, right? They do, like, some little childish, like, science class experiments on the ISS and things like that, right? What are they really doing, right? When they got interviewed and asked why they don't go back to the moon, they said they destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back. So they're not really doing much, not doing a great deal, you know. Even the things that people think they invented, like Velcro and air conditioning and things, like, they didn't invent those things at all. That's ridiculous, like, myth. That's a myth that happened.
Yeah,
Like, you can look
I'll
up
be back.
Velcro on Velcro.com right now and see who actually invented Velcro, not NASA.
Yeah, on that point, I'll just be back in 10 minutes or so. I gotta go real quick.
Yeah, no worries, man. Catch you soon.
Well, catch you later.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. You kind of have a habit of talking through the points, but carry on.
How about
you can look into this online.
How about instead of 100 miles, we just pick a distance that's 2 orders of magnitude greater variance than the globe prediction. How about that? Would that be good enough?
Like, not really. Like, I don't know why.
So let me ask this, friend. Let me ask this. So if you hired me to make a flat floor, right? And rather than there being a 1/16 of an inch or a millimeter variance over the entire floor, so very, very flat, right? There was a foot or a yard or a meter, you know? So instead of being 1 centimeter off, it's 300 centimeters off.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy.
But yeah, it'd be obvious, right? You don't need to do any more scrutiny than that. 2 orders of magnitude is plenty, right? So in other words, it's instead of a single digit, instead of a double digit, it's a triple digit. So it's supposed to be only 1 centimeter off, but instead it's hundreds of centimeters off. Like, there'd be no question that you need your money back, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't then feel emboldened to make the claim that you'd made my floor round. Right? So, like, the claim that the Earth is not a globe, one thing.
No, it's
claim that
it's the opposite, brother.
infinitely flat is a completely separate thing. But I don't
No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Because we all understand the physics of water. And the physics of water, how it lays, is literally the definition of ideal level. Right? So the surface of water is either going to be a level congruent with a flat horizontal plane, or it's going to be a level that is curved wrapped around a ball. It's going to be one or the other, because water is level, period. Right? So all you have to do is measure the water, and if it's not curving, then it's flat. And so all the physics of the level of water then apply across the entire surface of the water of the Earth. I mean, that's a given. I don't see how you could argue otherwise, unless you think in some areas water can be flat and level, but in other areas it could be sloped but not flowing, and in other areas it could be curved but not flowing. Makes no sense, right?
So,
Yeah, you said sufficient distance.
I might
submit to you, friend, that
but I feel like
my bad.
every time you go further, be interested to know how much further you can go. That's just like an inquisitive.
Well, that's well and good, but you only need to go far enough to disprove the point, and 2 orders of magnitude is plenty to disprove it.
Maybe you're not understanding this, dude. Imagine you went to the doctor and he said, "You're 600 feet tall." Get it now?
I don't think it's a reasonable comparison.
It is, because that's the difference in what's been measured versus the globe. It's 2 orders of magnitude difference.
again, I'd be interested in seeing.
I'll give you another analogy, brother. I'll give you another analogy. On a construction site, we cut wood a lot, right? And we often do what's called inching ourselves, which means someone tells us 97 inches. We get out a 10-foot board, and then we cut it at 96 because our eyes saw the tick mark an inch over. But nobody ever comes back with a board that's that somebody says, hey, cut me 96 inches, and they come back with a board that's only 1 inch long because they accidentally mismeasured. Never happens, dude.
Yeah. But we're talking about numbers that you guys seem aware of, but I'm not aware of. Like, I'd be interested in seeing these situations where someone measures like 30, 40 mile horizon. And then I can actually like talk about it a bit better. At the moment, I haven't seen them. I'll scroll through and see if I've missed anything. So I noticed in one of the links I saw. Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay.
One of the links I saw. They were talking about like very elevated observers.
Yeah, horizon distance is easy calculated. It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
This video I'm about to watch, does it have any? It's just loading at the moment, but does it have any like elevation info in it as well?
Which one?
It's Burn Mountain, I think.
Burn Mountain. Which chat are you in? Are you in the live stream voice text chat?
I don't know what I'm watching. I'm watching the oil rigs now, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 8-foot observer height. The horizon should be 3.46 miles away. If you look on the right-hand side, you can actually see Catalina, which is 30 miles away. The laser test above it, that's a 40 kilometer laser shot from 1.92 meters above the water surface. The laser was picked up at 1.5 meters above the water surface. It should have been 127 meters above the water surface.
Yeah, the laser should have missed the target by that much. Been up in the air, basically.
Laser, sorry?
Way up in the air. Should have been, and look, the only way you should have been able to pick up the lasers from the top of a 42-story building.
I don't think I see the laser.
It's the video above the oil rigs.
Oh, right, okay.
And above that, there's a link to a PDF, which is just a report if you don't want to watch the video. The video is just really the documentation that they did what they said they did.
I don't get how people can just hand wave those laser tests. They just hand wave them away. Like, it just blows my mind how people can just ignore that.
I'm with you, Johnny Law. We explain them, and then their next question is like, but what about volcanoes? You know, or something like that. Like,
but where's the edge?
What about, yeah, where's the edge? What about Antarctica? What about the sun? I mean, it's like, hello, we've just shown you how it's documented. There's no curvature, no globe. Which part didn't you understand? Apparently all the parts. I'm right with you, Johnny Law.
Yeah, but. That's I love that one. Yeah, but.
The hand waving is so weird. I mean, I already understood the long distance observations. I already understood that I'd made multiple long distance observations throughout my lifetime without even realizing it, such as Beaver Island from Charlevoix, Chicago from Sawyer, Michigan, so on and so forth. I already knew all that. I already understood the mathematics, that the globe was disproven, debunked, no question, in the trash bin. But then Panto, you know, when I came to this 24/7 or the original version of it, Flat Earth server in 2019, he told me about the laser test in the very VC check-in associated with the server. I was like, what? That's amazing. Not only do we have all these long distance observations, which conclusively demonstrate that it's completely impossible that we could live on a sphere of 3,959 miles, but we also have laser tests very carefully documented in which the laser has hit the target and, excruciatingly documented measurements, including, various levels of error, refraction, all these things they measured. I mean, come on, it's kind of overkill at this point. I don't get it. Why people don't get it? I don't get the hand waving. Right there with you.
And then they did it again 3 weeks later. That's the crazy part. Like, you might be able to say, hey, there was a rare weather event. But 3 weeks later, too, didn't they get the exact same result? I don't think so.
Yeah, John D did a bunch of laser tests as well. Like, we've seen so much of it now. When I first got to it, it was enough for me. The mechanical gyroscope, understanding rigidity in space, and how if the Earth were rotating, all mechanical gyroscopes would drift. They do not drift. If the Earth was a ball, as you moved the mechanical gyroscope across the surface of the curved Earth, the housing would twist and you would see the effect of Earth curvature. That doesn't happen. And so it was quite obvious to me, just from the mechanics of how the world works. But we have so much evidence now that it's like unbelievable that people still try to say, no, I'd rather, like Matthew, he'd rather ignore all the evidence and just cling to a belief because that's what everybody else believes.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Like you were talking about the gyroscope in a plane. I mean, if you were traveling, I don't know the distance, from here, from United States to Australia, that housing on that gyroscope would literally have to flip 180 degrees, would it not?
Yeah, unless you're going to deny the gyroscopic effect works, or you can try to imagine that gravity is somehow manipulating the gyroscope, but then it would also normally work on the gyroscope, and the gyroscopic effect wouldn't be an effect.
Right. You would, yeah, it would just disavow the gyroscope altogether then. What's the point of even having one?
Yeah, it wouldn't do anything. Nothing useful, at least.
Yeah, somebody here the other day, called Flat Earth a discernment test. I think that's a pretty good name for it. Can you actually follow the evidence where it leads, or are you going to stubbornly cling to something that's a hollow belief based on indoctrination and propaganda that has no hard scientific or mathematical evidence to back it up? I mean, you can. I mean, nobody's going to stop you. Obviously, people do, but then don't pretend that you have some kind of intellectual high ground, because you just clearly don't. There's just no other way to put it.
I mean, I get it. I wanted to believe the globe. We were raised in this belief system. As children, we were taught that the Earth was a globe. We saw the cartoons with the globes. Like, it's in the movies. It's everywhere. You're inundated with this propaganda. But the truth is so much simpler. It's so much easier to understand once you actually just let go of what you think you know, and instead of ask yourself, what do I actually know and what can I actually prove? Because that's where the distinction is. A lot of people go through life looking at the news or the internet, and they're like, I believe this, I believe that, I believe this, but it has no foundation in reality.
People are just too disingenuous to actually do that. Most of them. They have too much pride.
Yeah, and also just if you are going to, I mean, it does require a shifting in worldview, and that shifting a worldview requires you to take more responsibility, really, for your own life, your own mind, your own reason, so on. I mean, I shouldn't try to say it in a cavalier way that it's easy to, discard the worldview that is being pushed in such an extreme way. Because I get it. Like, some people just need the security blanket of feeling like there's somebody else smarter than them who's figured all this stuff out, and I don't really want to go down that road of trying to figure it out because it's too scary to think I might have to go against the mainstream in this essential way. I mean, I understand that's scary for people.
There's also the poisonous ego that's hidden within it. You're standing on the shoulders of giants. And so anybody who doesn't believe you, they're an idiot automatically, and you ignore what they say.
So you guys are. Here's another thing. Someone was talking about planes and gyroscopes. First of all, you mentioned, like, hey, man, this globe stuff works. A mechanical gyro wouldn't work on a spinning globe. It would be useless. You wouldn't, because depending on your orientation relative to the axis of rotation, the gyro could be anywhere. You'd have to constantly calibrate it over and over and over again to be a useless device. And the other thing is, it would be impossible to land a plane on a spinning ball. Okay? Because the equator's traveling at 1,040 miles per hour. Let's say you take off from 45 latitude and you fly south toward the equator. You have to fly to where you think that city is going to be. You can't fly directly at it. But to stay over the same part of the ball in like a quote-unquote straight line, you can look at the GIF. You actually have to take like a J-hook line. And then when you get there, where'd the extra speed come from? Because when you took off, it was only 600 miles per hour you were traveling. So where'd the extra 400 miles per hour come from? And now your runways, if it's on the equator moving east to west, you have to come in with your own momentum. You have to come in at an angle. You have to freaking land sideways. The reputation will say, well, the atmosphere spins with the earth and like the plane's entrained in the atmosphere. Well, that's a cool story, but the wind goes in all sorts of directions. You got jet streams, you got upper level winds, how would all those winds know exactly to speed you up to the exact speed so that you could land on the runway? Because you need another 500 miles per hour. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. People that I just don't get how they can just literally hand wave and look past all that stuff. It blows my mind.
I mean, to be fair, they've never thought about it. But the anti-flat earthers that have thought about it and have been presented with this, so New Perspective presented this to a CERN physicist that cheats physics, and what his rebuttal was: if you took my physics class and found out you was a flat earther, I would fail you. That was his rebuttal to the planes being able to land. He had no rebuttal.
Really? Wow.
He just said, "Nuh-uh," and you're a flat earther. If you took my physics class, I'd fail you. That's all he could say. Now, this isn't just like a fly-by-night, CERN physicist. He interacts with people on X all the time for years now. So it's not like he was like, yeah, I'm just like, I'm not going to answer these flat earther questions. He interacts with them all. He interacts with these guys all the time. So when this question came up, he just pulled the ripcord and would not answer.
Yeah, he was the guy that used to come on. He'd come on Flat Earth Fridays all the time, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Yes, I know who that. I know the guy you're talking about now. Yeah, Franco. Yep.
Can you guys speak on how space is fake and how we've never left low Earth orbit? Never been to the moon?
I know low Earth orbit. There are no orbits.
I mean, like, they've never been, like, the ISS is fake. It's in a pool underwater somewhere.
Well, there's 3 ISSs. There's a pool one. There's the one in the Building 9 Space Vehicle Mock-Up Center, Houston, Texas. And then there's the whatever it is you see in the sky. But I doubt that.
They also used to have one inside a Boeing 747, which was for testing during parabolic flights. And you could see some of their claimed videos from outer space being cut at the exact intervals that match the parabolic flight.
They thought they could get away with it.
Yeah, every time I argue with my friends about this, they're like, oh, they have a camera on the ISS and you can see a live feed of the Earth. And I'm like, it's a fisheye lens.
Ask them about why the Chinese one shows a flat Earth. So
Yeah,
the Chinese space station shows a flat Earth. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we got, on one hand, we have a curved Earth and we have a flat Earth on the other hand. So what decides what the truth is? Oh, we do the geometry. And the geometry says you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth from the elevation of the ISS. It's not high enough.
What do you all think that Go Fast rocket, what do you think it's hitting whenever it flies up into the sky?
That was a yo-yo. It had nothing to do with hitting anything. Hey, what's up,
Yeah, it was a D-spin yo-yo mechanism on it.
Doesn't hit a thing.
Is it still rising?
Can you explain that?
Yeah.
Can somebody explain the yo-yo thing?
Some mechanism within the. It's a stabilizer, basically.
It de-spins it the same way that a figure skater puts out their arms to slow down. They shoot out these weights on strings to slow the spin of the rocket.
Well, why didn't they have it do that the whole time it was rising? Why did it start at a certain point?
I fucking have no idea, dude. I don't work for those guys. Fucking, I wasn't.
That's what gives it that. Because a rotating rocket is more stable. That's why.
Okay, makes
a lot less engineering.
I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah, come on, it's not
the D-spin when they ran out of thrust. Then they don't have to worry about stability anymore.
Yo, the flat fucking horizon looks even worse. That's horrible.
Someone told me that looked flat because they used the fisheye lens, dude. For real.
What?
Yeah, it was curved, but when you put a fisheye lens on a curve, it looks flat, dude. It's crazy shit.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. So in case you guys are unaware, it used to be the case. There's a curved horizon, therefore it's a curved Earth. But very famous anti-flat earthers, Ruhif being the number one, and Scott Mackey and some others, said it doesn't matter whether the Earth is curved or a globe, because the way you see would make the horizon curved no matter what. So if the Earth is flat, the horizon will be curved.
Do they make a camera lens or a sensor that doesn't have any curve on it?
No, it's actually impossible to make such a device. Right now.
A rectilinear.
There is a way to do it, but the technology isn't there yet.
Rectilinear is not.
Or metamaterial or some shit.
It's less distorted. Let's just say that.
Well, it distributes the distortion in a particular manner. All these corrected lenses, they distribute the distortion in a particular method so that it preserves certain aspects of the geometry. In order to have true distortion free, you basically need a non-angular field of view. You need a linear field of view. So in other words, the camera has to be the size of the object you're looking at. So, for example, if you had a human eyeball with a few centimeters wide pupil, you would only see
Like if I'm looking across at a car, I'd only be able to see the little decal in the corner. I couldn't even see the whole car. I'd have to move my eyes around like a chicken. Be like scanning, you know. I couldn't take it all in at once.
Oh, like the way that they made the blue marble on the background of the iPhone. They pieced all the pictures together. It had to be
I don't
cropped
even know if
together.
they used pictures. They just said data. They didn't even say pictures.
Well, the guy that made the picture from NASA said it had to be photoshopped because it was so many pictures.
Yeah,
They had to put together.
No, he said, but no, he said it was Photoshop because it has to be. But in the article on NASA's website, he just says data. He never says what that data was.
Yeah, he says it's data sets that they wrapped around the ball.
I think the most important aspect of that conversation was that his main job was to make the Earth look like people expected it to be.
That's my favorite part too. Match people's expectations.
Exactly.
Like from space.
Yeah, because only less than 20 people in you know the history of the space programs have allegedly seen the Earth to be able to know what it looks like. Everyone else is expecting it to look like something. That's even if those guys even saw it. It's like Indio said earlier, it's like if someone showed you a picture and you said, "Oh wow, that looks just like the Earth." How the hell would you know? You have no reference except other pictures that you were shown.
Didn't like Odyssey 2001 come out before they went to the moon? Like, how do they know what it looks like in outer space? In the movies in Hollywood.
Looks dark.
Hey, Indio. Or AI. I was wondering your opinion. Have you seen that video of that rocket that they shoot off in Nevada? And you got people claiming that you can see the Hawaiian Islands. Have you guys seen that video?
I haven't seen it. I've only heard it. Let me listen to this, bro. I haven't seen the video. The first time I heard of it was when a Glober tried to say to us, they shot off a rocket and they could see the Hawaiian Islands, and that proves the Earth's a globe. And then India was like, dude, if they shot a rocket from there, Hawaii would be thousands of miles out of your view. So thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, somebody did the math the other night in the politics Discord, and they said it was like 600 or 560 or 650 miles below the curve if it is actually the Hawaiian Islands. So I don't know. I haven't really looked into that video much or that rocket, so I can't really make any kind of comment on it. I was just curious if you guys have seen it.
Speaking of that, what's a good camera? Is the P1000 still the best camera to demonstrate?
I don't know. A lot of people say P900 is better, or the new P900 because it's lighter, easier to carry around, easier to stabilize. Because the P1000 is like a beast. The P900 is a beast, but the P1000 is like a wildebeest.
There's also a P1100 that's like the new model.
That's the newest version.
And it's like cheaper than the P1000.
Yeah, because the P1000 is no longer made. But it's a 3-pound camera, which is not good for most people's usage because it's meant to be a birding camera. It's too heavy for most people.
I tell you what, dude, I just use my phone, man. I do short range observations. I don't even do long range observations. I have in the past. I've seen mountains 100 miles away, all kinds of stuff. But I'm into short range observations now. The reason being is because that excludes the claimed curvature and the claimed refraction, bending things around distant objects to bring it to you. And so I got this lake that I go to. It's about 1,000 feet across, and I witness things disappear from the bottom up. And if you know your math, there's no way it could possibly be the horizon of any alleged globe Earth, because the horizon would be 2.5 times greater distance. So it's just quick and easy proof that things can disappear from the bottom up isn't an exclusive cause that the Earth must be a globe.
Yeah, when I try to explain like the long hallway observation to people to explain that, they just get upset and just tell me, what does it matter if it's flat or not?
And I must say that I love asking them when they say that, well, since you're asking that question, why are you in here? It obviously matters to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course,
to me, it's like they're just trying to shut down the argument whenever they say that.
Oh, of course,
because their ego is getting upset.
Oh, 100%. And I love to watch them squirm with that answer because, like, they'll say things like, oh, well, I'm just here to debate. It's like, well, we're not here to debate. We're here to discuss the truth.
Yeah. So real quick for the people listening in the audience, the globe, when it comes to this idea of ego, a lot of people think, oh, pride. Oh, they're just proud because they have their position and they don't want to admit defeat. No, it's ego in the sense of your identity, because the globe paradigm is imprinted upon you when you're a vulnerable child in your developmental years, right? And who you are, where your safe spaces are, who your parents are, your home, your tribe, all of these things are developmental psychology in a child's life, and they implant the idea that you live on a globe in those moments, and it actually does become part of who you are. And that's why people react so visceral to when it's challenged, because it's part of their identity. And that is a direct attack on the ego. And so to salvage and put their ego back into a safety position, they have to say things like, well, the shape of the earth doesn't matter. Now it's no longer important. So whatever I talk from now on doesn't matter to me because it's not an important topic. So it's no longer threatening.
What do you think would happen if they just said, okay, you're right, it's flat. You're free to leave. You're free to go to the ice wall and go wherever you want. What do you think would happen to the world? And do you think everyone would just start exploring and finding out what's way out there?
Dude, I mean, you said it yourself. You said ice, right? So if you're going out from the central points outward and it gets cold, most people ain't going to want to do that. They're going to be like, heck no, I'm staying here in the heat.
Well, how do we know it's cold?
Exactly.
You're not supposed to go there and disturb the penguins. Why is that?
Well, who says there's an ice wall anyway?
Right. That's just pictures on the internet. But why do we have a treaty with Russia and Antarctica? Aren't we at war with them?
What? I don't know that we've declared war on Russia anytime recently.
Or aren't they their adversaries? But why do all the countries align with Antarctica, but we're sitting here fighting over mineral rights?
It's all a show, my friend.
Yep.
I don't know, but we're tracking. I don't know, but we're tracking fishing boats regularly sailing right into the coastline of Antarctica.
What are they doing? They're cracking them?
No, according to the tracking data of the boats, sometimes fishing boats sail straight through the apparent coastline of Antarctica willy-nilly.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Yeah, dude, it's like in a video game when you can walk through the walls because there's a bug in the code. So is this more proof of simulation theory?
I think it's more like the globe doesn't conform to reality, and so they have to move the coastline closer to conform to the globe idea, but you still have to track the boat. And so you, of course, have a treaty to not allow them to go down there when they're using the tracking systems. Or you have exceptions for when you have a race down there, and then the travel speed of the racing yacht is about jogging speed. It's like almost walking speed. If you walk very fast and you're tall, yeah, that's how fast the racing yachts need to be. Travel around Antarctica in 100 days.
It's also like ridiculous to go travel there. It's like $20,000-$30,000 to go to one spot. It's ridiculous. Why can't you just go explore? Because the penguins.
That costs $2 million if you want to do that.
And that's if you get approved. And you get all the permits. And they're doing it because they don't want you to die. They don't want you to freeze to death. That's why they're doing all that. But you can climb Mount Everest.
You can freeze to death there, but not where the penguins are. Even if you pay a lot of money and you are allowed to go there, and you get like $2 million, and you get environmental assessments, and you're allowed to go there to the little peninsula, and you're going to cross the peninsula and be like, I walked across Antarctica, and claim some credit. You still have to take all of your poop and pee with you, and you're not allowed to use any kind of like motorized vehicles or anything. You just have to walk it because of the treaty. And like for the penguins, which by the way don't live on the interior of Antarctica, they live on the little islands like Deception Island.
What do y'all think about the 24-hour sun video that all those fake flat earthers went and tried to brainwash us into thinking that they were there?
Well, that's assuming it's a foregone conclusion that people were brainwashed that they were there and that they weren't actually there. So, what evidence do you have that they weren't there?
Well, I think they were brainwashing us to make us think that they were there. But they were just really in a big green screen room, a 360 screen all around them.
Yeah, but that didn't answer my question. What evidence do you have that that's the case?
I don't. I just have what I can see on the internet because I don't have means to get there to see it for myself.
Well, would it matter? Even Duffy, the dude that put it on, said that observations of the sun don't prove the shape of the Earth.
Well, you're just spreading false information too by telling everyone that they faked it.
I mean, I don't think they faked it, though. The lighting there is pretty fucked up. There are some things that are fucked up in the video, but that just could be weird lighting.
Yeah.
What about like Vapegate? I mean, that's fake, right?
I mean, I don't know.
What would that have to do? What would that have to do with whether they're there or not?
Well, if they were there, they would have breath vapor, right?
It depends on the temperature of the air. Like, how far are they into Antarctica? Where they put on the tippy tip of the peninsula, and like they're not that much further than like south than I am north. So
yeah, let me ask you this question, friend who just said that. Do you live in a cold region that gets snow in the winter?
Yeah.
Okay, so I do, and I work outside during the winter. And some days I can see my breath, and some days I can't. And it all depends on the day. Sometimes when it's cold, I can, and when it's a little warmer, I can't, depending on, like, if it's a crisp day or a humid day. And keep in mind, Antarctica is
when you first get outside, and then later on you can't see it anymore.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Antarctica is actually a desert, right?
Well, I mean, that's all
Like
true,
all the-
but homie did go and try to fake vapor with his vape, right? And like that's agreed, or no?
Let's say he did, which I actually did watch the context, and basically it was he was talking to people in a chat room who were complaining to him. Then he went and did it, and then said to them, "There you go, take that," essentially. So he was clearly doing it to spite the commenters on the chat. So a bunch of social media and somebody reacting to social media really isn't evidence that somebody is or isn't in a specific geographic location.
Oh, all right.
It wasn't
Now, if you have any
That's part of that
compelling
story.
evidence, if you have any compelling evidence that would actually logically lead to a conclusion that would merit the point they're not in a specific location, then I'll be willing to hear it. But none of that type of stuff is any of that type of evidence.
No, yeah, you're right. I just have the vape gate. That's all I got.
like I told Witsit before he went, it doesn't really matter. Like, back in 2016, we were all like, well, the sun could be moving like this way or that way, or like in Antarctica, we could maybe see the sun going in circles, and there could be different explanations. Today, we don't try to make up explanations because we don't have enough data to actually say this is how it is. Like, I don't know what Witsit claims to have seen because I haven't watched all his stuff. But that doesn't speak for me, or even if he sees the sun goes in a circle, that's something that we already thought was possible. Maybe we just don't know enough.
What if they were just standing on a giant iceberg that was just spinning really slow?
We couldn't understand. Well, it still doesn't change the fact that the 5 videos of a 24-hour sun were fake. They're still fake. It didn't cure that problem. Why did they fake all those videos?
There's a lot of weird questions, so we want those questions answered. This was a supposed means of trying to answer that question, but it's hard to put credibility onto these people, so you kind of gotta take the bad with the good and just say, like, this is a data point, and we can test what we can test, and once any of us can test it, we'll add to the data. But until then, it's just a data point. We don't even know if it's real.
It's not the end either, because other people are now inspired to go on their own without the auspices of such a trip like the TFE or anything. So flat earthers are raising money on their own to go. Some are planning to go the very next season when it's going to happen, supposedly. So
I got a question now.
Within a year, we might have something new to talk about that.
Where's the 24-hour moon?
Well, supposedly they couldn't stay for the 24-hour moon. I think they should go during the alleged 24-hour moon, because when they went during the alleged 24-hour sun, they did a sundial. But I'd like them to go back and do a moon dial, because supposedly the moon dial results in the same angles. And how could you have that if it's 400 times removed in space from where the sun is? How could you have the same angles on your sundial, moon dial? Doesn't make no sense.
Makes no fucking sense.
They'll probably say that it's going to be too cold because the sun's not going to be out. So they couldn't do the tests.
I mean, doesn't even matter. Doesn't matter what. I mean, you can look in the sky all you want. It isn't going to tell you anything about the shape of the Earth. Not definitively.
I have a very deep question
look,
for y'all.
Just hold on. I always use this analogy. If anyone else ever brings this up to you, so this is the analogy I use. Can you figure out what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house?
No.
Obviously not, right? So you can't figure out what the Earth is by looking at something that's not the Earth.
I have a very deep question for all of y'all. What's the point of making us all believe that this is a ball? Like, what is the
made you?
people that
Nobody
are
made you
controlling
do
us? What are they
anything.
getting out of it?
You're a volunteer, brother. No one made you do anything.
Well, I mean, just the way that people are so their passion to just believe what's on the media, and the media keep continuing to make people believe and shut down flat earthers and make us seem like we're stupid or don't know what we're talking about. What's the point of shutting down that research?
Different people have different motivations. A lot of people, like we see this with a lot of cloakers, they, like Indio said earlier, it's tied into their identity. They want to be right about this. They believe it's so hard, so it offends them that you're saying anything against it.
I'm thinking more in like the terms of like we're like cattle living on a pasture. We're not allowed to get outside the fence. Why?
There is no fence.
They don't want us to know that
a self-imposed
this place
fence
is special. They don't
That's what I'm
want us
talking
to
about.
know that a creator created this, right? Because if it's an intelligent design, it requires a creator. They don't want us to know that there is a creator. They don't want us to have a relationship with the creator.
The problem is we can't divine the intentions of others, and this concerns a large group of people, so they have different intentions, different people, so we can't really say why they lied about different things or why they believed different things, and maybe they weren't presented. Some of them weren't presented with the truth, and they just kept on believing it. So we can't assume.
Well, there's a big problem with that. Big problem with that.
Answered my question. It's why do they not want us to know the creator?
No. Listen, pay attention.
Because real quick.
Oh, hold on, friend. Hold on. Okay, you're factually wrong. The majority of people, okay, on the earth right now adhere to religions in which those religions have a specific agent creator. So if that's true and you're saying it's to hide the creator, that doesn't math up.
No, it's mainstream science. Doesn't want us to know, like, that's another argument that all these religions are psyops, right? They want us to think it's just belief in a book that was written thousands of years ago, right?
Well, who is this mainstream science dude?
The people that run mainstream academia worldwide.
Who's that?
Dude, I don't think you thought about this too hard. You said I want you to not believe in a creator, but the majority of people on earth believe in a creator. So how does that work?
Because the people that, look into what this realm is, they want us to think we're insignificant. The people like the highest astronomers are mostly atheists, correct?
Probably.
Okay, that's fair, but atheism is statistically insignificant. It's irrelevant.
So these people that push this narrative at the highest levels. These high priests do not want us to think there is a creator. Now, all these religions may be dead ends to the actual creator, where you can have a personal relationship and know that this place is special, made for us. We're not a speck of dust on a rock hurling through the infinite of space.
You might be approaching this wrong as far as motive goes. Do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson actually knows whether the Earth is flat or a ball? Do you think he knows? Do you think he's actually ever done anything?
No.
Yeah,
He's an actor.
Yeah, but he is. He could be an actor. But I'm saying the people that control academia, that write the curriculum.
They don't know anything either, dude. This is what you're getting confused. No. The people, we've talked to people from academia, all sorts of PhDs, you name it. None of them actually know anything. They're all just believers in this globe Earth idea.
Okay. So
they just believe it. They don't know anything.
Okay, I get you.
So they're not lying. I just want to get that clear, though, brother, that they're not lying. They believe what they're saying.
I hear your point, but you're not listening to me. I think you're missing something. The highest of the power. Do you not think this is a spiritual warfare? Do you not think this is a spiritual warfare? That's my question to you.
Yeah, I do. But when you say highest power, I think of a man. I don't like what man?
No, it is. If it's a spiritual warfare, who do you think is trying to keep us ignorant of the Creator?
The devil? Evil people?
Something like that. Evil people. Children of that evil entity. And if you don't think there are children of that evil entity, then we fundamentally disagree.
I got one for you. What if the evil entity tricked you into thinking the other people were trying to hide the truth, so that you'd be tricked into going down his deception to then arrive at the creator that you believe in is actually the evil entity itself?
Definitely a possibility.
Yeah, it makes you think you're the good guy and you're doing good things, and you have the secret knowledge that comes from God himself. And so why wouldn't they just tell what they believe to be true, and as if it's true? Yeah. It's just a belief. You see this cults all the time.
Yeah, and that's just where you have to ask yourself, is my relationship with the Creator, could I be being tricked? I will say, yeah, there's a possibility, but I strongly disagree with that. I don't think being tricked.
For example, there's an ancient book that says that the evil entity, right, has designs against the true creator to usurp the creator's position and to be worshipped as the creator. So that's his goal, right? So if that's the case, and it also says that he's the greatest deceiver, the king of lies, the father of lies, and he deceives the entire world. So if that's true, that he wants to be worshipped as God, but he's deceiving the entire world, then the idea that he would want to hide a creator is false. He actually wants people to believe in a creator because he would want to be worshipped as the creator. So you see how weird that is?
Well, I don't agree with that. I think above him being worshipped, he wants the children of the creator to blasphemize or blaspheme, whatever the word is. Right? They want. I think above him being worshipped as a creator, he wants to turn us against our Father.
Well, in order to do that, he would have to characterize that individual as the evil entity. So he'd have to switch roles. I'm the good guy is the bad guy, right? Which would be a great deception. And so the people who think they're following the good guy are actually following the bad guy, being tricked into thinking that the good guy is the bad guy.
But then you have to ignore revelation of the method, which I believe is true. And then you have to presuppose that the creator would allow this to happen, to allow you to be deceived when you are reaching out with your intention as a creation.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people do think they have noble intentions and noble motives, but at the deep rooted, it's all selfishness. And so part of the process, right, is to be revealed the true nature of things, right? It's like a learning. And in order to learn, you have to experience the evil and the good. Because if you experience nothing but good, you can't really appreciate it.
Can you repeat that point? Without the evil and the good, kind of like you can't experience joy without pain. Is that what you're getting at?
Right. It's like contrast, like in a painting. If you paint a painting all one color, you can't see anything. There could be 1,000 people in your painting, but they're all the same color, so all you see is purple. Right? Contrast is very important in communication.
Yeah, but if there were outlines of those, right, people.
That's contrast. Yeah, that would be contrast.
Okay. I would just say that you're presupposing there's no contrast in that analogy.
Well, no, there is contrast. That's my point.
Yeah, but I wouldn't equate that contrast to, evil having to exist to create that contrast.
Oh, well, okay. Then you're left with evil does exist. So why? I have a functional reason for it to exist in my worldview, and that's for the necessary contrast for our learning and edification and theosis, which means God teaching us things that we can't know in any other way without experience.
Yeah, I understand. So I'm not saying this is true at all. This is just what I believe, right? Definitely could be wrong. I believe there's this misconception that the creator is all powerful and in control of everything. And I don't think that is the case. I think there are other entities outside of his control that he doesn't have complete power over. And I'm not trying to.
Yeah, so you don't believe in a transcend. Yeah, right. So check this out, brother. What you just told me is that you don't believe in a transcendental creator. You believe in a contingent creator. Right? And so basically, in my view, you've fallen for the synthetic paradigm. So you're actually deceived, in my view.
Okay, I'll have to look more into the what paradigm it is.
Well, you got to think about it this way. If the creator is the creative source of all things that are not himself, then that means all entities are subordinate to his power, period. That'd be by definition.
I don't think that.
Okay, so then let me tell you what you actually believe. This is going to blow your mind. You believe in the exact same thing that evolutionary, Big Bang, globe zealot, psychologist, astrophysicist, scientists, etc., are coming to believe lately. That through experimentation, that sentience is the first order, and time, matter, and energy states are secondary. So, in other words, sentience is eternal. And so that would be an eternal sentient entity is the source of the physical and natural world, much like a creator. But they don't attribute that to a singular agent. They attribute it to multiple agents of varying strengths and intensities that commune together to create the world.
Okay.
So you are basically agreeing with their position.
No, I would say our fundamental disagreement is they are materialists. They don't believe in supernatural.
Oh, they're not. They're not materialists. I just got through telling you that they believe that sentience is eternal. That means they can't be materialists.
But if you ask them, if there's anything after this life, most of them would say no.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not getting it. What I'm telling you is that through the scientific paradigm that we've been going through for the past hundreds of years, leading up till today, to where they went through this period of time to where it was very intensely theological, and like we're trying to understand the world that God created to the materialist, there is no God, everything's science and just brute matter, to now they're coming full circle with all the experiments and evidence that they've collected that the only conclusion they can reach is that they were wrong about materialism, that it's actually the case that the immaterial world is where the material world comes from, not the other way around. So they're abandoning all those conclusions that there's no life after death, there's no spirits, there's no eternal entities, there's no gods, demigods, etc., etc.
Okay, I was unaware that the mainstream was changing their.
Well, look, it's not
stance
that
on it.
mainstream yet. It's not that mainstream yet, but it's coming down the pike.
Okay.
Why do you think they're doing that, AM?
Yeah.
Because it never was about hiding God. It was about usurping God in a place of a false God, right?
Oh, yeah. Instead of saying that God's not real, they're going to play God.
Correct. And now if you can believe that God is an entity that's within the universe and not transcendent in the cause of the universe, he now becomes invincible.
Well, why does he have to be bound by this universe? What if he created the entire universe, but there are also entities on his level that he's not in control of that can play a role in this universe he created?
Right. So then that would be like a bunch of Pantheon or something. So yeah, so you don't believe it. You don't believe in a transcendental creator of everything. You believe that there's a bunch of powerful entities. One of them decided to make the universe we live in.
Something special for us, his children.
Right. So then how can we be assured that the other entities aren't going to kick his ass one day?
We can't. We just have to have faith and love him because we are him.
He has an ass to kick.
Right, that's my point, is that the traditional concept of a transcendental entity that's the source of all other things makes that source, it makes it necessary, right? So it's eternally necessary. Can't be destroyed, can't be harmed, can't be damaged, because all the dimensions are lesser dimensions, right? And so the energy doesn't go upwards, it goes downwards. So if you take that version, just hold on, if you take that version off the throne, you now have a plausible contender to challenge him. And now your allegiance can go, well, that guy isn't the guy because he's not the ultimate authority, because power equals authority. So I'm just picking sides based on who I like the best, not who actually is the actual true creator.
I see what you're saying.
You're picking sides because you believe you are his child. You are of him. You are not of
fair enough.
The devil.
Fair enough, but there's an ancient document that says most people father is the devil because they're deceived and they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that's not possible. It could definitely be deceived.
Yeah, but see, you make it. Yeah, but see, when you take it into a plethora of agents, which are all rivals, right? Now it's like, well, now you have this whole different smorgasbord of choices and decisions and influences. So it makes the problem worse, in my opinion.
Well, you do have a choice to turn your back on your father, right? You have a choice to worship Satan. There are Satanists.
Well, why not? According to your view, you're not certain whether Satan's going to win or not.
That is irrelevant to me. I'm going to go down supporting my creator.
All right.
If that is the case.
I see what he's saying. He's rather just live life, just loving people and loving himself and loving everyone, because you can either pick that or you can just be an asshole to everybody. You don't know where you're going to end up.
But I do feel
might be better than the other.
A connection. I definitely feel a connection. I have a relationship with the creator. I have things that are supernatural that happen to me. And it just...
That kind of sounds like what an asshole would say. Houston.
Hey.
Funny frog, huh?
I won't argue with that. I can be an asshole.
Yeah, you stand corrected.
To be fair, I personally think that is the reason why there's all these lies about the metaphysic in which we live in and the cosmological paradigm in which we live in. It's to change your opinions about yourself in relationship to reality and the source of reality. So, in other words, it alters your view of why you're here, who you are, and do you actually have to answer to anyone. And so, when those views are challenged, especially if you have agents that are greater than yourself that care about those views, they can then weasel their way in. And so, in my opinion, it's all a grand design to usher in a synthetic religion, which puts a false God in the place of the true God. And the majority of humanity, right, can hold hands and sing kumbaya under that synthetic religion.
That sounds like something an evil person would do. It's a smart way to continue the control.
Yeah, and to be fair, it doesn't even matter if any of the religious propositions or any of the spiritual or supernatural claims are true or not. It only matters if it can be used as an element to control people. Because let's just say, for sake of argument, that the people perpetrating it don't believe any of it. But they know humans are prone to believe it. So whether it's true or not, the effect is the same.
Yeah.
Just like I said, majority of people on Earth right now, I mean, what do we got? 2 to 3 billion Christians and Muslims, right? Which are specific theists, right? Which means not only are they theists, but they specifically believe in a specific God, right? As the creator of everything, right? And I think it's actually like 2 billion Christians and 2 point something billion Muslims or something. And then the next one is Hindus or something. So it's like the majority of people on the earth believe in a specific agent theistic God worldview paradigm.
I'm going to change the subject. What's above us? What do you think is out there? Like, what do you like? Obviously, space is fake. We haven't been out in outer space, but what is above us? Why is it blue? What are the stars?
Why is it black?
Yeah, like that. All those questions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well,
why.
you know, like, if you go high enough, it's not blue anymore, right? And then you're looking down at the blue, and when you spin around, you're looking at black, right?
Yeah.
And you could get that effect at nowhere near quote unquote space altitudes.
And if we're flying through this universe and all these stars are there's trillions and trillions of stars, why do the constellations stay the same? Why are the planets still in the same position? Or if they even are planets, just moving lights in the sky.
What if they're just following us because they're lonely?
And how do the Starlink satellites stay up there? How do any of the satellites stay up there?
Well, how do they stay up there in the globe paradigm? They're in an area where they're not affected by something that would bring them back to the Earth for whatever reason. And so, if there's something up there that's not returning to the Earth like many of the other objects that we see would do, then it's the same answer because they're in it. They're doing something that's keeping them from returning to the Earth. They're either in an area that's causing it, or they themselves are causing it.
There was this guy that I was listening to. He comes in here sometimes. He says he works for oh hell, what is it? He does something with satellites though, and he says that the propelling system on those satellites have to do with electromagnetism. I think he says he works for oh, what the hell? Can't remember his name now.
Is it Josh Ingersoll?
Yes. Josh Ingersoll. Yeah, he said that the motors that they have, or the system that propels those satellites, are electromagnetic motors or thrusters or something like that. So who knows? Maybe.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say maybe they use some kind of electromagnetic field to stay propelled up there. Who knows?
Also works for the UN, or worked at the UN.
That dude did? Josh Ingersoll or whatever?
Yes.
Okay.
So are they getting powered by like wireless electricity, like Tesla technology, Nikola Tesla? Like, how do they stay energized?
I don't know. Electromagnetic. That's the only thing he said.
Well, look, there's a common misunderstanding about the nature of reality, which isn't necessarily proven. It's a philosophy, and that is the uniformitarian assumption that physics and circumstances that occur locally occur everywhere in the universe. So, for example, you'd say if I'm 1,000 feet off the ground, all the physics are going to be the same as if I'm 10,000 feet off the ground. Or if I just keep going away from the Earth, sure, there'll be different forces that are applying, but the fundamental way in which everything works is going to be identical. I mean, that's just fantasy.
Like, are you saying like the pressure up there there's less pressure up there than down here?
I'm saying for all we know, there's different elements up there. You're an entirely different medium that behaves completely differently, and the concepts that you understand here, like up, down, heavy things, light things, inertia, motion, all those things could be different up there. How would you know?
Yeah.
Or like, let me tell you something that sounds that let me just say it and then I'll explain it. People say, "Oh, how could I see the sun here if the Earth is flat? What would it be over there?" I might reply, "Transdimensional hyperloops." And they would say, "Well, that's just stupid." Be like, "Really? Well, then why was it when you went to the movie theater and watched the movie Interstellar or watched the movie Thor?" And the quote unquote scientists were folding a piece of paper and stabbing a pencil through it and saying, "Look, if you fold space into this trans hyperloop, you can travel through it just like this pencil." How come when you watch that, you're like, "Oh, that's so sciencey." But when I said it in regards to flat Earth, you laughed at me. It's the exact same claim. What's going on, bro?
Because flat Earth is stupid.
Right. So, in other words, globers get to appeal to exotic physics that are pure fantasy and just pass it off like it's, science fiction, but actual real science. But if it's in the context of a flat Earth discussion, all of a sudden it's absurd. It's like, do you not see your own contradiction here? And I'm not saying any of that's true. I'm just saying the fact that they so flippantly believe in all of that science, quote unquote, mumbo jumbo, where it's just a bunch of astrophysicists trying to get funding for their department talking out their asses about all this fancy stuff going on 1 trillion light years away that it doesn't even matter. And then someone might say, well, how do you know they're wrong about all their claims? Well, it's simple, because we actually live on the Earth, and the core fundamental principle of their entire paradigm is that the Earth is a globe. It's the linchpin of their cosmological worldview. And since the Earth is clearly not a globe, than all of their nonsense stories that require the Earth to be a globe in the first instance, like the angles to the stars and our location in the solar system, our location in a galaxy, our location in an expanding universe, etc., blah, blah, blah. It's all nonsense. So yeah, all their claims that they're making from that framework are false. So it's not so much that quote unquote space is fake. It's that the story that you've been told about what space is and how it works in relationship to the Earth is one big story.
I got you.
A religious story at that. It's got a creation mythos. It's got a why you're here, where ethics come from, where you're going, maybe to be burned up in the expanding sun or to survive to the heat death of the universe. Got it all. It's one big religion.
So what you're saying is stop arguing with people about information that we don't know and just look at what's in front of you. Look at what you can see, feel, and touch. And it looks flat. So I'm just gonna assume it's flat.
Well, that may be fair, and they would agree with you. They would agree with you that it looks flat, but then they would go on to say, but it isn't flat, right? But you could actually measure it and find out. That's the beauty of the fact that the curvature of the Earth is the Achilles heel of their entire paradigm. It's either is curving or it isn't curving. If it's not curving, then their whole paradigm is false. It's just like Achilles. His mom dipped him in invincibility syrup when he was young, but she was holding him by the ankles. And because she was a retard moron, instead of just flipping him upside down and then dipping his ankles in the invincibility serum, she just said, oh, well, I guess I'll wash my hands and just let you go free with a big spot on your ankle where someone could kill you. And that's what the Globe did. They made this elegant, invincible worldview of excuse upon excuse upon excuse of everything about everything, all the way back to the creation of the universe via the Big Bang, all the way to the future of the heat death of the universe or the Big Crunch. But they forgot that they didn't dip the ankle in the invincibility serum. And that ankle, the Achilles heel, is the curvature. And you just shoot the curvature with a bow and arrow, and shablam, it all dies. Now, you might be saying, what does this have to do with the actual curve of the Earth? A bow and arrow, Achilles heel, I'll tell you. A curve of a circle between 2 points, right? You put a point on a circle, you put another point on a circle, and then you draw a line. That's called a chord line. In the middle of that chord line, you place a dot, and then you draw a line from the center of the circle through the dot, and then through the surface at the highest point of the arc. That's called the sagitta, named after Sagittarius, the archer, bow and arrow. So you can actually go out and measure the sagitta and find out that it's not actually there because there is no curve. So a bow and arrow is exactly what's needed to destroy the entire globe fantasy. Just like Achilles, shot right in the heel, you're dead. Rest in peace. Go ahead.
How many people in here are Sagittarius?
So I was just going to add to what you're saying, AI. This is, of course, why we see just every single anti-flat earth source dissuade curious minds from paying any attention to the ground, of course. They don't want to put a spotlight on the Achilles heel. And this is why we get such immense pushback when it comes to just trying to keep a glober we're talking to on the topic of the ground. They'll, jump and flail all over the place to get away from it.
That Achilles heel remind me of Talon. You know Talon? He's been in the politics server for a while. Talon. He's a Glober. And Talon is the heel in Spanish. And I was telling him that about the curvature. That was his Achilles heel. And his name is Talon. Heel. Pun intended.
I think it's pretty overwhelming for Globers, though, that such an immense ideological structure, can be dismantled so simply, and they find issue with accepting that,
Yeah, it's like the reverse big lie, right? Like that. I think it was Goebbels or whoever was, one of those Nazi dudes, whatever, who said if you repeat the lie big enough and often enough, people will believe it. But it's like the opposite. In this case, it's like if you make the defeater of your worldview so simple and mundane, nobody would believe that it's possible that something that obvious could destroy an entire field of immense studies and money and expense and quote unquote space things in the sky and like all this huge infrastructure. How could it all be just built on the simple fact that the water's not curving just destroys it all? They're like, how absurd is that?
Talking about it in the mainstream now, right? Like famous people and things like that, and it's becoming more normal to talk about the topic, right? If you spoke about this 10 years ago, right, or even 5 years ago, right, people would just laugh and ridicule. Quite often now, if you talk to people, they'll say, "Oh yeah, I've heard about that," right? And if they've looked into it, if they actually understand the arguments, if they've done a little bit of research, they take it seriously.
Yeah, but I know this may sound kind of silly, but actually I don't care what the shape of the Earth is. What I care about is the formation of planets and how they are formed, and like the formation of star systems and all that. And you guys are saying you guys are saying they're lying about
There's no
that.
such thing.
They
No
don't know.
such thing.
Yeah, what
They
you're
even
interested
say-
in is based off theoretical concepts, right?
Yeah,
So it starts with faulty premises. It starts with the premise that the Earth's a globe, right? And that there's a big giant deep space vacuum that have all of these floating balls of plasma gas and whatnot, right? In this big ever expanding universe. That's all it's just a story that you've been told about the lights in the sky that you see that you can't ever test. Okay, so when you think of planet, they'll tell you that, oh, Mars is a planet and it's made out of this and it's this size and it's this distance away and blah, blah, blah. But that's all just it's not based off empirical evidence, right? It's all based off assumptions and theories and mathematical models and things like that.
Yeah,
honestly, I think the ancestors had better stories on how the world was made. Like the Vikings, for example, they said that the gods ended up killing their daddy, and then they built our terrarium out of his skull.
Yeah, so essentially, whenever NASA comes up with a new exoplanet and says, "Oh, it looks like this and it has this environment on it," they're just lying and pulling it out of their asses.
Well,
That's what the
basically, that's what they're
theoretical-
doing.
Exactly, and that's what they say they're doing. If you listen to people like Michio Kaku, right, the theoretical physicist, he will say exactly that. It's just based off guesswork. It's not based off the scientific method or anything like that. It's based off logic and guesswork. That's what he says. So,
And he also says that there's a crisis in cosmology. They're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. And whenever they're off by a factor of 1 or 2,
So
They say
essentially,
they're off by orders of magnitude. That's 10 with 120 zeros after it. They're off by that much. Not by like 1% or 0.05 or 0.001 or whatever number. It's 10 with 120 zeros.
Yeah,
so
that's
essentially, according to but what about the position of planets though? Is that correct? Do you guys agree with that? Like, how the sun is in the
they're
center, and then Mercury,
no.
then
No, absolutely not. That is a straw man that the mainstream media has given people who don't actually talk to people who actually consider the earth flat, right? So if you don't ask us the questions and get all of our answers now, and you try to Google what we think from the internet, you're going to get not what we think. You'll get what the government or the Flat Earth Society and other, paid opposition like YouTubers who are creating debunk videos about strawman arguments, right? That's not what we think. The Earth is not the third disk from the sun, okay? The Earth and the ocean, that's the floor of existence. You're in a contained environment because you're breathing gas pressure. The lights in the sky, the sun, moon, stars, and planets, that's all lights in the sky. It's above your head. It doesn't go below the floor at all. It never comes close to the floor. It's all above the floor. Can you picture that?
so lights in the sky, as in they're not real planets or stars or anything. For your intents and purposes, you just consider them lights in the sky that you can never know what they are.
What we can do is look at them, right? You can have the angular size of a star, right? And from that angular size, you can say it's whatever distance you want, but its ratio of size needs to be equivalent to that angular size. That's why they say that the sun is 400 times larger and 400 times farther away than the moon is. Because according to their story, the moon is 250,000 miles and it's on its what it looks like could fit the United States in it, right? And the sun is 400 times larger and 400 times farther away because their angular size is close to each other's. All they've done is look at the sky and create a story. And whenever DJ was talking about how it's made out of mathematical models, it's because they have to have everything line up. And so, in order for all of that to work, your unit of distance for space is the distance between the sun and the Earth. That has to be based off the Earth's radius value. Okay, and then the size of the sun is based off Venus being the same size as Earth, but nobody ever measured that physically. They don't actually know. They're just claiming it, and they're creating a story from it.
Yeah. So, do you believe the sun, the sun? I mean, the Earth orbits around the sun, and like that's how night and day come about. Like,
No,
how does night and day come about?
the sun moves. The Earth is not moving. It is stationary and still. You are in a fixed position. The sun moves. It goes away from you until you can't see it anymore. And then eventually it stops producing light in your area. And then it comes back around.
Okay, but you use telescopes, you look out, you see Mars, you see Mercury, you see Venus, right? That's how the original astronomers discovered these planets. So, like, what do you relate? How do you relate their position to Earth?
Their position is above Earth and they're doing circuits. They're making patterns in the sky. They're moving. The planets are called planets because the Greek word that it comes from is a wandering star. Okay, meaning it's moving different than the rest of the stars. all of the stars, the constellations for like the Big Dipper and Orion, they all remain the same. They don't change directions. The planets change directions. They do this thing called retrograde motion, where they're going east to west, and then over a handful of nights they go west to east, and then they return back to east and west in motion. Okay, and then depending on how you decide to plot that motion of the star, you'll either get circles for a heliocentric model, or you'll get these flower-shaped designs with a fixed position.
But when you look when you look through a telescope and you see these planets, they're circular. What? Like?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's kind of hard
They
to
are what
determine
they are.
exactly what they are as well, right? Because if you actually have a look at the raw footage through even the most expensive telescopes, it's pretty much a little blurry dot that you're seeing in the sky. And it's not until they process the image, right? They use image stacking, and then they process the image to sort of make it look like what they want it to look like.
Auntie, do you hear me?
Level Lioness has posted what I was talking about in the side chat.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
guys,
Hold on a second, Limit.
Sorry?
Hold on a second. We're having a conversation with Cryptic. Crypt.
No.
And your microphone's very muffled.
I know my microphone, it's bad. Yeah.
Sounds like you're talking face down into a pillow.
I know, I swear to God, man, it comes water inside it and a lot of yeah, man.
This is insane, man. Wow.
Yeah, and
I'm gonna
all
go
of that
study
is just
it.
watching the stars over a period of time at night. And you don't see that in one night. You see that over a period of night.
19 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every 19 years.
Each planet has their own amount of time in order to make their full circuit. I think, well, obviously Pluto had their longest record. But I think like Jupiter or Saturn is like 900 plus days or some shit. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up again. I don't remember. But they each have their own period of time before they return back to 12 o'clock. If you're going to consider her picture as a clock, 12 o'clock being the starting point, and then they make their full cycle. They each have their own amount of time. That's why Mercury is 88 days, because it has the shortest cycle. That's why they say it's the closest one to the sun on the heliocentric model. Venus has, I can't remember, but it has the second longest or the second shortest amount of days before it returns back to center or back to 12 o'clock.
But for all intents and purposes, we can never visit these planets, is it?
No.
So Star Wars was just propaganda.
No, Star Wars is entertainment.
That's a movie, dude.
Oh, yeah, but like there's just been so much. You realize after the moon landing, there's just been so many movies and so many TV shows and so many books related to like space exploration. Like there's just been so much stuff, but like it's exploded. Like an entire generation was raised on exploring the stars.
They were talking about stars and outer space long before that. Like the outer space had to be a vacuum in order for light to travel the vast distances from the mathematical location of the stars, right? Because light attenuates or reduces in intensity through a medium, right? That's why you have the inverse square law of light. But they made it a vacuum so that the light can travel those thousands of light years in order to get to us according to the model. So, vacuum of outer
May I
space.
quickly say something? So like the Chaldeans, for example, they've studied the stars for at least 2,000 years, right? That's generations and generations of people studying the stars consecutively and documenting it, right? All ancient civilizations study the stars, right? It's not a new thing within the last couple of 100 years.
Yeah. So so no one can visit other planets, and all those games and all those TV shows and movies and like Elon Musk, all of that is fake.
Yep, it's all fantasy. It's a good story, a fairy tale, you know? That's all it is.
Then what about people who go to work at NASA as engineers, as rocket scientists and engineers and all that?
It's all compartmentalized, so they don't actually build a whole rocket.
Yeah, people don't go there and get those kind of jobs anyway. There's not rocket scientists hiring like sign outside. That's not how that works.
But you go to SpaceX's website, you look at careers, and you have like people working on software for Starship and like all sorts of engineers. I've been to SpaceX's career.
And you won't get that job. You won't get that job. It won't be. You won't get it. It'll just come
Why
off,
not?
and then you'll think somebody else got hired. Difference. People that work there don't know about those jobs.
The people that are working there,
But there are different
for the sake of the
organizations.
argument.
Like, how can they cope up with that kind of scenario? Like,
Anyway, for the sake of the argument, to answer your question, right? Like, not everybody in NASA is in on the lie, right? I know people that I work with who were who were putting pieces of metal together, right? Doing the same shit they do at this job, except they were doing it for NASA. They weren't actually going to space. They never actually seen the Earth as a ball. All they did was go and put some pieces of metal together and torque bolts and nuts to specific torque specifications and then read technical manuals on how to build the thing. They didn't actually see the Earth as a ball. They didn't go to space. They're not in on the line. They're just
I'm looking. I don't care about NASA.
that what
I
they're
don't care about
doing
NASA. I'm looking at SpaceX's career website right now. I'm looking at aerodynamics engineer for the Starship, and they need actual people, bro. Like,
Go apply for it. Go apply for it and see if they give you an interview. Go apply for it. See if they give you an interview.
I don't have a degree yet.
Make a fake CV, bro. With everything.
It doesn't matter if you have a degree or not.
They say you need a bachelor's degree in an engineering discipline, and you need a master's degree in aerospace or mechanical engineering.
Okay, say that you have that and you go and you apply for the job. Does that make the Earth a ball?
No, what I mean is, dude,
Does that
like,
make
what are
what
they
you're
spending
doing
this money for?
actually mean that you're sending shit to space? Does that?
Yeah, so I guess what you're trying to say is they could be sending stuff to space, but the Earth doesn't
That's not what I'm
necessarily have
saying. You're assuming what I'm saying because you're not listening. You're yeah-butting me in the middle of my statements. What I'm actually saying is people are hired to do a job. It does not actually mean that what they're doing is actually supporting activity in the vacuum of outer space. It does not actually confirm the story to be true. What it confirms is you have a job to do at a specific location for a specific organization. That's all it proves.
Okay, if any of you live in Texas, have you ever considered like going to like Boca Chica, where SpaceX is, and like going there for like a Starship launch and seeing what what's actually going on, because they say they do it in public and everything's transparent.
Yeah, of course. Now, how does watching something go into the sky and then travel horizontally and disappear out of your view, how does that prove it went to the vacuum of outer space?
Okay, you have a point, yeah.
But you are referring that it is a cover up, right? Whole NASA story and SpaceX.
What?
Say that again?
No, you are like mentioning that the SpaceX and NASA is a cover up. They don't really
No.
go to the space.
Not saying it's a cover up. What I'm saying is it's a job and people get hired to do a job. And what they do is they satisfy their belief in their story.
Yep.
But some
Their
of
job
them
is to communicate scientific ideals. And even if anybody did go to the moon, according to the official narrative, the geocorona reaches past that. So nobody's been to this outer space place that y'all imagine. No one. No one even claims that they have.
This is insane, man. You guys are making very bold claims about very powerful people, but you have sent proof, which I will look through in detail. I have been looking through it in detail, but you're
They're
making claims
people.
about.
They don't have magic powers. They're not powerful. Stop thinking that people are powerful. If you met him in an alley, you'd probably kick his ass. So don't think they're so powerful.
Yeah, they're not wizards.
And also, they're not smarter than
Powerful
you.
liars is all they are. Powerful liars.
And don't ever think somebody else can be smarter than you. And you don't have the ability to be as smart or smarter than them. It's all going to be based on how much effort you want to put into your education.
Yep.
Can I just ask one last thing? No, I'm not doing this to like insult you guys or anything. Like I genuinely want to know, did you guys graduate college?
I have college credit hours. I don't have a complete.
Some did, some
Yeah, like I said earlier, we got a ton of people that are highly educated as flat earthers, right? Just like with globe earthers, you're going to get some people that are highly educated and other people that aren't. It's a huge group of people. Okay, so I did show you tests before from people that have PhDs, right? I linked you to a PhD geophysicist and whatnot, right? There's tons of engineers and people like that, but that doesn't really doesn't mean everything, right? It's not all about qualifications.
Yeah. I'm an engineer qualified and I'm a qualified welder. Okay.
And let me add space transportation.
Also, if you ever go to college, you'll see people flunking because they're not paying attention in class, and then they end up Googling what the teacher was saying anyways. So practically, you can educate yourself with the internet, and you don't have to go to a specific building unless you want the piece of paper saying that somebody certifies that you're cleared the course.
Well, and here's an important thing is to ask yourself, you're depending on an authority figure to base your belief on. And it's important to ask yourself, if someone gives me a logical argument that is not formally educated and someone gives me an illogical argument who's formally educated, which one do you believe? Which one do you?
No, but you guys aren't answering my question though. Does anyone in this server? I'm not being biased. I will still look through all the materials you guys have sent because I have nothing better to do right now. But do you guys? Does anyone in this server have a college degree?
Yes. And you're not realizing that question is unimportant, though. You're actually wasting time asking that question.
Wait, real quick question. Do you know what autodidactism is?
Me?
Yes.
No.
Autodidactic. Yeah, it's
No, I don't know what that
self-taught.
means.
I want you to look it up, is what I'm saying. It means self-taught. There are plenty of people who know how to teach themselves.
No,
and
I
you
get,
don't
I
have to
get
be
that,
told
bro.
to.
I
You
get
can actually go
people that
beyond what the college people will tell you if you're willing to. You can learn even more than what they're willing to give you.
That
No, I'm
question,
just-
what you just asked, Cryptic, if you were to do any type of debate or conversation on any topic, right, and say, okay, well, do you have a degree or diploma? That is a fallacious in its own nature, right? That does not have like that wouldn't count for anything for Diddley, right? For Jack Diddley in a normal like circumstances. You have to understand that is basically appealing to like success, right? And appealing to authority, which you should never do in your life.
Credentials.
No, I get that. I just you guys have to understand that, like, being lectured by potentially people who work at McDonald's or Wendy's or whatever on stuff like this, that's like, the biggest mysteries humanity has faced, right? You kind of understand how that doesn't
That's the
sum up,
fallacy.
right?
You're creating a straw
That's
man
a
in your head. Sorry, go ahead.
That's a fallacy, right? Oh, sorry. Was it somebody else speaking? My bad.
Yeah, I just want to cut in. You're not absorbing what's being taught to you. You're actually doubling down on an illogical, ignorant viewpoint, which is that you want to appeal to an authority to base your belief or willingness to accept knowledge, and that's error number one. Full stop. I mean, you got to let that go. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many degrees I have or how many degrees people have here. There's plenty of uneducated people that have master's degrees, and the more
They
you
have master's degrees, they're educated.
No, that's why you maybe you're a little young and you just haven't looked into it, but that's a illogical argument.
For most things, like discounting like neurosurgeons, right, and very very specialized fields, right? You don't even need a certificate or diploma to get a job. For example, engineers. From my country, right, we have a lot of people that taught themselves or were taught by their fathers how to weld, how to build stuff. When they go to other countries where there's more money, and just because they know how to do the job correctly and effectively, they get the job. No degree required. And look at it from this aspect. Even as so, let's take that. Do you guys have colleges? Did you guys finish colleges, right? How many globe earthers do you know that have failed college, failed high school, failed elementary school, but they're still globers? That doesn't validate their beliefs nor ideologies if they have or have not a diploma. You understand?
Yeah.
You could also have people who've gone through college courses and get master's degrees in like computer technology, and then their company goes under, and so then their only option for hire would be to work at a McDonald's. So you're saying that just because you work at McDonald's means that you're not intelligent. Well, there are workers who are working at McDonald's with high amounts of intelligence and having degrees, which you're worried about us having.
How about the janitor who solved that math problem on the board? Is that what, MIT? Is that a college? Just a
Look,
janitor.
people that have specific degrees in specific fields. It doesn't necessarily mean that they've learnt about the particular questions that are related to this topic. Sometimes we'll get people that come in here that have all sorts of degrees, right? But they're completely useless when it comes to the particular questions related to this topic. Some of the people in here have been studying these questions and fields for 8 years, 10 years, and that kind of thing. And they're experts in certain arguments, right? When it comes to, say, gas laws, gas pressure, things like that, optics. Someone that comes in with a particular degree in something, just because they've got a degree in whatever it is, it might be completely unrelated to this particular conversation, and they'll have absolutely useless arguments when it comes to this.
So, yeah, I get that, but what would convince? I just want to know, out of curiosity. I know you guys think a lot of the theoretical physics stuff is like, imagination and all that, and it could be. So I just want to know, what would convince you that the Earth is a globe? What's the one thing? Like, do we need to find aliens? Do we
Physical curvature?
No, dude, you need measurable Earth curvature, consistent Earth curvature.
Yeah, there's no such thing as aliens, dude.
Why do you think the word lie is in aliens?
Irrelevant.
But like, it's there, right? It's just preposterous. It's silly.
If people are claiming the Earth is a globe,
I honestly
hold on a
don't.
second, dude. Hold on a second. It's very simple. Okay, you're going to need empirical evidence that there's curvature of the Earth. Very simple. So you're going to need evidence of Earth curvature, and then you're going to need evidence of Earth motion, and then you're going to be able to explain how we can have gas pressure without a container. Okay, so there's three things. That's the three primary arguments and problems for the globe, right? There's no Earth
Yeah,
curvature.
I get that. No, I get that, and I've been looking at the evidence that you guys have sent,
The Earth is
and
not flat. The Earth is not flat.
Oh, we got somebody in
Hold on
here
a second. Do you
chanting.
think chanting like a religious nutcase is going to help
The Earth
anyone?
is not
It's making you look
The
like a
Earth
clown.
is not flat.
Ades, shut up.
so I've been looking at the evidence you guys have sent, and I do believe there's a real possibility the Earth is flat. But like I said, I don't care about whether the Earth is flat or a globe. The claim that makes that for me is the most contentious is when you guys say you can't visit other planets, and that the positions of that the sun goes around the Earth and the Earth doesn't go around the sun, and there's no stars, and like the star systems and galaxies and the universe and the Big Bang is all fake.
Nobody's saying
That's the thing.
this. Okay, we're not saying that we all observe the same thing in the sky. Tactical did a great job at explaining it to you earlier. Okay, you've just been told a specific story about exactly what these things you're seeing in the sky are. No one's saying that they don't exist in some other way, right? Or as something that's undetermined or unverified. It's still there. We still observe it.
It's just not what you've been told.
Exactly. It makes more sense over a flat plane, right? Because all of the stars reset back into the same positions each year. Okay, so you could go out tonight and make a little star map, right? And map a star in the sky. And then you could wait exactly 1 year, go out at the exact same time, and it's going to be back in the exact same position the next year. That makes more sense over a flat Earth. Where on the globe, they say that you're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, while at the same time chasing the sun through the universe at 480,000 miles per hour. Well, that whole system moves sideways at over 1.3 million miles per hour. And then there's more vectors on top of that, right? Never to return to the same place in the universe, moving at over 1.5 billion miles per hour.
And you're tilting and wobbling during all that.
Yep.
Yeah, I get why it could be fake, yeah. But I just can't wrap my head around like all this, because I've been you could call them stories, but I've been reading these stories since I was like 5 years old, and like now you're saying they're all like fake.
We get that.
Yeah,
We've all read those same stories. Every single one of us. I grew up on Stargate, Star Trek, right? Star Wars. I grew up with all of that stuff every single day. I was fascinated with the universe. And we understand you. But you have to push your biases and beliefs aside and look at things objectively.
Yeah, I agree.
You also shouldn't be convinced. We're not trying to convince you. You shouldn't be convinced after one conversation like this anyway.
Absolutely,
like we'd probably have less respect for you if you were like, "Oh, I believe everything you guys said," right? Scrutinize it all. We encourage critical thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go study the material you guys have said. I know there's other people who have joined, so maybe they can continue the conversation. I'm gonna go study.
Yeah, appreciate the good faith conversation. And yeah, you're welcome to come back anytime. So have a good evening.
And enjoy your studies.
Yeah, thank you.
What have you guys been thinking critically about today?
How to maximize gains at the gym.
Okay. Any confirmation of mass attracts mass at the gym?
I have no evidence of mass attracting mass at the gym. All the weights would be touching each other then.
Well, next time, rent a gravimeter, bring it to the gym, and put more more mass underneath it. See what happens.
Where can I get a gravimeter at?
You can rent one at a construction rental, but that's the more sophisticated rental places for oil industry and stuff like that.
Wait, and it measures gravity?
No, it measures acceleration.
Due to gravity?
I don't know. Due to what? Due to the mass being placed underneath.
So if I was to increase my elevation above the surface, like if I take a reading or if I place it on the ground and then I move it up, it should read more acceleration because there's more mass of gas underneath it, right?
Well, you'll have to find out.
Wait, no one's done it yet?
People have, but we don't look at what other people do.
Well, I'm just curious what the readings have been so far. I mean, I don't have a gravimeter to be able to say that they would or would not read more or less.
Let's think critically what the prediction of the statement mass attracts mass would be, right?
Okay.
So I like it that you said the mass of the gases, right? Well, let's say the gravimeter is resting on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Would the mass of all the air above it attract it upwards?
Yeah, there should be some pull, yeah. If mass attracting mass is true, yeah.
Good critical thinking so far. So the resulting vector of acceleration that the gravimeter measures, that's the only thing it measures, would be the mass below attracting it downwards and the mass above attracting it upwards, right?
So
is it measuring mass?
In some sense, yeah. So then, it's actually, a gravimeter is just a fancy spring scales. I mean, some of them are electromagnetic and they suspend objects in electromagnetic fields, the super precise ones. But in the end, it's the equivalent of a spring scales. So,
hold on. Does it measure mass in free fall, like in zero gravity?
I don't think so. I didn't say gravity, so I'm not worried about gravity right now. Or free fall. Just saying that that's what it measures. So then, if the mass of the gas is above is pulling it up, and the mass of, let's say, the Earth is pulling it down, then when we elevate that gravimeter, there will be more stuff below than there was before.
Yeah. So it would read? So that's what you're saying, it would read, would there be more mass being pulled down?
Let's think critically. We also know that the change in the rate of acceleration that gravimeter measures is a function of two things. One, the mass. Two, the square of the distance from that mass. So now the question becomes, is the addition of the air, the mass of air below, does that have greater impact than the increase in the distance from the mass in the ground? If the mass, I would propose that if the mass in the ground is much greater, then the increase in distance will result in a decrease in acceleration, even though there's more air mass
it will just overpower that. That'd be my guess.
So even though there's more mass, there's less acceleration from mass attracting mass, is what you're saying.
Yes, because it's a function of mass and the square of a distance. So a big impact, right?
Wait, I thought you said mass attracts mass. So if there's more mass, why would there be less acceleration?
Right. So mass attracts mass is the correct statement would be mass attracts mass inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the masses.
I'd like to do this
Just
in
a
brief
mouthful to say
so that
it.
you can set up a controlled environment.
Yeah, you should totally do that.
Well, I could do this.
See how easy it is to think critically?
First thing, if I did this with like an empty propane tank, I could place it underneath your gravimeter. I could pressurize the tank with more gas, and it would create more acceleration in the gravimeter. Is what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Like, can you show me where this has been done?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay. So this is all just based off of like
Critical
the
thinking.
presupposition that mass
Yeah.
attracting mass is true.
Well, that we know. Who is snoring, you guys?
Yeah, I'm gonna save him the embarrassment. I'm just gonna mute him. Hey, Midnight, if you actually are there, just type in the side chat, bro. I'll mute you. I think knocked out. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see this validated somewhere if possible. When you're just saying like, if this is true, then this would happen. It's like if I was to say, if Superman was real and he was to fly in the opposite direction of the Earth's rotation, then he could hypothetically reverse the spin of the Earth in the opposite direction. Presupposing Superman in the first instance.
Well, that's just because you don't know what I know, but that's yes.
Yeah, but would Superman actually make time go backwards, or would he just make the Earth spin backwards but time progress?
Presupposing Superman's real, I would say that maybe if you could spin the Earth in the opposite direction, faster than the speed of light, maybe. Well, I wonder if Santa Claus could do the same thing, actually, considering the speed that he'd have to be moving to travel to each house on Earth in the span of one night. I could probably do it too.
Yo. Archangel, can you turn your camera off, please? It limits the room, dude. You know this. Thank you.
How does he do that every time? Weird, like he just wants to be seen. Anyway, what's up, Pantheos? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Chilling, bro.
Yeah, I was on here like an hour ago. Well, I don't know who it was. Someone sent me these videos of, you know, that Red Bull guy, the guy that jumped off 28,000 feet.
28,000?
Yeah.
I think it was 100.
Sorry?
I think it might have been over 100,000 feet.
100,000 feet.
Yeah,
Was it 28,000?
No, that's lower than a commercial aircraft.
All right, now, hang on a minute. So you're assuming it's 100,000. That's like how many miles is that? Like that's like a lot, right? That's like 100 miles or something.
I'm not sure of the exact number. Let me get it for you.
What do you see like when you're 100,000 feet in the air? What do you see? Do you see like what do you see? Flat or curvature? What is it?
So I never been there.
It was 128,000 feet.
Yeah, because I mean I watched it. I did. That guy Felix, and then some other guy sent me Neil deGrasse Tyson video saying that it's flat, something like that. I mean I didn't know what it was on about, but yeah, I watched it. I analyzed it, but it's a curvature, bruv. It's a curvature. I mean, I watched it, and I'm pretty sure there's a curvature there. I'm just saying, you know. I mean, like I watched it 2 times. I saw
camera?
curvature.
Which camera?
It was the GoPro. You know, do you remember that one? You know, the Red Bull one when the man jumped out.
I know what you're talking about. I'm just talking about which camera view are you talking about? You're talking about the one with the GoPro, right? What about the one that's inside the capsule? The camera from inside the capsule shows a flat horizon, but the GoPro shows a curved horizon. So which one's true?
I mean, there's a couple of them, isn't there? Like, how many cameras were there? Like 2 or 3 of them? I mean,
At the moment, I'm just pointing out that we've got a stark difference with 2 cameras. One on the gondola, one outside the gondola, showing 2 different horizons, one flat, one curved. Now, if somebody sent you the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson, you turn around, I ain't got a clue what he was talking about. He was talking about being as high as the International Space Station and Felix Baumgartner and what you would perceive of the curvature of the Earth. He isn't high enough to perceive that amount of curvature that was seen in the GoPro camera. That's what he was on about.
yeah, it was that, yeah. But I mean, he never said it was flat, did he? I mean, there was a 20-second short YouTube video mentioning it was.
I'll go and get the video. He said that stuff is flat. To quote him directly.
All right, can you put it up? All right, okay. So I remember seeing that as well. It was a 20-second video of him saying that, but I think there's more content to it.
Sorry, so you do remember him saying that stuff is flat then?
Yeah, but I mean, but on lower altitudes, you see it as flat. But the higher you get, it curves. I'm pretty sure I said that.
He was talking about Felix Baumgartner's jump, specifically that instant, saying that he shouldn't been able to have seen the curvature from that altitude. He has to be higher, if not further, than the International Space Station, because he's only perceiving about 3% of the surface of the Earth. From that vantage point, that stuff is flat. So just to put everything into context for you, mate.
Yeah, all right. Okay, I know where you're getting at here, right? But look, I mean, I listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson a lot, right? I listen to a lot. I mean, it's quite complicated, the stuff that he says. I'm not like a scientist or anything, but he said from a high altitude, you don't see the curvature with your naked eye. That's what he said, right? And, you know, our perception is limited, isn't it? Human perception with limited altitude, it doesn't mean a curvature detector.
With a wider angle of view. You brought it up, dude. It's the GoPro camera. You must understand that if you want a wider angle of view, you're going to curve horizontal lines. Which is what a GoPro does. You know this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
like, look, the fisheye thing, right? Yeah.
Dude, this is why I put up the different cameras. The one inside the gondola shows a horizontal flat horizon, but the GoPro camera shows a curved horizon. So just in that instance, dude, which one's true? The flat one or the curved one?
The GoPro one. I'm going to have to go for the GoPro one.
Horizontal line, so you get a wider field of view.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I did. Which one's the other one? The gondola, you said?
Like, dude, I'm trying to lay this down logically. Now you're coming to these conclusions. It's fucking, I don't know. You've got Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you that you shouldn't see, Felix Baumgartner wouldn't be able to perceive the curvature of the Earth. I've given you 2 camera angles from the same fucking thing that shows a horizontal line and a curved line. We understand that GoPro cameras curve horizontal lines, and you're still spluttering. What?
Yeah, but have you got a video of the other one? Not the GoPro one, but the other one. Have you got? Which one is it? Did you put it on the side chat?
I'll go and find it for you.
All right, no rush, Jedi. No rush. No, but I'm a truth seeker, bro. I mean, I'm looking for the truth, man.
Really? I've just pointed out a contradiction to you, and it should leave you in a conclusion, well, you don't know then. Because you're already relying on other sources, and the other sources are contradicting themselves. Right, Truth Seeker?
If you can't see curvature from 24 miles up, dude. If you can't see curvature from 24 miles up, what makes anyone think that they see curvature at the beach or from an airplane and so on and so forth?
Yeah, I mean, you can't see it from the beach because our perception is limited, isn't it? Like, we obviously can't see it. Our eyes are not that. I mean, we're not psychics, are we? I mean, you know, we can't see that, can we? Yeah.
Right. So, what evidence do people have to believe in a globe in the first place if nobody's ever seen any evidence of curvature for like all of human history?
Do you believe that Neil Armstrong went to the moon?
Why are you asking a different question, dude? That's a different question.
Simple question. But, I mean, okay, but what I'm trying to say, the higher you go, I mean, the more obvious it is, isn't it?
24 miles is still not obvious enough, is it?
No, that's obvious. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna go 8, I mean, I'm pretty sure Felix did see the curvature. I mean, like, he was high, you know, like he was really not as high as I am right now, but he was high.
Sorry, when you say he saw the curvature, what, with his own eyes, or the curvature that we see with the GoPro camera, or the horizon that we see with the other vantage point from the gondola inside the capsule? What do you mean with his own eyes?
I mean, yeah, I don't want to go circular, but I'm pretty sure with his own eyes, he did see the curvature because he was 18,000 feet in the air, wasn't he?
Yeah, but Neil deGrasse Tyson would tell us that from that altitude, that stuff is flat with our own perception.
Yeah, but you did mention that. I watched the video myself, I did, but I mean, was that the whole content? Have you got like a full video of it? Because I mean, pretty sure that was just cut off from somewhere. I mean,
No. He said, I quote, "You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat."
From a low altitude, yeah.
From Felix Baumgartner. That's what he's referencing, Felix Baumgartner. That's why he's talking about the curvature of the Earth. From that altitude, my God.
Are you sure he wasn't being sarcastic?
Yeah.
I mean, look, think about it, Jedi. I mean, like, it might have been sarcastic. I mean, like,
the science communicator who's trying to communicate science, just so everybody is clear, is going to use sarcasm. He's American. Don't get sarcasm.
Yeah, he wasn't sarcastic at all. Listen, when you actually work out the geometry of what the Earth should be if it's a globe, and how much curvature should be present and available to your eyes from all different heights, including 24 miles, you arrive at the same conclusion that there's not enough. If Earth is a globe, there shouldn't be enough curvature for your eyes to perceive, period.
Yeah. Oh, I agree up to a certain amount, but I mean, Neil deGrasse, he did also mention that, you know, satellites only work on a curved Earth and stuff like that. You know, like the globe, what the globe people say. You know, I've seen his I need to look into it, which one it is, but I'm pretty sure in some of his podcasts he did mention that the Earth is up.
We're not saying he's a flat earther.
We use him as a hostile.
Exactly. Yeah. He's not a flat earther. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he definitely is not a flat earther. Yeah.
In this instance, we're using him as a hostile witness. He says, who's a science communicator, he believes the Earth is a ball. From the altitude of Felix Baumgartner, that stuff is flat. That's a globe earther, science communicator. A hostile witness in this point. Somebody on your side who tells you what to believe.
I need more evidence, my G. I need more evidence. I need to look into it more. I need more evidence. The math isn't working out, bruv. I'm trying my best, but I swear I'm trying my best. It's not working out.
What math?
Don't you believe in mathematics now?
No, I'm asking you what math isn't working out.
Because the higher you go, the more it curves.
You're saying it's not working out. Now you're telling me how it would work. What math isn't working out? It's what you said. The math ain't
I'm
working
just
out.
saying to you, my G. I'm just saying to you, right? The higher you go, your perception opens. It's like you go up and you see people like ants, don't you? The more high you go, the more small things become down. So then the Earth curves. It does, and you go into space.
Pantheos, I just posted in the chat the math. I worked it out on a spreadsheet.
What is that? All right, let me check it out. All right, what is it?
Yeah.
What is
So
all?
from
Okay,
20,
okay.
Yeah, I'll show you the formula. So from 25 miles high, you are seeing 0.3% of the surface of the Earth. Would you expect to see curvature when you're only seeing 0.3% of a ball?
No, it's not possible.
Exactly.
No, it got to go higher.
That's how high,
Yeah.
right. So that's how high weather balloons go, and that's how high Felix Baumgartner went.
Which one is it? Is it the weather balloon? 25,000, isn't it?
Yeah.
Real quick, you guys, are we treating this guy seriously? It's Friday night there
What about the
in
satellite?
Britain.
No, you
So
mentioned
he's just saying random shit.
You mentioned the satellite as well on the chart, right? There's a satellite. So you believe in satellites as well? You believe that satellites can go that high then, right? Higher than the balloon?
Maybe they
I see a
do.
satellite there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I take their claim of what satellites do, and I plug in the math.
I thought you didn't believe in satellites. I thought you said it didn't go to
Understand
space.
that I'm testing their claims?
Yeah, but you put it in your chart, right?
No Google. I know the Earth is flat.
Okay, I'm on Google Earth. Now what? What next?
You can explore Mars on there. You can explore Europa on there. You can
On
explore
Google
Earth
Earth.
on there.
Now what? What's next? Right? What's
It's a
next?
sphere.
Okay. So because a program says it's a sphere, therefore it is a sphere.
Yeah, you don't believe it?
Okay. How did they get the measurements to reify that application?
No, let me ask you this.
Good luck getting those
Before we
measurements,
get
bro.
into that, you don't believe in the
So I'm
software.
allowing you to have your application. I went to the application. I look at it. Yes, it's a sphere. Now I'm asking you, where did the measurements come from to verify that sphere is?
Let me ask you this before we get into that. You do not believe in the software, right?
Okay, I'll allow you to have the software. The software was made by people.
No, that's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
My belief in the application that uses actual measurements that's
Oh my God.
verified the Earth is a sphere has nothing to do with my belief. Okay?
So
where's the measurement coming from that they use in order to make the sphere?
So you do not believe in the software.
It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. The software is there.
No,
right?
we have to get a yes or no question. No,
Yes, I believe in the software. I believe in the software. I believe in the software. Now what?
Then you believe in a spherical globe.
Okay, now I believe in a spherical globe. Okay, help me with my belief so that I know it's a sphere. Where's the measurements that proves the application true? Now that I believe it's a sphere.
you can get into the numbers behind the software behind itself, and
I know you're telling me I can. I'm asking you to help me, right? Where's the measurements?
well, what would I have to do for that?
Well, you're the one telling me, and you're the one that taught me how to be a glober, right? You said that this is the proof that the Earth is a sphere. All right, I believe it now. Where's the evidence so that I can know it's a sphere?
I don't know. Have you tried searching it up?
Well, he's telling me that this is the thing. So, because the last time I heard, Google Earth was a Mercator map projection wrapped into a sphere, and a Mercator map projection is a rectangle. So essentially, it'd be a cylinder. So he's saying sphere, others are saying cylinder. I need to know what the measurements are to verify the sphere, since I'm a glober now and I'm a baby. I'm fresh.
Uh-oh. Awfully quiet in here.
Yeah, the Earth is flat.
Well, how do you know that? The other guy just said Google Maps says that, Earth is glob. And
Go
now I'm a
outside,
globber.
buddy. We experience a flat Earth.
Oh, shit. Now I don't know what to think. Well, since my
Look,
experience says the
if
Earth
you
is flat
walk
and no
for
one
miles
actually
and
has the
miles,
argument to prove the
would you
sphere,
feel
I might
yourself
as well be a
going
flat
down
earther
on
then.
a curve?
No, I don't experience myself going down on a curb.
Fact. So that's how you know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, facts. I can agree with that. I'm not a glober anymore. Can you help me? I'm lost. Do you have the measurements for the sphere?
Yeah, it's super easy. All we were asking the other guy is, where are the measurements to back up a geometric claim? We're not looking at other supposed lights in the sky being claimed as balls, because that doesn't really matter. Because then if I was to say, I see a bird flying above the Earth, therefore the Earth is flat, that would be a stupid ass argument. Oh shoot, I mean, it's a stupid argument. Sorry, I got YouTube bots here. It is a silly argument. But Gobers make that claim all the time. I look up, I'll see balls, therefore Earth is a ball. If I looked up, saw birds, therefore Earth is a bird. Doesn't really make
Maybe it's
sense, does it?
maybe the Earth is just a really big cloud.
You know, could be. I mean, I got somebody to admit that last year.
Okay,
My
because hear me
favorite.
out. Clouds have flat spots, right? And if
They do.
everywhere you go, you measure a flat spot, but everybody else is measuring curves, maybe it's the case that the Earth is a big cloud.
Ooh. You know, that's pretty good, actually. I like that. Not bad.
What do you think, Saucy?
Yeah, I'm gay.
Yeah, we know. That's like the final episode in Stranger Things. And the guy is coming out. It's like, yes, we knew already. All right, now that how are we going to defeat this final boss? It's like, wait, you guys don't understand. It's like, yes, we do. We've known for 5 seasons. Anyway, that was pretty quick. If anybody has any questions, Earth is flat, outer space is fake. Super duper fake. Anybody wants to talk about it, you're more than welcome to speak up.
The second last guy, what was the software you were talking about? I dropped in right at the tail end of that.
I said Google Earth.
Oh, Google Earth.
Yeah.
Cylinder Earth.
Yeah. I just wanted measurements that verified that software. Please, pretty please, with a cherry on top.
So his mindset was because Google Earth, therefore Boltard.
Yeah.
Well, it was where's the proof of the Earth measurement being a sphere, right? And so he was like, Google Earth. And then so he was just yammering through lats. And I was like, okay, I'm on Google Earth. Now what? And he was like, well, it's a sphere. I'm like, all right, I'm on Google Earth. Google Earth says it's a sphere. Where's the measurements? Well, do you not believe the application? It doesn't matter what the application. It doesn't matter what my belief is. The application you're claiming has the measurements. But you don't believe it? Okay, I believe it. Now what? Where's the measurements? Oh, so you believe the Earth is a globe? Yes, I'm a glober now. Where's the measurements? Well, look it up. It's like you just said the application has the answers.
Oh man, there's so many ways you could play with that guy. Yes, Google Earth's a computer program, so what are you saying? We live in a computer program.
No, what I actually said was because the computer program says it's a sphere, therefore the Earth is a sphere.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
came
you
in
don't
here first.
believe it?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm just repeat rambling right now.
Oh, no, you're good. I was just saying, he just came in here first saying rocket ships, therefore ball. Then he said airplane, therefore ball. And then we got into the Google Earth after.
Oh, well, this is awkward.
Hey, Bubba.
Hello. I just got banned from Black Haven.
Oof.
And I'm African American. But they said I sound white, unfortunately.
That's cool. Are you a Glober?
I had a good conversation with Swole Dog. You know, he taught me a lot about what you guys think. You know Swole Dog?
Yeah, man. It's like my fucking broski.
Yeah, we had a good conversation. You know, I never debated him. I only asked questions. It's interesting, you know. It really is interesting.
Well, can you tell me a little bit about what he said?
Well, that we don't verifiably know, you know, definitively that we live in a globe, and like the
No, he did not say that, dude.
I was talking to him yesterday. I mean, well, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I can't remember everything he said, but one of the conversations we had was like he showed me on his whiteboard on like the image, like how Earth, I guess, supposedly looks like, and what he showed in the whiteboard was like a circle and a dot in the middle. And well, first started off because I assume that you guys think the world looks like, you know, a table, right? And when somebody was telling me, like, you know, you can go northeast and southeast to Asia, right? I was just confused because I'm saying, wait, no, forget about south and northeast. If I go due west, I'm going to fall off or not reach. But it's not like a table. It's so think about like a globe cut in half. You have America. I mean, if I could turn my camera visual, I could show you what like
Bro, no, there's no way he said that the Earth is a ball.
Well, no, he never said it's a ball. He never said the ball. Again, if I can show my whiteboard, I can like do a visual.
Or even a hemisphere.
It's not.
I've
It's not
never
even
heard him
hemisphere.
argue for a hemisphere. You're saying a half
I'm
ball.
saying like okay. So I mean like so. Imagine a ball like that's the globe, right? Cut in half and flatten like a pancake. A pancake, flatten like a pancake. So it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be like a straight line where America is on the left and China will be on the right. It will be like America. You know what I'm talking about, right? If you flatten the globe.
They're laughing at you, bro.
So did Brodog actually say that shit was like a disc in outer space?
No. In fact, he told me we don't know. In fact, if I can find the picture of what he sent me, it's so basically it's like the government showing the sphere, the psyop, the flat pancake, and the reality just shows like a like ocean and like a guy on the ocean with a boat. You've seen this meme or no?
Oh yeah. So what he's saying is
I'm not lying.
reality is what we're talking about.
They want you. They want you weak. They want you stupid, and they want you dead.
Yeah, it's basically like the like image that I hold on. Let me see if I even have it on my phone.
I was just confused because you said that Swole Dog told you that there was a globe or a ball or a sphere.
No, again, he was showing me on this whiteboard on what it would look like if that. Because I said, "Can we go to China due west?" Right? He said yes, and he showed me how. Now you get what I'm saying? When he northeast wise.
Yeah, so
going
he
around
showed
the center
me
point.
muscle.
Yeah, center point. Something like that. Again, guys, this is something I've never.
Yeah, I get it.
All right.
Go on.
And I'll DM you, Jim. This is one of the things that we also talk about. The like meme that I found about like, do we verifiably know? You can post that in the side chat what I send you.
All right. Well, let me see. Yeah.
All right,
I got
post that in the side chat so for people are wondering. I can't post it in here. I don't have the ability.
Yeah, one sec. I got it.
Yeah, that meme.
Well, I'm gonna be working out. I'll be listening.
All right, dude.
All right, see you guys. Stay safe.
I dig it.
Do you know such and such a flat earther? He showed me that it's a pancake. Next.
What's up, Henry?
Yeah, hi, how are you?
How are you?
Hmm?
How are you?
Yeah, how are you?
It's good.
Okay, wonderful.
You got anything new to talk about today?
Yeah, I have a question about how many content do we have?
Well, I'm told that North America is a continent, South America is a continent, Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, and then there's Antarctica.
What about behind the walls? Let's say the walls. Is
Behind
there
what
any
wall?
land? Like in the theory, we have Antarctica as a wall, which is surround us.
I don't have a theory of a wall, so I don't got an opinion on it.
I say it in general because it's flat earth, bro.
Oh, well, Antarctica, whenever they went there to survey it, the surveyors called it an ice wall, right? And then if you look up pictures of Antarctica shoreline, you typically get these big, giant sheets of ice that are taller than the boats. And if they put vehicles up there, they got to use cranes to pick the vehicles off the boat, put them up onto the land. And then the people have to climb off of the boat and then get up onto the landmass, right? So that's the ice wall. Antarctica, the continent itself, the shoreline, that's what they're calling the ice wall. Not like some, it's not Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones. It's not like some ice wall like the Game of Thrones where the midget climbs up the wall and then pisses on the other side. Right, that's not the case. What
No,
the surveyors
I meant it like
Antarctica.
I meant it like, do we surrounded by ice? Like we are in the middle of the circle.
I don't know that. I haven't went and sailed everywhere. I haven't looked everywhere. So I don't know.
So what is your thoughts about it?
Well, my thoughts are I'm breathing gas pressure. And since, according to physics, gas pressure requires a container, right? Because if you don't have a container and you try to have gas pressure, entropy happens and the high pressure flows off to low pressure. So since I'm breathing gas pressure, I know I'm in a contained environment at least. Okay. So, yeah, somewhere there's a container, but I've never touched it or experienced it. So the ancestors claimed that there's, a container that touches the ground and that somewhere off in the distance there is, right? Like, I think it's Enoch talks about a really cold place where there's stairs that lead up to heaven. And then the Vikings claim that there's doors at the outer edge on the perimeter of our Midgard, and that the sky is actually made up of the god's father's skull, right? So at the base of the skull where it attaches to Midgard, there's doors that people can travel through. And at the end of the world, then, the god's militaries will march through those doors. So that's the Vikings. And then, like, there's other things, right? Like Egyptians, they say that Nut is actually the goddess that has all the stars, sun, and the moon painted onto her, and that, or excuse me, not the sun or the moon, but stars are painted onto Nut, and she's actually arched over the earth god. Okay, and she's having to touch the ground. But so, yeah, physics tells me I'm in a container. Ancestors are describing that the heaven, the sky touches the ground in some way, shape, or form, and that there is a perimeter to the area that we live in. But me personally, I don't know. Never been there.
So do we speak about the Nordic mythology, like Yggdrasil, or in some other civilization, which is Yggdrasil, I think.
Okay.
They say it like that. The three of four.
Say it again.
When you speak about the Viking, the heaven, the skull of God, is that all from the Nordic civilization or the Nordic tribal things? about
I don't remember
Big Jurassic.
I don't remember which story it was from. I know that whenever I saw the movie Vikings, I wanted to validate whether they were actually describing it accurately, and so I ended up looking at the wiki, which the wiki then referred to specific poems and stories, but I don't remember what they were.
So we have
I know that
Asgard, we
like
have
the clouds
Valheim,
are made of. Huh?
we have Asgard, we have Midgard, we have Valheim,
Yeah.
Alvaheim,
Yeah.
and there's Jotunheim, and there's I think Nibelheim. There is Helheim.
Yeah.
9 words, but we
Yeah.
cannot like have connect with them or see
We
them.
won't experience those. So I wouldn't ask you to give me a description of those because you've never experienced them.
No, not at all.
Right. So the only thing we've ever experienced is Midgard, right? Where we are.
Yeah, the
Okay.
human beings.
Yeah. So that's flat and contained.
So, like, do you suggest that these myths or legendary stories have some roots in the reality, like 10,000 years
No.
ago?
Well, what I'm saying is, at least, is that the ancestors had an idea of what was going on in the world, and they used the words that they did to describe what they experienced.
Then this
Now,
experience
whether or
turned
not
into
whether or not I agree that our environment is actually made from the corpse of the father of the gods, I don't necessarily agree with that. But I know what they're making a picture of whenever they make the story.
Mhm. So let's say that the ancestors, based on their experience about these things, then it's turned onto legacies in all of these years, thousands of years.
Yeah. So the ancestors, they didn't believe in a giant sphere that the modern generation believes in. They accepted what their senses told them, and they described the earth being flat and contained, not moving.
So could we say that there's some fantastic beasts like the movie from the experience of the ancestors, like the phoenix, there is children, there is dragons, etc.
I'm going to have to ask you to say that clearer. I didn't understand.
Could we say that we have some fantastic beasts like dragons, chillins, phoenix? Because it was an experience someday, so when it is passed on, it's turned into legacies and legendary stories.
Yeah. Well, my opinion is that the ancestors had a story. They experienced something. They described it, and we have the stories today, right? And the generation takes those and says it's just a story. Dragons, maybe. Dragons are depicted by a lot of ancient cultures. Each ancient culture has their own specific set of animals that they describe.
Mhm. But in this like theory, we could say also that orcs, goblins, elves, dwarfs, all of these, maybe they were some kind of creatures someday. Oh, thanks for the picture.
I know I'm in an area of bad signal, so 1 second. 2 more minutes.
Take your time.
So that's going to get into speculation, and it's not sequitur with the actual shape of the ground. So I'm not gonna.
Do you speak with me or with someone else?
You
Sorry.
with you
Oh, okay.
because I was in an area of bad signal, and I know it because it happens every time. So I just didn't speak, so there was no roboting.
That's okay. So let's say that you believe in these Nordic things. You believe that these legacies and myths were true someday, was a normal day thing, but it turned it like this in 2 years. But what's about the shape of the Earth? Is it flat, like floating on a great ocean? Is it round? Is it a planet? What it is?
It's the floor of the universe. It's the floor of all that you can experience. So you won't experience anything underneath it. So I don't know its depths. You can't travel into the sky forever in altitude, so I don't know the height of the sky. I don't know how far away the stars are. I don't know what they're made of. I don't know what the moon is made of. I don't know its total shape. I know what it looks like. You and I share the same experience on what it looks like. We don't know what the sun is actually made of. The modern scientific community, so-called scientific community, they have a philosophy about what the sky is, and it's no different than the ancestors claiming that they knew what the sky was made of and doing.
So let's say that we are in the first floor in the astral planes. There is under us, there is Helheim, I think. And the top of this astral planes, there is Asgard. Yeah?
I don't know that.
So we don't know what under us and what is above us. But we know there is a lot of astral planes, let's say. It called it like that, or levels in this tower.
All right. So let's say that all the different communities of our ancestors had their experience with beings that came from the sky, right? The Greeks had their beings from the sky come down and speak to them. The Nords, the Romans, the Japanese, the Chinese, the North American natives, South American natives, the African natives, the Australian natives, they've all had their experience with beings coming from the sky. Now, all of these beings coming from the sky are giving their own descriptions of what they're wanting to tell their group of people. This is what it's made of, right? So you have the Hindus getting their story that, oh, well, the earth is actually settled on a turtle. And now you have the Vikings, they're getting the Nords, they're getting their stories of it's resting on their version of hell, and the Aztecs, they're claiming that up in the sky there's actually a dragon that's flying around and eating the sun and the moon. The Hindus are saying that there's a demigod that went around and ate the sun and the moon, and Shiva went and cut it off. So now you only have the skull eating the sun and the moon, and they're both ejecting out of its neck, right? They're only describing the sky or the environment on stories that they were told, right? If it's the case that things came from the sky, right, then I would say that the story had an origin event where everybody had the same encounter with all of the same beings. And then whenever they divided and traveled to their own little corners of the earth and they started, telling things in their own language to their kids, the stories changed. So the names of the beings changed, right? So there was one event, and now there's a bunch of stories of the same events or remembrance of different events in the encounter. Okay. So, like, the Bible, for example, claims that there was a point in time where angels came down to earth and had children with the women of the earth, and then there were giants, and then a flood came and reset everything, and now the human race is living on through one family, right? And then at one point in time, the human population created the Tower of Babel, and then God didn't like it, and then distorted the languages, divided the land, and the people went off into their own little corners, right? So now everybody is where they are, and we all have our own language, but all of the multitude of religious beliefs, they've got the same family trees for the gods, and they've got similar stories of human encounters with the gods, and now you've got stories of giants and satyrs and centaurs and all of this shit, right? So, if anything, I would say that there was a single event where people encountered what would have been a greater being than people, and God destroyed that. I take, I think the Bible's true. So my historical evidence is going to come from the Bible and its descriptions and its
all of the
reflections
Bible?
with the other ancestors.
Do you believe in all of the Bible?
Yes.
Do you follow it or just take it as an historical thing?
I take it as historical fact. I think that it's
Who's the author of the Bible,
moral
by the way?
demands are true, and I think that
Who's the
the
author?
God that did communicate with the patriarch was actually the God, and that
Who's the
the
author of the
angels
Bible?
that decided to go against him are the ones that took their positions over men
Wow.
and claimed themselves to be gods when they're not.
Because you take the Bible as a historical thing or evidence. Who's the author of the Bible, by the way?
At least 44 people throughout 500 or so years, maybe 1,000. Don't know.
The first manuscripture that we have about the Bible, it's the size of a MasterCard after Jesus.
Yep, 40
after Jesus
years
Christ
it's a copy.
48 years.
So at least 40 years after Jesus' ascension, there's at least one copy that was made.
There isn't any copy.
That would,
We don't have anything. But because of that, you cannot take the Bible as a historical evidence on anything. It's just full of stories and a lot of things.
right. But if we wanted to have this conversation, I would take it into a different room because the focus of this room is to try and inform people about the shape of the earth.
I just
know.
mentioned it because you took the Bible as an evidence for our discussion.
No, that's not what he said. He is not using the Bible as evidence. He can only point out that the Bible coincides with reality. It's not his source of evidence. Don't straw man him with that.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
So, let's say that these creatures were someday in our reality, like the Valkyries, these winged beings, they were carrying the souls of the warriors from the Midgard to Asgard, as I know. And there is these two crows for Odin. And there is dragons, phoenix, there is goblins, elves, dwarfs, etc. Let's say that was true. Do we have like a good clue from our ancestors, from the books, something that we could follow to prove it? Like the dinosaurs,
Is
we have
there
bones.
archaeological evidence of these things having existed? No. That's why I say it's just story.
Well, actually, let's stick with his hypothetical. Let's say yes.
Okay.
It's a cool story, bro. It's a hypothetical. What would you want us to do with it? I can say yes, the next person can say no. And if I say yes, the first thing you're going to do is jump on me and go, where's your evidence? It's your hypothetical. You fulfill it. So do you have evidence of all these Chiron, winged beasts and whatnot else?
Why are you so angry? No, I don't have anything.
Oh, I'm not angry.
Or deny it. I'm just asking him about his point of view, about our world, about our reality.
Well, it's your point of view that you're pressing on him. You're the one that suggested these
I'm not
beasts.
pressing anything. I'm not. I'm just asking.
Regardless of his choice of words, what he's saying is that you've created the hypothetical and you're asking me to support the hypothetical, or you're asking me my opinion on the hypothetical. And my opinion actually is that I don't find archaeological evidence that those beasts exist. Right? The only evidence that they have that those beasts exist is from the word of mouth of the ancestors. Right? Other than that, I don't know. And if they exist, I haven't taken the time to go out and try and find them. So, what do you think?
I think they are just myths. And in times of danger and in the time of fear, we as a human beings try to go to a higher power, a higher thing. When we try to make our children respect us or doing something that is good for them, we try to make a horror story for them. The goblin will eat you, the orc will kidnap you, etc. of that. When we feel fear, even if you were an atheist and your roots was a good Christian, a good Muslim, etc., you will go back to God. Because this is the nature of the human being. He's searching for something higher from him.
Yeah.
I don't
and then
believe
so
in...
today's story that keeps people in line is that you're an insignificant speck on a speck in the middle of specklessness, which is the vacuum of outer space, and you don't have a moral center. There is no actual like objective thing because morals are subjective, right? And so now there needs to be an established group of people who are the leadership who then objectify morality, and that those people are the ones who should be dealing with what you should and shouldn't be doing. So now people are pressed into a position where in some cases they think that they're insignificant, life's not worth it, and so what's the reasoning? Well, I'm on a planet that's circling a sun out in the middle of nowhere, and when we look off into the vacuum of outer space, there's nothing around us that looks alive. And so, what's the point other than to eat, breathe, drink, reproduce? Because as soon as I'm born, I'm destined to die, and there's no purpose in life. That's what people have been given today. And so what they have to do is listen to their authority figure, tell them what they can and can't do, and if they don't listen, then they're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And you got the religious folk who are arguing with the people who don't believe in a God, have arguments about what is right, what is wrong morally, and
yeah, why you can't, like in an example, why you can't have sex with your sister or mother. That's kind of discussions I know. Why killing
well,
is
I'm
bad.
more talking along the lines of like,
etc.
you know, you're actually an evolved atom. Okay, so the Big Bang happened. Atoms evolved into stars. Stars exploded, created more atoms, new atoms, and these atoms coalesced into planets. One particular, ours, Earth, created new atoms in the formation of these atoms forming into a planet, and then some electrostatic happened on some pond scum, and then it became alive, and then it evolved into you through a really long process.
So
No need
the first
for God.
Adam is 4 billion years ago, or such so.
Sure. 13.8 billion, I think, is either the beginning
first
of the
Adam.
Earth or the beginning of the universe. I don't remember.
That's the first Adam came to existence.
Yeah. So
That's a long time ago.
the modern religious perspective has given people a reason to not believe in the religions that already exist, then the men who've made themselves in charge are now the gods over these people who don't have gods. And it causes the religions that have already exist to bend the knee to this new religious idea. So now you've got Christians bending the knee to the heliocentric religion and causing their Bible to bend over backwards to say that the earth is a sphere in the vacuum of outer space when it describes nothing of the sort. It makes Muslims believe that the earth is actually a sphere rather than accepting what their book already claims, is that the earth was spread out like a carpet. If I was to give you a piece of fabric and tell you to spread it out, right, would you clump it into a ball or would you lay it out flat?
By the way, I believe in flat Earth, but I don't believe in that legend or myths about some creatures.
So then you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
The things that people take their religious beliefs on, right? Okay, they'll take it more of a moral compass, and then, like for example, the Christians, they'll say, well, that's just metaphor, or they're painting a picture based on their misunderstanding of the world, right? And it's a new religion, is what it is. And the people don't recognize it because they're told this is a fact rather than this is a
So
a religious pillar.
Could we say that these guys who believe in the new religion as the new, like the new Christians, the new Muslims, the new Jewish, who believe in facts as our today science, could we say that they are? No. I don't want to open that. But I believe they are in fault. They are wrong.
Yeah.
But there's a guy here ask me about the astral planes. I would go back to that. So it's like a spiritual plane or a level of being that have spirits and have the dreams. And there is the physical plane, which is have us
that's
as
flat.
human beings.
Yes.
Us as a human beings and animals, etc. And there is the mental plane, which is as the our ancestors says that it is the plane of gods or the plane of the higher power.
It's a plane. It's level. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. parallel with
Like
the Earth.
So it's
three different stuff.
it's described with essentially geometric terms, right? Like a plane. However, you're describing another dimension. Is this dimension a physical one, or what is it?
There's a physical one, which is we live in it. There's the astral one, which is for the souls and for our dreams.
Can we see it? Can we see it?
We can see it in our dreams. Yes. This kind of plane or dimension. This is the second dimension. When we go to sleep,
that they've joined the astral plane and came back and said that the astral plane says that it's actually a sphere. So then what do we do with that?
Yeah, also astral means like stars, to do with the stars. So are we, when we look up into the sky, are we seeing the astral plane or a manifestation of that spiritual realm, manifesting into the physical realm?
What?
Well, astral means stars, right? It's to do with the stars.
It's about some kind of old power, but what I believe as myself, I'm not so deep, I'm not in that big hole, but I'm just on the surface. I just believe that there is the physical plane that we live in it. There is the dream plane, which is the astral plane, and there is the mental one, which is for some good saints and some good people who reach it, like Buddha, like Jesus, like etc.
You know what's interesting, right? Is that we're told that if something from the fourth dimension was to manifest in our reality, it would appear as a sphere. I know it's not Sunday.
No one knows. But oh my god, my English is so fucking bad. I'm so sorry.
You're doing good.
I don't apologize. You speak English better than I speak any other language, so that's fine.
Thanks a lot. I have thoughts in my mind, but I cannot describe it with words. So I have a lack of connection. So let me speak about my view about this word. At least I believe that there is. We have a flat Earth. We have 7 continents. We have a lot of islands. We have a great ocean. That big desert of ice or white sand. And we have a firmament above us. There's water, like the description in the Bible, and other civilization. Then above this water, we have the God above this water, and we have in our big plane, the physical one, we have 7 firmaments and 7 earths or 7 lands. This is my view. Like 7 big civilization. We are number 1, and there is 2, 3, 4 until 7. What's about your point of view about the flat Earth? You have something else?
I have exactly what I experienced. And if somebody asks me why is the Earth flat, I'm going to talk about exactly what they experienced. The exact same thing I experienced.
That what did you see by your eyes?
Yep. See
I
with my
respect it.
eyes, I feel with my vestibular system, touch, taste, hear, feel.
Like my biggest evidence is the rainbow. Why do we have rainbow?
Well, I think that any route you take trying to say why the rainbow exists is going to be a big in the question, right? Maybe affirming the consequence if you say it just right. Like, at least the rainbow is caused inside your eyeball, and it's not actually a physical thing, and it has nothing to do with anything outside except for what's happening within your eyes.
I think it is a reflection from the dome or the firmament. Because if you wanted to make it inside a lab, you need some type of a glass. I don't know what's the word for it. Just to recreate it.
Yeah. Talking about how people would have to use a mirror inside in order to cause the rainbow to manifest.
Yeah, manifest. That's it. Let me go to the chat. Yes, I am Muslim, but not let's say it, not the regular one. Because I have a lot of discussion with my brothers as Muslims about the flat earth. Because in some point of my life, I was like taking the flat earth as a major part of my religion. Because if God tell us in His books that it is flat, and you say it is not, is kind of infidel or disbelief. So have a good night, you all. I'm not like so deep into the science of flat Earth, so cannot go into any discussion like that. So have a good day, and may Allah guide you.
Come back and listen sometime. Carajua Adustua. It was primary school. I think it was primary school. I think it was high school. Well, it might have been high school. It was the motto of the school I went to anyway. I remember that. Reach for the stars, or strive for the stars.
Ours was knowledge is power.
Oh, how'd you say it in Latin?
Oh, fuck if I know. Hold on, where's my bio? It's on Scientia potentia est.
We had to learn ours off by heart. Like, they'd make us say it at assemblies and everything. Pagua Augusta. Yours sounds like an Italian pasta dish.
Now I'm hungry again.
We must talk about the fundamentals before we talk about flat Earth theory.
What would the fundamentals be?
That you niggas are stupid as fuck.
I got the mute, but not in time. Someone else got the ban. Nice. Teamwork.
Hey, Yoder, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. How come you measure spherical excess and we have observations that exceed the globe curvature? Does that mean your spherical excess wasn't factoring in refraction? Because if you're measuring, you're claiming to measure spherical excess based off of the tilt of the theodolite. Well, how come we've got observations everywhere that exceed what that spherical excess would allow? Wouldn't you have such observations with your theodolite? Isn't it funny how the averaging method you use, the RMS root mean square, just happens to conform to a reference ellipsoid? Maybe it's because the source data was cherry-picked. And why would you expect to have spherical excess only on a geoid, where you have a deflection of the vertical? A deflection thus giving rise to flat spots on your globe and concave spots on your globe. And how do you tell the difference? Why is it always spherical excess when it shouldn't be? It's because you're not performing your own claim of geodetic surveying. You should not be able to measure the reference ellipsoid because the reference ellipsoid neither conforms to the geoid nor the terrain.
Yeah, they're basically just getting some guesstimations, essentially. A bunch of guesswork. Getting some guesstimations and then mathematically making it work on their presupposed globe.
Right, and then make some faulty assumptions, ignorant ones. They assume that their measurements should conform to a reference ellipsoid, which is absolutely wrong. Your geoid conforms to a reference ellipsoid. You need to be coming out here and measuring the geoid, folks. If you are presenting claims of measuring the reference ellipsoid, you're doing it wrong by your own method. And this is because your geoid affects what is plumb and level. Locally, everywhere you go, it's going to be a little bit different by your claim. So when I'm watching a theodolite that's 69 miles away, what's level for me is not going to be the same level for somebody 69 miles away in conformance with the reference ellipsoid. It's going to have a geoidal variance. And ultimately what this presents is a situation where your very own claim to measurement is impossible to replicate reliably. It's impossible to show that it's a globe, because your own measurements need to be accounted for the deflection of the vertical and for astronomical refraction comporting to the geoid, as well as atmospheric refraction. This is not flat earthers saying it. But what's even worse than all of this is the theodolite is being claimed to produce a reliable measurement where it is plumbed to level over a vast distance. That's a funny thing. Like, how much of a level do I need to gain a high enough resolution to minimize the tilt error? You know, if you have like a rifle scope and you spot a freaking deer half a mile away, and you so much as like have a gnat land on your fingers, you pull the trigger, you're going to be off. The further the distance means the higher precision it's required of your measuring device and your skill level to use it. And so let's say ideally you do have a perfectly level setup where you're plumbed to level for a distance of 69 miles, but then by your own account, you don't know if you are accurate enough due to geoidal undulations, because there could be a local deflection of the vertical where you are, and there could be a local deflection of the vertical where the reciprocating theodolite is at the far end. It's looking back. Which means level isn't level, plumb isn't plumb. It just turns into this hot, holy mess. I gotta step out for a minute. I'll be back in a few.
Guys, one at a time, please. What is up, Swirly?
Yo, what's up, dude?
How's it going?
No, not much.
What brings you by the Flat Earth channel?
Well, I'm just looking for certain people that I talked to yesterday to see if they were here.
Who were you talking to yesterday?
Swole Dog and some other dude named Peter. Like, he was a newer member of the Flat Earth community.
Okay, yeah, I know them. What were you talking about?
Oh, they were teaching me their stuff. Basically, that's all. A lot of the things, we were like, we were talking about like the psyop on governments, like other conspiracy theories.
So you're new to Flat Earth, or you're a Flat Earther, or what?
No, I'm not a flat earther. I believe in the globe.
Okay.
Yeah.
What makes you believe in the globe?
Well, I mean, like all my life, if you think about it, there's no opposition. It's everybody believes in the globe, like majority of the world. So that's why. And one point I'll give to Swole Dog and Peter that they are correct on is, do I verifiably know? Maybe you've heard this before, which is true. Like, I don't verifiably know or empirically know that I live in the globe. But that's the thing, I guess, with theories, some make sense to the point where we just believe and go by it. Just like the Big Bang, but we don't definitively know the Big Bang exists.
That's fair. I get what you're saying. I think that's why all of us believed in the globe. We believed in it because we were taught it at school, and everyone else believes it, and we assume the scientists have proven it in some way. But now, when you go to check it, it fails. Fails geometrically, logically, empirically, scientifically. Like, whenever you try and test the globe in actuality, like physical reality, there's no globe, there's no curvature, there's no motion. It's always only just been in the textbooks, on TV, philosophical, imagined.
We were watching videos of like the ISS people showing like what's it called again? Green screen, and what's the other method? It's like some other type of
green screen, blue screen, chroma key, harnesses.
Yeah, chroma key.
Motion, all kinds of shit. I mean, just like basic Hollywood studios. Yeah, it's just Hollywood.
Yeah, and like we would see shit like fading in or whatever, or what they show me. But yeah, like I've been told we've been spaced. I just go by it because it sounds logical. But I just I don't know definitively. I will just give you that.
If they're using green screens now, how can you still buy it? Like,
well, I buy it because that's what I've been taught, and it makes sense to me. That we live in a sphere, like like the forming of the Earth, like becoming from dust.
Right. But it doesn't make sense that they'd be using green screens if it was real, right?
Well, that's the thing. Do I believe the ISS exists? Yeah. I mean, it looks pretty damning, but I don't know definitively. I'll just say that.
Well, no, but just like the content that they're putting out, if they're putting out blue screens and green screens, they're trying to trick you.
I mean, I never heard about that. Like, I don't think they said that. Like, hey guys, we use green screens. Like, we were talking.
You were watching it with Swole Dog and the other guy.
No. They were showing me like the things what ISS feed show us, and they were pointing out like things that shows that it's green screen. Again, I'm not a green screen expert, and
all right, so you weren't sure about the examples that they were showing you.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but they weren't saying some bullshit. They were actually making sense of what they're talking about. Like they did say like, look.
There's loads of very obvious examples. I mean, we've got hours and hours of NASA footage, SpaceX footage of just obvious CGI, cartoon, Hollywood production stuff.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it just looks so damning, It just, what I mean?
Them faking space does look very damning, because if it was real, they wouldn't have to fake it.
Yeah.
Did they talk to you about the curvature?
Yeah, we did talk a little bit about the table and stuff. Like that was Peter, what he was telling me. And keep in mind, Swole Dog told me like Peter was like, you know what I'm talking when I say Peter, right? Peter,
yeah,
that
Peter's a globe guy.
Yeah, Peter, he's Ukrainian, right?
Huh?
He's Ukrainian, right? He was speaking Ukrainian. I'm just making sure we're talking about the same guy.
Russian, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. He's Ukrainian. That's his accent. Yeah, it sounds like Russian. They're the same, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a globehead for like a year, coming in here arguing with us. In the last few months, he's saying that he's now a flat earther, but I don't know. The jury's out.
Yeah, that's what Swole Dog told me. Whatever, you know.
Yeah, the curvature. Do you know? So they walked you through how much they claim the surface curves over like 10 miles.
Yeah, I think that's what they say. Pretty sure I don't know.
Yeah, so they say there's like 66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
Yeah, they say like what I remember was I think every 3 miles it curves. Is that what it is or something?
No,
I
it's
don't know.
8 inches per mile square.
Oh, 8 inches per mile square. That's where that shit curves.
That's supposedly the rate of curve on average.
Yes. So is there like tests out there that shows like lasers being pointed at each other and farther
Yeah,
from
like lasers hitting targets and stuff that they shouldn't be able to if the Earth was curved. So
Yeah, and
to
Swole Dog
measure-
also told me
to
about
measure
like the sea on how it's like I forgot what he said specifically, but we had a good talk. He did tell me a lot of the things he believes in. Like
yeah, I mean, this is what we're testing basically.
Yeah.
Like they give us the numbers. They say 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. We go out and test it. No 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. So the claim's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like again, like I don't empirically know really much about a lot of the things the scientific community says. We were even talking about.
They've just bamboozled people into thinking they need to understand all that. In reality, the flat Earth is obvious and apparent and accessible and verifiable.
Oh, when you say flat Earth, like what do you mean? Like, are you saying
what you experience in reality is a flat, motionless Earth? It's a flat horizon, a motionless surface, right? But saying flat Earth doesn't mean I'm saying it's a giant square or a circle.
Yeah.
I don't know what shape it is. I don't even know how big it is.
Yeah.
I don't know anything like that. We just know the surface of it that we're living on.
Yeah.
Bodies of water are not curving.
Yeah, Swole Dog, he showed me a picture. You probably seen the meme. It was the globe, the psyop. It shows like a pancake Earth or whatever, which you guys obviously don't claim. And then like the reality shows like a guy in the fucking ocean. I know, like a boat in the fucking ocean. I guess I don't know.
Yeah. We're just pointing at observable reality. We're not going beyond that. You can't leave the Earth and look back at it and see a shape of it, right?
Yeah.
We can only check what the surface is doing, and it's like the quickest way to figure out the answer to this question: is it a globe or is it not? It's to check if there's curve. Because if there is curve, then it is a globe, or at least it's a curved shape in the place that you've measured. If there's no curve, it can't be a globe, because the globe has to curve everywhere.
Yeah.
So we basically found ourselves in a position where we know it's not a globe. It's only measuring flat and motionless. But beyond that, questions abound.
Well, I guess the question is, why are they lying?
Good question. Who do we ask?
Well, the government, but of course, will they ever tell us if the case
Hello,
is
Mr.
true?
Government. Why have you lied to me? We haven't. Okay. Well, the ground's measuring flat. No, that's just an illusion. You can't trust your senses or the cameras. Okay. Like,
I'm
even
a
if they were to tell us,
guy. I'd rather trust my senses than what a nutrition says. In fact, so kind of we talked about like a lot of the things, the science, what they go by. It's, for example, like nutrition, right? I know it's kind of getting off topic, but a lot of these doctors, appealing to authority because, they're a nutrition, whatever, right?
Oh, yeah, we can't do the doctor medical stuff, unfortunately, because of TOS.
Oh, wait, we can't talk about doctors? We can't say anything about doctors here? I'm new to the
we try and
service.
stick away because we're streaming to YouTube and a bunch of other platforms and medical topics. Nutrition.
Oh, it gets you like
gray area, but
okay.
It's community guideline stuff. If someone says something,
What's your guys' channel on YouTube?
It's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So you just type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, you'll find our channels.
How long you guys been doing this?
About 10 years.
24/7, 365 days a year. We've got tens of thousands of hours of us talking, and no one's proven the globe. No one. Isn't that crazy?
Well, hey man, I'm new to the server, so you know.
Yeah, I know, but just
I'm no science expert, so I bet you can make a lot of good arguments. But again, dude, I was grown up by what I've been taught to, what I've seen, you know.
Yeah, so was
And,
I.
like, this is something like everybody agrees on. You know what I mean? Like one thing I've talked to Swole Dog about was like, what does an alt-right person and a alt-left person agree? The globe. You know what I mean? Like that's like one thing like everybody agrees on. So it's like really hard for me to like.
But
look
in
at
logic, there's a thing called an appeal to consensus fallacy.
Yeah, appeal to authority as well. Those things. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But appeal to exactly. So it's like just because everyone believes it doesn't mean it's true, and conversely, just because hardly anyone believes it doesn't mean it's false.
That is true.
Right. The measure of something's truth is the evidence that exists to support it on its face, not what people think about it. Like what evidence exists and what can be verified. That's what we're interested in. Because, of course, people say, oh, there's loads of evidence for the globe. But then you say, well, okay, but what evidence can be verified? As in, we don't just have to trust an image from the government that no one can check if it's real. Well, then it goes down to zero. Right? Nothing at all.
Yeah, wow.
So if you don't trust the government, you're going to have a hard time believing in the globe because that's all you've got, really.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist dude as well. Can we talk about conspiracy theories on your YouTube channel or no? Does that get flagged too?
Well, yeah. But we try and, flat Earth, we don't consider it a conspiracy theory. It's just
no. I mean, like
empirical reality.
What's it called? The Sandy Hook. Can I talk about that or no?
No. We don't do those shootings and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I won't say anything. Yeah, like I'm also superstitious as well about the government stuff. You know, there's been a lot of cases that doesn't add up. Like about nutrition as well. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you just are casually aware of history, you know that history is full of authorities that have provided misinformation, disinformation, whether intentional or not, to society again and again. And in more recent history, it's everywhere you look.
Yeah. So what's one of the main Yeah. So what's like one of the main arguments because I'm not knowledgeable in this. So, like what's like one of the main arguments a counter to somebody like I don't know some like NASA enthusiast individual? Like what do they say? Like what's their arguments?
Just like what you said, the scientists all say that it's a globe. Everyone believes it's a globe, so it must be a globe. I mean, the arguments against them, though, are that it measures flat. It's empirically, physically not curving like it would have to.
Is there like YouTube videos of like people who like run tests that are like flat earthers or whatever? That you know.
Yeah. There's a bunch of them.
You know, like ones I specifically watch, like you know.
Yeah, let me help you out.
I'll look at it.
So see the YouTube box at the top of the chat in the voice channel.
Yeah, hold on. I'm using my phone. Yeah, I see it.
Right. So the second one, 247 Live. If you click on that account,
the YouTube, the Flat Lloyd, right?
No. The other one.
The Twitch link.
No, the 247 Live YouTube logo. Like the play button.
Okay, I'm slow. My bad. I see it. Okay. All right.
So you'll see in the About Me, there's 4 links. The fourth link's down. It's discord.gg/flat earth. See that?
Yeah, I'm in there. I got invited. I'm in there.
Right. Okay. So in that server, scroll down to the additional information channels where it's all alphabetized. To see stuff like NASA, ISS, stars, gravity. See those channels?
Wait, hold on. So flat Earth, I got verified. The bottom one's the other. So go where?
Just scroll about 3/4 of the way down the server channels, and you'll see an additional information. It's all alphabetized. It's just information channels. They're not voice channels. And it's got stuff like Antarctica, gravity, sun, moon, stars. Just topics. Do you see those channels?
Yeah, there you go. I see it right now. All right.
Right, so if you look under L, the letter L, you'll see that there's long distance observations and laser tests. You see those?
Wait, you said additional information MZ. Oh, okay.
So it's, yeah, it goes to A to Z, but it's in two different sections. But under L, you'll see.
Antarctica. Okay. I see what
Okay,
you're
okay. So scroll down to L, go to
Yeah.
long distance observations and laser tests. Two separate channels.
All right, I'll go watch these
Yeah.
videos and I'll come back.
Yeah, there's loads of them. So yeah, have a look.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, peace. Tuna salad reciprocity. Interesting name. The only new person I see in here. Tuna salad. What's up, you chatting? Guess not. Well, floor is open if anyone wants to jump in.
Hello? Where's the flat earthers? I've queries.
We're here.
What's up, dude? Not just trolling, right? You actually believe the earth is flat? You can tell me.
Oh, I don't believe it. I know it.
Damn. What does that like mean? For like, what are the implications if the earth is like, okay, it is flat. Like, okay, it is flat. Like, assuming it is flat, I don't. How is
You need to understand. You need to understand firstly that what we're talking about is exactly what you, us, and everyone else experience every time we step out into the world. So you go to the beach and you look out across the ocean, you see the horizon, yeah?
Sure.
Yeah, the horizon's a horizontal line. That is flat. So,
right.
At least to your experience, you're on a flat surface. You'd also notice that the ground doesn't appear to be moving in any way,
sure.
Unless you're in something like an earthquake. So, you experience a flat, motionless Earth just like we do. The difference is we no longer believe the story that they've told us, that we can't trust that experience, and that they, the omnipotent government, have gone to a place that no one else can go to, and they've seen that it's something else other than what we experience. We don't believe that.
Okay. So like, I'm trying to think. I'm trying legit to not like be condescending or anything. I'll just like,
right.
I mean, my position, I don't think the Earth is flat, and I just think like
I
people
know, but
would
the only
say like,
reason
oh,
you
moon,
think it's
like
anything else is because you've been told that it's the case.
Well, people say the moon
I bet
landing
you've
is fake,
never
right?
even. I bet you've never even challenged. Yeah, the moon landing is obviously fake. I mean, that's Santa Claus at this point.
I don't know. You just think
They
that
haven't
be
been
like
back in 50 years.
You just think that wouldn't be so easy to cover up, especially if like the Earth is flat, and there are
You
people
don't need
who
to
have
cover it
like
up.
private.
They just claim it and put out a few shitty videos, and a bunch of people believe it and defend it for no reason. You just watch the videos, you can tell it.
There's like rich people, like there's people who have lots of disposable income who have the time and the resources to go and like do independent research. Like you'd think by now there'd be something that'd be like we could point to be like, well, the Earth, like here's them like covering it up. Like where's the cover up?
Oh yeah, it's been proven for years that the Earth is flat. It measures
Wow,
flat.
like
it's been measured.
It measures flat.
Yeah, like take a lake for example, like a lake that's 10 miles wide. You've been to a lake before, right?
Yeah.
When it's a calm day, that water is just like a mirror, flat to your observation, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the nature of water. That's what water does. Finds its level, just lies flat when it's undisturbed. But they're telling us that this 10-mile lake isn't flat like it looks. It's actually curved. And do you know how much curve they claim should exist over that 10-mile lake?
The Earth is quite massive. I mean, you wouldn't like over 10 miles. No, it's flat. It's basically flat. Yeah.
Okay.
Like
so the amount of curvature over 10 miles is what, 0? You're saying?
Why can you sail around the world then? Like, how are you hypothesizing you can like fly around the world and sail around the world?
Stick with this for a second because this will help you understand where we're coming from. So over 10 miles, according to the size of the ball that they tell us we're living on, the maths works out to being about 66 feet of drop over that distance, like a 6-story building. So
I'm not really familiar with the numbers.
I know, and this is why you still believe it. This is the whole point. We're very familiar with the numbers, and that's why we don't believe it. Because when people go out and test this, they can find that there is no 66 feet of drop over 10 miles due to a curve. People can shoot lasers across the lake. They can see their mates on the other side of the lake. There's no curve there, right? So And it's not just 10 miles. Folk are doing this at 20, 30, 40, 50, hundreds of miles in different examples, using infrared in planes and all kinds of stuff. We just see too far. We shoot lasers too far. We basically, any way you can imagine drawing a line of sight over the surface, that line of sight is always extending way further than the globe geometry should allow.
So like,
And at this
okay,
point-
so literally like
Yeah.
but you're saying like, you're basically what you're saying. And before I want to preface this by saying, when things are true, when something is like indisputable, right, and someone's trying to cover it up, like basically every cover up has been uncovered, like almost.
No, you can't cover this up. You
I'm
can't
just
cover this
well,
up.
that's what I'm saying. I'm just curious. So you're basically saying that the world is lying. Like there's some like
No.
scientists, for example, they do data research, and you're saying that
wasn't
throughout
lying
all
to
this
you.
time that they're just
No,
lying.
it's not that.
Well, I just don't get it. Like, where's the evidence that would suggest that? If all these, like, there's literally like infinitely more people would say the Earth is round than flat. You know what I mean? Like, where the renowned, it's not like why is Neil deGrasse Tyson so convinced the Earth is round? You know what I mean? Is that guy just an idiot? Is he lying?
I didn't hear all that, but no. Listen, not everyone's lying to you. Your teacher who taught you about it, they weren't lying to you. They probably believe it themselves. They're just paid to teach you it. But at the end of the day, they would all just appeal back to, well, NASA said so.
Well, it's not just NASA saying it though. Like if it was just NASA saying it, you could be.
No, but it
easily
all
just be
comes
like,
back
okay,
to that, because if you were to say, well, what evidence did your teacher give you? Oh, they would just say, look, here's some images from NASA.
I mean,
right. And you
once
follow
again,
that back,
I would just like
that's
to
where
point
everyone
out
would appeal to.
that it's the world, like the world is saying we're basically at a consensus. The Earth is round because I don't know, man. I
What's the
I
one thing
can't
you
go.
could point at, Anderson? You said like there should be one thing that you could point at. What's the one thing that you could
I
just
feel like
point
you
at?
guys. I feel like you guys are like Steven Crowder in
Well, hold
that
on, Anderson.
you have
Before we
like this
lose it.
binder full of information ready to go, and like I don't. But I'm just saying that like all I'm saying is you're basically saying that the world is, and you're saying,
No.
they're not lying about it, but then they have to be because there's literally like
No, they might just be
scientific
mistaken, right? You can just be incorrect. But what we're actually saying is, and what I said to you is,
yeah, it doesn't
there is
take effect over 10
detectable-
miles.
Hold on, there's no detectable curvature over any distance.
But like you can literally Google it and find the information on it. Like
yeah,
I don't
you
know
can
why you're
Google it
saying
and you will
that.
find that no one's ever measured this curvature. It's always just been assumed in calculation.
That's not true though. That's like literally not true. Like I
Okay,
can look it
who
up
is the
right
person
now.
who is the person who measured it directly? You're going to get Eratosthenes, and he didn't measure it.
Yeah.
Like I just feel like this is fruitless. I feel like this
All right,
we're
so
just going to end up going in circles.
That's all right. No, we'll see.
Oh, you said you could
we
look it
endeavor
up,
to
so go
find-
ahead. It takes 5 seconds.
It's actually very fruitful.
Well, I have to
make
go
this
read
realization.
actual articles and shit. I don't want to
Yeah,
do all
go and that's a good thing.
But it's all
for you to
there.
do.
Like I just don't get it. Like you're just saying
just find the guy who's
It's all
measured the
there.
curve. Just find the guy. He doesn't exist.
Or you just need a
go
name.
find
You don't
him.
have to read the whole article, just a name.
I'll find
Yeah, we've heard all the suggestions anyway, so.
Not like that would change your fucking mind anyway. It's like I pull up a name, you're gonna come up with some other fucking reason of why.
Oh, we know the name, bro. It's Aristosthenes. That's
Yeah,
the
it's going to
name.
tell you Eratosthenes, but he didn't measure any curvature, which you'll understand if you read what he did, or claimed to have done.
You just think like, okay, you think like anyone who's an astronaut, quote unquote, they're like just full of shit.
Is it telling to you, Anderson? Like if this guy on the internet named Cyclone, if he has all the answers to rebut the entire Google internet, does that hint anything to you or no? Because you said he has all the
literally anything you want. You can just say anything you want. Like you can just make shit up all you want, pretend it's true. Yeah, you can do that 100%. I don't know what to tell you. You guys are, it's exactly what I said. You guys are like these Steven Crowder guys where you just like take pleasure in finding random people.
No,
who,
dude,
like, don't
we've
think
just
about
said,
shit.
we've just
you guys
given
have
you the
like
floor
literally a
and
binder
said,
of information
Find the
on this
guy who's
stuff.
measured it. No.
No, we just said find the guy that's measured it and post it in the chat so we can talk about it. It's pretty reasonable.
Google sucks, and because it's such a popular search, it's just giving me Eratosthenes. But if you're gonna sit here and tell me that like no one's done this,
But what did Eratosthenes do?
no
That's
one's
what
ever
Google's
done this.
telling
That's
everyone.
not true.
That's what Google's telling
Because
everyone,
it's such a
dude.
popular search. It's gonna show me that
Right,
because that's
yeah,
the most popular
exactly. And the
search.
popular answer is Eratosthenes. So what did Eratosthenes do?
We're just going in circles here.
This is the proof. You just found the proof. Why aren't you reading it?
You should try and be. You should be trying to understand this because this is your side's claim, apparently.
Well,
So
to
you
what
shouldn't
end?
be mad.
That's the thing. To what end does it serve anyone? To be like, if the Earth is flat, we're going to pretend it's round. To what end does that benefit anyone? Like, why would they cover it up?
Well, we're not at that point yet. I mean, we're just kind of explaining to you how we know it isn't the globe they've told us.
I don't want to fucking talk about that. I want to talk about what we're talking. What you're that. Like, let's move
All right,
on.
so are you in agreement then? Are you in agreement then that there's no detectable curvature?
No, there is, because you can go in space and see it. If we were to go in space, if you personally were to go into space, that's what you would see.
So you're saying we would have to go into space to know this?
I'm sure not, but you're gonna have to ask a fucking scientist, not some random Discord gamer, like
if
some
we're gonna
stoner
have to go
gamer
to
brain
space,
guy. You're trying to
then
have
that
some
means
deep
that you don't
theological
know.
discussion with people on Discord. You should go
Dude,
ask a
calm
fucking
down,
scientist.
calm down, dude. You're kind of spiraling out now.
Cyclone, why did you make this guy mad?
I'm
Because he's saying we need to go into space to know the Earth's a globe, and I was just about to point out, well, then you don't know the Earth's a globe because you've never been to space.
It did go right back to NASA, didn't it? It just seemed to go right back to NASA where he said it wouldn't go.
Damn, dude, why did you get so triggered? It's just weird popping in and hearing you guys go off like that. Holy crap. You got to calm down.
Take a reset, Anderson. Just like take a breath, take a drink of water.
Like, well, why do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson's lying? Why do you think all these people are lying?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, he doesn't lie.
Not answering that.
Yeah,
you just keep avoiding that question. Why do you think there's a huge
guys,
cover-up?
I'm just a way to head off. So good chat, Anderson. Good luck. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Thanks for not answering my question.
He wants to talk about Neil. You're welcome.
Bro, you can answer that question for yourself, Anderson.
Dude,
when did Neil deGrasse Tyson lie? All he said was that it's flat. That stuff is flat. That's all Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
Well, why do you guys think there's like a world cover-up? Like, to what end?
That is actually that's funny of you to point out, Professor Triangle, because Anderson said that you can see it from space. Why would Neil deGrasse Tyson lie? And then Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see the curvature of Earth from there. That stuff is flat.
Yeah.
Space that Anderson it went full circle. That was kind of funny.
No, he didn't say that. He never said that.
He did say that. That stuff is flat. And
what stuff? What stuff?
The Earth. That stuff is flat.
He's literally talked about how
you can't see the curve of the Earth from that high. That stuff is flat.
You guys are just professional trolls, is what this is.
Are you angry? Are you playing a space game?
Your ringmaster's gone, so it's just obvious you're trolling.
Are you playing a space game?
No, I get it now. You guys are just trolling.
Are you playing a space game? Must be playing a space game. Did you guys ruin space for him?
Not yet.
Oh, well, go ahead. That'll be funny.
He said we would. He was at the point where he said that in order to know it, we'd have to go to space and see the Earth in its entirety. That's the place where the truth is.
I'm saying you could. I didn't say it was the only way. Obviously, I don't know the other ways. Like, I'd have to research it. I don't know the research. Like, I don't know.
Well, to detect it.
Because if it was true, then it would be like evident. But it's evident the Earth is round because if you do the fucking research, that's a conclusion you'll come to. But you guys are just trolling.
No,
that's why you're doing
true,
this.
Actually.
That's why you're
actually when you look at the images they give us from supposed outer space.
People.
Relax. When they give us the images from supposed outer space, and we see the water curving in those images, and we go to verify that, we find out that the water is not curving, and so the images are unverifiable.
Dude, you're
and
talking
have been
about, you're like
falsified.
saying the Earth is flat because over like a lake, there's no curvature. Like, you sound like an idiot. You sound like you're getting
No,
you're
the Earth
convincing
lacks
yourselves
the
you're getting
curvature
somewhere.
required to turn into a ball.
Maybe
Here's Neil deGrasse
it's not
Tyson.
an exact ball. It's like an oval.
What I think people
It's
thought
like
he was
an egg
actually
shape.
doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really
Neil
wide
deGrasse
angle
Tyson.
lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
They're trolling. You guys are trolling.
And then I showed examples of wide-angle lenses curving
Like, that's
horizontal.
literally
I tweeted
he's saying
that.
exactly.
But I don't want to be a
You're
spoil,
not going to see the curvature over fucking.
Holy crap, he heard him say it, and he's talking right through Neil deGrasse Tyson saying what I said. That stuff
He didn't
is
say the Earth
flat.
is. Dude, he didn't say the Earth is flat. He says it's not flat if you're 2 millimeters above a beach ball. Like, how is that telling? You're literally
then
taking
he
the
shouldn't have
context
seen.
of what he's
Then
saying.
he should not
What are
have
you
seen the
talking
curve of the Earth from there, right? We should have not have seen
You're
the
the worst.
curve of the
You're
Earth
the
from
worst
there.
of them because you make it so obvious that you're just trolling.
How am I trolling?
How
Who
are you
made it
not
look like
trolling? How are
that
you
was the
not
curve of the Earth
trolling?
from that high?
What?
Me or the guys from Red Bull? Did I do that or Red Bull?
Dude, I know you're trolling because
Who was trolling you, me
played
or
the
the
clip
guys
for
from
me.
Red Bull?
And if you didn't show me the clip, then you could say, like, he said that because you just showed me the clip and I heard it with my ears. I heard what he said, and now you're
Yeah,
trying to
I'm sure the
say
clip's in
you're
there
trying to
too. It
take the
was all
context
over
out.
the place. That
Literally,
came out immediately, dude. It came out immediately after that because we were laughing at the video.
are you just gonna ignore the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson like literally dumping on you guys and saying you're idiots?
Yeah, where is it at?
Online.
Where's it at? I want to hear it.
I think he was talking about it on Joe Rogan.
I actually love that one. When he's on Joe Rogan and he's like, Eric Dubé is going to debate you, and he starts to sweat. Neil deGrasse Tyson starts to sweat. And he's like, I'm not doing it. I'll leave right now. I'm not doing it.
I got a 4-minute video here on Big Thing 5 years ago. Neil deGrasse Tyson shutting down flat earthers. Boom. Joe Rogan, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Eric Dubé, and flat earth. So
that's
he
not
literally
us.
says it's wrong. He literally
That's
says
not us.
So that's literally contradictory. That's literally contradictory to
Yeah,
what you
Neil
said. You
deGrasse
said he said the
Tyson
Earth
won't
was flat,
debate
and
us.
Here's him dunking on it. Now,
He
no
won't.
shit, 'cause
He
you
won't
guys are
debate
stupid.
us.
Because you're the kinds of people he could show you evidence and you'll refute it. You'll always
Like
refute
what? What's the evidence he's going to show me? His space pictures?
It's not a secret. It's not. Do you think it's not secret evidence, right? It's like
So
Neil
how
would
do you
share that
explain like
evidence with
GPS?
you,
How
right?
do you explain like
He'd say,
GPS
"Hey,
and stuff?
Anderson."
Like you think
He's like,
GPS is just something else? Like what do you
Anderson. It's not a
satellites?
secret evidence,
Satellites
right?
aren't real.
Slow down.
Satellites
Slow
not
down.
real.
How can anybody answer your question if you keep talking?
It's a simple question.
How
Do you
can
think
anybody
GPS and
answer it if you keep talking,
Do you think
though?
satellites are fake?
I mean, ground positioning systems?
You think satellites are fake?
You mean the ground positioning systems? No, those work.
How old are you? Are you disabled and collect
23.
disability check? You collect a disability check? You're not
Yeah.
23, dude. Yeah, of course you
24.
do. That explains everything. That explains everything.
Yeah, this is just ad
Oh, you're
hoc.
like 30,
This is
dude. You're
not
like 20,
actual
dude. You're like
argumentation.
28, or you're like 30.
You're just floundering because you cannot argue for your side. You cannot defend your belief system.
No, I just know you're trolling. I just know you're trolling. and
We're
you're
not
I thought Anderson
trolling.
was going
That's
to be all
your
right.
delusion. You're delulu, buddy.
He seemed all right in the beginning.
Don't you
Anderson. He seemed like he was cool. He was chilling out.
Is
he
it
was
me?
relaxed.
Is it me, or do I just make people fucking crazy when I come in?
Yes, it is just.
He was
you.
already spiraling, but you kind of put them over the edge.
Oh yeah, well,
I get
at
it.
least I don't
Hey,
live in
I put you over the edge, dude, in the Flat Earth channel. That's fucking hilarious.
I don't even know what to say.
Anderson, you seemed like an A-OK dude. You seemed all right for like a minute. For like a minute, you were cool. You were chill. You were relaxed, and then you lost it.
Well, the only thing you can say is my teacher said, and Google said, Aristocracy. That's it.
That's where he lost it. Don't bring it back up. He's going to get angry. That's exactly where he lost it.
Dude, like, what is your evidence? Your evidence is like you did fucking pretend math. That's like your evidence.
Not pretend. There's a globe model.
You did theoretical math, and you're like,
There's a globe model.
That's not what we did.
And you just
though.
you just don't get anyone to check
This
your
is
math.
called
You
a
don't get,
straw
like,
man fallacy. This is because you don't have an argument. You didn't actually listen to what we said.
I don't have an
Now you're
argument. I'm
just
not arguing with you
making
guys.
up
You guys are
stuff.
wrong. You guys are just wrong, and you're trolling.
The Earth is measured.
Listen to him cry.
It's not
Dude, you're crying.
anything.
Rage baiting me for real.
Oh, poor Anderson. Anderson, everybody measures the Earth flat, bro. Even the surveyors.
So, like, what is Elon Musk doing when he sends those rockets up into the sky? Like, where are they going?
How the fuck know? None of my business, bro. But I mean, if you're just buying the propaganda, maybe you should ask the question.
See, there you go. See, you just also gave it away. See, I asked earlier, why is it a big
You're
cover-up?
the
He's
believer of
lying.
Elon.
And
You
ignore the
believe in
question.
Elon.
You ignore the
We are
question by
not
saying-
Elon. Ask
Okay, I guess I'm not allowed
Elon.
to talk. I guess I can't talk.
Bro, ask Elon. We are not Elon. We measured the surface. The surface isn't curved. If Elon is telling you it's curved, and you can go outside and measure it's not
Dude,
curved,
what did you take a fucking
then
meter
you know
stick
that he's
and
not
you're
telling
like,
you
oh,
the
it didn't
truth.
curve, dude.
Why he's doing that, nobody knows except Elon.
Dude, you're stupid. You're saying because you took a meter stick and it wasn't curving, the Earth
No,
is
that's
flat.
not what we said, bro. That no one said that. That's what you're saying because
talking about
you're
you had
not
to
actually
measure the
asking
curve.
any
How are you
intelligent
measuring the
questions
curve?
and,
How are
and
you measuring the
understanding
curve?
how it works. Yeah, so we use different wavelengths and lasers to test the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, the lake thing. Okay, 10 miles, no curve. Yeah, the Earth is fucking massive, dude. The Earth is massive.
So
how big is
Earth
it?
is so big. Earth is so big that in 10 miles there's no curvature of the Earth.
Why would
no
there be?
drop over
Why would
distance
there
in
be?
10 miles. Okay, no problem. No problem. We've done this in 20 and 30 miles. We've done this at 20 and 30 miles.
Never believe that the Earth is round. Never.
We've done this at 20
No
and 30
matter what
miles, so
you guys-
okay, it's
I
still
just think you
locally
guys
flat
are, like,
at
you're
20
fake
and 30
smart and you
miles.
think you escaped
The
the
size
Matrix
of your
because
globe is now
this
far
whole
bigger
study
than
you
your
do is, like,
imagined
actually
size of the
worthless.
sun.
Like, I've asked you like 10 times, to what effect?
Yeah, you've been trying to talk over me and not listening to what I was responding to you with. So your questions interrupting me aren't actually something I hear when I'm trying to finish my point.
There's no way how you win an argument against a flat earther. They don't believe their own experiments. That's the problem. They try to they try to prove they're right, and then when they fail, they just go on like believing their stuff. It's crazy.
Okay, propaganda. Give me one specific experiment. Just give me one specific
Okay,
experiment
prove
that
it.
you're referring to.
Okay, propaganda, prove it.
Yeah, I'm asking you to prove your claim. You made a claim. Let's have the
prove it.
evidence.
You said one. You said we do experiments, and when they're wrong, we keep going. Which one?
Prove me which one.
Which experiment?
You made a positive claim.
I know,
You
it's
made a
fine. It's okay.
Hey,
You won. You won.
hey.
You won the argument. Yeah, prove it.
You made a positive claim. Now it's time for you to try to back that up. What experiment did we make that we denied?
How am I going to look it up if you don't tell me which one it is?
Yeah. How? Okay. So you gotta look at it and you tell me why I'm wrong, right?
Did I do something wrong?
I think he's having a stroke or something. He's not understanding the words that we're saying.
No, but if somebody has the ability, because I don't, I'm on mobile, go ahead and ban Anderson. Please and
Is that
thanks.
him going in and out and in and out?
Yeah, that's him.
At Antarctica with the sun that doesn't go down.
Okay, first of all, is that an experiment? And second of all, what does that have to do with the Earth being flat?
I knew it. So just tell me why. Why?
Dude, I'm asking you.
These people did it, right? No,
I have no
it's up to
idea.
you, right? I presented
Is
it.
it to me?
You did that.
You know,
You did it
first of
yourself,
all,
right? The flat
is it?
Earth
No, I
community did
didn't
it
do it myself.
themselves.
My goodness,
Did
prop,
they do it themselves or no?
prop.
Did they do it? Did the
They have nothing to do with us, prop. And I have no idea what they were doing down there. Besides, yep, see, they run away. They just want to just filibuster.
That's crazy.
They just can't back up anything they say. It's insane. It's insanity.
Yeah, exactly. What is this jockey music bot?
It's trying to get us taken down.
Yeah, they try to play
Pretty
a
sure.
copyrighted song to disrupt the YouTube bot.
Can we ban that bot? How do we get rid of that thing?
I don't know. I just muted it. You probably just use the commands for it. I could figure it out. I don't feel like.
The only reason I ask is because I think in 5 minutes or whatever,
All right, stop.
it will unmute.
Got Mackie and the gang must be mad at us now. They got music bots coming in.
Guaranteed. Somebody's really upset, and they are doing everything they can to just disrupt a Discord server or a channel. My goodness gracious, you guys are going to have to do better.
Yeah, I guess pointing out that NASA is just a spy agency really triggered them. All we do is point it out, dudes. We aren't the spy agency.
Yeah, don't shoot the messenger. Y'all are going to be okay. It's going to be all right.
We're not even asking them to believe anything. We're just saying, hey, go out and check the world for yourself. Check if your own beliefs are correct, and then you will know.
Sad state of affairs. My goodness.
I think Cyclone just broke the first guy. He was too kind, too nice, too reasonable. And he was just like, wanted to find something to latch on. And so when Cyclone had to go, that was like, okay, I'm just gonna go wild now. And the last guy was just a troll through and through. Granted, I don't know if he was a conscious troll. It might have just been unconscious, which is what we get from a lot of these Globers, is unconscious reactions, poorly thought out arguments. I'm going back to playing with Karma. Hear you guys later.
Hey, what's up, guys? Have we had any interesting Glovers today?
Josh, are you still a Glober?
Yes, sir. I do appreciate you checking in, though.
Prove it.
And I'm watching the uncut rocket footage.
So anybody in here thinks the Earth is a spinning ball? Go ahead.
Oh, the uncut rocket footage is just kind of weird. Like they get up there, way up there, and then all of a sudden it just seems like they are just staying still. Like they're not getting any farther away compared to the speed they were traveling at prior. After like 3 minutes, they're just like it's just like a standstill, even though the jets appear to be firing. It's literally just a standstill for like a whole entire 60 seconds.
Well, Josh is here. He'll explain it to you.
It just appears like they're not moving because they're so far away.
No, they're going sideways, not up. So if you're going tangential to a ball without increasing altitude,
Okay, but if you look at where the rocket, you can see from like the line of where the rocket, and then there's the Earth. If you pay attention to that line, they're literally not moving at all.
Josh, please correct what you said there, because tangential to a ball would be an increase in altitude. So please correct that.
not tangential. No, it would be tangential, but following an arc at a constant altitude, just a concentric circle around the outside of the ball.
I'm saying if you look at the landmass,
That's only a circular orbit is.
If you look at the landmass, like directly above wherever the rocket literally ends, you can see the Earth. The landmass that's touching where I'm talking about, it doesn't move for like a whole 2 minutes now. Compared to the liftoff, it was just gradually getting farther and farther away, like at a constant rate. And then all of a sudden, at 3 minutes, it just stands still. And then it goes to a different angle of the camera. But other than that, how would rockets propel themselves in space? They would you're like the laws of motion. You need a force acting on another force. You don't have any forces to act upon in space in a vacuum.
Newton's third equal opposite. The momentum you put into the momentum you put into the exhaust is pushed back onto the rest of the rocket.
Yeah, but if you do that test in a vacuum chamber here on Earth, we see that it doesn't continue to spin. It stops.
What do you mean spin?
When you take out the air from the vacuum chamber, whatever you started spinning, it will stop spinning when you take the air out. In spin or propulsion, that's what the same thing here.
I'd love a citation on that.
There's a video you can watch. I just learned about it the other day. Vacuum chamber propulsion, you could probably search. and you can see that you can't have propulsion inside of a vacuum chamber without like a force other than
No, I mean we do vacuum tests all the time with electric propulsion. And it's not like full rocket engine size. They do those in atmosphere, but no, electric thrusters. We do vacuum tests of those all the time.
All right, I'll send the video I'm talking about. Propulsion in the vacuum of space. Copy and paste.
Yeah, if I drew a tangent to a sphere, any location on that sphere that was not the tangent would be rising over the distance from the surface of the sphere. Wouldn't be falling. If you could just correct that, Josh. And every single time I've ever seen a rocket or a star or the moon, any of these things that you're referencing, they're all parallel to the plane of the horizon every single time, at every location, always, everywhere. Do you have any evidence, Josh, that it's not, or is it just kind of something you feel?
Between him and the Holy Spirit, and then you have Jesus Christ, who is both God and man. So there are three persons in the Trinity. I'm not sure where you got the fourth. So what I'm saying is, like John 24 says, God is a spirit, or God is spirit, the modern translations would say. Is that spirit referring to the whole Trinity, or it's referring to the?
I wonder what he's listening to.
Yo.
Hello.
I believe that the Earth is flat like a table.
It was so annoying that I try to put a link and it gives me a whole entire paragraph of like chat space.
Well, Ant, you're wrong. So, right along.
Why do I have a red sleigh next to my name?
You too. You did too.
Where's the girl? It's just a good rescue rock. She must be there. Why rescue rock? We should ask the girl. Where's the girl? It says to go to rescue rock, so she must be there.